A very good Sunday morning to you all, and welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Ginetta G-Fest here on the Isle of Anglesey. Trackmon is our home for the weekend, and day 2 about to start here. We're giving you all the action all day long, starting with qualifying for the Janetta Junior Championship. Those of you watching yesterday, if you're into looking at your itineraries, you'll know it's slightly different. We started with the Pro Tyre Janetta GT Championship yesterday. The juniors get to go first. I think that means they get to go home earlier. We've got a safety car coming onto track now. I think that's my cue to maybe walk over into pit lane, so we'll head that way. Do I go first or camera first? Let's have a see. Choice is camera. So we've got a fantastic day ahead for you again. Yesterday, if you joined us, you'll have seen it was a wet day. It was tricky conditions out on track. We had all sorts of issues for many of the cars. A few surprises, a few pleasant surprises over the course of the 3 formulae. I mentioned already the Pro Tyre Janetta GT Championship. They're coming up as the 3rd race of the day. We've got the Ginetta Academy, cars of which are all based around the early garages here. You can see garage doors down at the minute, so not too hospitable at the moment. And the Janetta Junior Championship, the world famous Janetta Junior Championship, which are going to kick things off for us on qualifying today. Obviously 3 lots of qualifying to get through. All of the formulae that are racing today will be having their fastest lap time determining the grid for race 1. The second fastest lap time in qualifying will determine their grid's position for race 2, and the cars will have 2 races each. No reverse grid races today, but 2 races for each of the 3 formulae that we are going to see in action. We'll be spending a little bit of time obviously in Parc Fermé talking to the winners and hopefully get a little bit of build up for the races, and during the breaks that we have during the day we've got some interesting features for you as well. If you didn't catch up with us yesterday, feel free after the conclusion of today to nip back on the stream and have a look at the wonderful racing we had for you, again courtesy here of Ginetta. So without further ado, I can tell you that once again in the warm and dry, not that I'm rubbing it in at all, Andy McEwen and Scott Woodwis. Over to you guys.
Look, I had a lot of sympathy for Richard yesterday. It was pouring with rain all day long. It was admittedly quite chilly. This is a nice summer's day by Anglesey standards. He's picked the perfect place to be, I think, roaming the pit lane and the paddock to bring us all of the stories on day 2 of the Ginetta G-Fest. But as he does quite rightly say, it's Andy McEwen and Scott Woodwis in the slightly more comfortable commentary box, set to talk you through all of the action. And action was the hot word yesterday in wet and changeable conditions, Scott Woodwis. We had some very entertaining races across the 3 categories. Today, though, around the 2.1 mile Anglesey International Circuit, I think we're in for more of a typical day of Ginetta racing. The track is, from what I can tell, largely dry. A couple of damp patches maybe, but those should burn off fairly quickly once we get these qualifying sessions underway. And when we go racing later on, if the track is dry, we could see a very different look to the races and potentially a very different look to the final results as well.
I think so. Yesterday's races were pretty entertaining despite the wet conditions, because some do tend to think that the wet does tend to nullify some of the racecraft and it kind of stops some of the proper battles that you're going to get. But we didn't actually get that yesterday. We had plenty of good racecraft, plenty of good moves despite the adverse weather. And thankfully today it's looking a little bit brighter and much drier, in fact, of course, so that you can see the weather there. Only broken scattered clouds, low winds in the air as well, but the key thing is, as far as I can see, touch wood, no rain forecast. Even though the clouds might suggest otherwise, even look at the weather app yesterday, 5 to 10% chance of rain, if I can get my words out, is certainly quite beneficial, which means we should start to see some of the more truer, proper pace of the 3 championships, particularly the Janetta Juniors, of course, on a dry circuit. They're going to really go for it with their 3 flying laps to see how they can set the grid for their 2 races later on this morning and this afternoon. I think the GT Academy and GT Championship should also be quite competitive also. I don't know if rain was a bit of a performance leveler in terms of ability, but it looks like it was quite close from what we saw from the races that took place earlier on yesterday. But as we make our way in towards the beginning of the qualifying session, which is happening, I think, without a safety car this time, we are straight off to get things underway for today's action at Anglesey.
Indeed so. So let's get started, shall we then? The Ginetta Junior Championship heading out first to get day 2 of Ginetta G-Fest underway. So the Ginetta Junior drivers then released from pit lane, heading out onto the circuit then, ahead of what is a short, sharp qualifying session. The timing screen shows notionally 20 minutes on the clock, but it won't take them 20 minutes to qualify. because they are limited to 3 flying laps each. So you've got to get that lap timing quickly, and you can't afford any track limits misdemeanors, because if you do exceed track limits and you get a lap time taken away, not only will that hamper your chances of qualifying well for race 1, but also will affect your race 2 grid position, because remember, of those 3 laps, your fastest one sets your grid position for race 1, your second fastest sets the grid position for race 2, so there's only 1 lap that can afford to be wasted, basically, and the drivers will not want to be wasting any precious seconds out on track as they try to put themselves as close to the front of the grid as possible. Yesterday, let's bear in mind, it was all really about Ethan Jeff Hall in this qualifying session. He was on pole position in both races by about half a second. He managed to convert that into a race win in race 1 ahead of his R-Racing teammate Marcus Sater in second, Charlie Hart for Elite Motorsport in third. But then in race 2, Marcus Sater really found a bit of extra form. He was able to chase down Ethan Jeff Hall, got past him partway through the race, and eventually managed to claim the win by nearly 2.5 seconds. So Marcus Sater and Ethan Jeff Hall, the R-Racing teammates, sharing the victories, and between them getting a couple of 1-2 finishes, with Henry Jocelyn, the championship leader, who finished on the podium on the road in race 1, but was penalised post-race. He was then eventually able to net himself a 3rd place finish in race number 2. But as qualifying flying laps begin, it's time to look towards the timing screen and figure out who is going quickly. You would expect it to be that same sort of group of drivers from yesterday, but now in the dry conditions, Scott, perhaps a couple of other players might start to emerge. And one driver who immediately springs to mind is Chase Fernandez. Chase Fernandez didn't have a great day yesterday. 2 poor qualifying efforts meant that he got tangled up at the start of one of the races in an on-track incident, didn't score very many points. He's dropped back in the standings. He will be very happy, I think, to see a dry racetrack this morning.
You read my mind. That's the person I think we're going to be seeing the most fired up to put right the wrongs of yesterday. Of course, he didn't have a great qualifying session, as you said. And the 2 grids, the qualifying effort that he put in only put him 9th for race 1 and 13th for race 2. He did manage to pick his way through and do the best he could. He wasn't as quick as he'd like to have been in race number 1. Was battling with his, as you say, with his teammates in race number 2, and even gave one with a bit of a hip check through the on the school straight towards Rocket, which was a bit of a hairy moment, particularly in the wet conditions. So he's probably got the one that's got the most to prove, if you want to use that term, because he's got to try and push himself up there, have a much better day. I think that's just him going in towards the Rocket complex now off the screen with one of his teammates in tow. Might be think Marcus Sater not far behind him as they come on to the rest of the time. But first few times are coming onto the board now to see what is going to be up in terms of fastest flying laps. In fact, the first out laps are completed, so everyone now is going on to their first proper flying lap. So we'll get an initial look at how the grid's looking this morning, particularly with these much different conditions, completely dry in fact, as the green flags fly. A bit to see exactly what yours is going to be. But yeah, I think I agree with Chase Fernandez being the key person to look out for, whilst his teammates might want to try and continue to take that advantage, particularly with the likes of Jeff Hall and Sater, who are up there towards the front and took a win apiece.
And Ethan Jeff Hall is the first driver to set a lap time. It's a 1:48.878. Marcus Sater 1.2 seconds slower than him on his first effort. So Marcus Sater not really getting up to speed. And actually, funnily enough, Henry Jocelyn and Charlie Hart are the next 2 to come across the line. So the 4 pace setters yesterday are the first 4 to set lap times. However, we now start to get a few more drivers up there instead. We've got into second place now, by the looks of it, Alfie Slater, who was not really troubling the top 10 yesterday, at least in race number 2. Chase Fernandez goes second, so Chase Fernandez onto the front row provisionally, still nearly 6/10 slower than Ethan Jeff Hall, but that's not a bad effort. Bear in mind, no one got within half a second of Ethan Jeff Hall yesterday, and Chase Fernandez is just under 6/10 now adrift of the pole position time. Through Church Corner slides Henry Jocelyn. Sorry, not Henry Jocelyn, Isaac Phelps, excuse me, his not his teammate even, he is an Elite Motorsport driver. There is Chase Fernandez, and the R-Racing driver then, who is up onto the front row of the grid, comes through Church Corner. Now this lap is split into 2 sectors. Sector 1 ends towards the top of this hill, basically on the approach into Rocket. Sector 2 takes you all the way around the rest of the lap and is over a minute in length. So the Sector 1 times are interesting, but the Sector 2 times really are the most significant. If you can be gaining time in Sector 2, then that means you're gaining time over a much larger portion of the lap. Fernandez, though, interestingly, with a personal best in Sector 1, and is going quicker now than he had been before. And Ethan Jeff Hall not improving on his second flying lap. The order then after one flying lap is Jeff Hall on pole, Fernandez second, Slater third, Hart fourth and Isaac Phelps in fifth, ahead of Archie Clark, Henry Jocelyn, Marcus Sater, Colin Cronin and James Shotton. So let's see whether or not that's the way it remains after lap number 2 is completed. Ethan Jeff Hall crosses the line. It's a purple second sector there, Scott, but ultimately doesn't manage to improve his time. So there is an opportunity here maybe for the others to close that margin.
Yeah, but they haven't got much time to do it because, of course, some guys have now just completed their second flying lap. So anyone that hasn't managed to put in a solid lap in his first 2, they've only got one final shot to do it, which is going to be pretty crucial. See if there's any movers and shakers in this particular part. The only one that's really moved up in this second set of laps is Archie Clark. He's up now to what was 7th position, now 8th, because now it's Isaac Phelps up to 5th with that effort on a 1:49.816.
And Chase Fernandez gets to within 2/10 at pole position now, Scott, so they're definitely looking quicker today, isn't he?
Yeah, he's certainly in favour of the dry conditions. We're on board with yesterday's race 2 winner Marcus Sater from Norway, one of a small handful of international drivers in the grid. We get a great opportunity here to see him punch down through the sequential gearbox and then through rocket in. Little twitch of oversteer. These cars are very nervous even in the dry conditions, but that's one great thing, especially when you've got young karters coming up into these cars. They're very sort of, again, all on mechanical grip, therefore they're using everything they've learnt in karting, but also as well very much learning the way to set a car up and drive it purely with no aero. And that's, as I mentioned yesterday, that's certainly going to give them quite a good grounding when they go forwards into GT Championship, GT Academy, and of course then if they're going forwards into other points, and even some of the drivers we know go into single-seaters from Ginetta's. So this car really is a great little proving ground to help them get up there and understand racing with a car purely on mechanical grip. It's almost like a little junior Formula Ford for sports cars in some cases, to use that term. And Sater makes his way out of the hairpin and down the hill. So the final flying laps are about to be completed on this one. And Ethan Jeff Hall actually going faster than anyone in Sector 1. So he's currently got the pole position by about 2/10. He comes across the line and he does not improve. He actually lost time in the second sector. So he still laid down a benchmark in Sector 1. So we'll see if the likes of Chase Fernandez and Kirk can improve. Marcus Sater does improve on that lap, 1:11.928, as does Henry Jocelyn, but he stays 4th. Next across the line comes Charlie Hart. He doesn't improve either. He stays 7th. Well, he has a personal best second sector, doesn't improve his time. Neither does Archie Clark either. So the key we're going to look for here is Chase Fernandez. Now, hasn't gone faster in the first sector yet. He's coming out of the final corner now and across the line to see if he can try and better it. He has to be a mega second sector to get it done. And the answer is no. He stays on the front row of the grid, but it's a marked improvement over yesterday compared to in the wet, in the dry conditions this morning. So that'll be much more confidence inspiring for Chase when he gets to the start of race 1 later this morning.
And that's exactly what he needed, because he came into the weekend, I seem to recall, 3rd in the championship standings. Well, overnight he is 5th in the championship standings and 45 points off the championship lead. Now granted, that's before drop scores, but even so he'd like to be a little bit more in touch with the likes of Henry Jocelyn, who leads the championship, and Charlie Hart, who is 10 points behind him in 2nd place. So not seeing any more improvements coming in. Well, there were a few improvements in time, but not necessarily in position towards the end of that session. So even Jeff Hall looks as though he's going to claim his 3rd pole position of the weekend. And I would imagine his 2nd fastest lap time, not necessarily quicker than Chase Fernandez, actually, because Ethan Jeff Hall... No, he will be, won't he? Because he had pole position, then he went quicker again. So yes, Ethan Jeff Hall will have both pole positions, I suspect, for the races later on, pending any post-session judicials. Obviously, we did have a couple of drivers having further track limits penalties applied after qualifying yesterday morning, so we'll await proper confirmation of that. But for now, Ethan Jeff Hall looks like he's in a really, really good position for another strong day and another strong haul of points. Chase Fernandez will be much happier. Now, Charlie Hart is the Chase Fernandez of that session, I'd say, from yesterday, really, because Charlie Hart's only 7th on the grid, and that's not good news for the man who is 2nd placed in the championship. Henry Jocelyn, in fairness, is only 5th, so the top 2 in the championship, neither of them troubling the front couple of rows of the grid. But interesting that they have not really had the pace that they had yesterday. Also further back, I noticed Tom Ingram Hill only 19th, Harry Moss only 22nd, so they were both either in or around the top 10 yesterday in qualifying. Harry Moss certainly was, wasn't he? So that's been a big deterioration in performance. I have to imagine perhaps they had some lap times disallowed for track limits. Now, interestingly, that was Ethan Jeff Hall, I thought, coming through to complete another lap, and it was my understanding that they'd already completed their 3 laps. Indeed, yes, James Shotton has just come through, as has Ruben Dan, to complete a 4th lap of the session. but everybody else coming into the pit lane. So I don't think either of them improved, in fairness. No, they didn't improve on that extra lap, but they may well still get in trouble for doing the extra lap because they are supposed to be limited to just the 3. But anyway, they have continued to go around, and James Shotton is certainly still pushing, isn't he, here, as he heads around the right-hander at Church Corner. But should not now still be setting qualifying lap times, but perhaps just pushing on the in-lap because they've had so little dry running since Friday anyway, that any dry lap times they can set are useful to have. But anyway, this lot will head back to the pit lane at the end of this lap, and that is qualifying completed then with Ethan Jeff Hall setting the pole position time. There is Harry Moss, the number 28 car, who I mentioned is a lot further down the grid than he should be really. Ruben Dan in car number 11, appropriately enough, is 11th place in the session. And we'll be hoping that he can break into the top 10 from there when we go racing a little bit later on. The first Janetta Junior race will be at 11:40, then back out again after the lunch break as well for their second race, their final race of the day, final race of the weekend. So now they are getting the message and heading back to the pit lane, and that is qualifying done with then. And I think it's fair to say there, Scott, that Ethan Jeff Hall will be pretty satisfied with his qualifying effort, although doesn't have the same sort of margin that he had yesterday. So I do suspect we're going to see a little bit more of the sort of close, frenetic Janetta Junior racing that we're used to seeing. And it will still be Ethan Jeff Hall who leads this time, not only in R Racing 1-2, but in R Racing 1-2-3, with Chase Fernandez and Marcus Sater joining him at the front of the grid. Isaac Carlton for the head Jocelyn, with Andy Slater and Charlie Hart then. Charlie Hart on to watch when we go racing. He needs to make some progress from 7th. Archie Clark is 8th, ahead of Colin Cronin and James Shotton. And Ruben Dan, Jude Peters, Felix Lindsay and Torrin Byrne next. Then 15th quickest was Ethan Carney, Alfie Davis 16th, Tiso Mabunda in 17th place, Nicholas Ellis 18th, then Tommy Hill and James Ellis were next. Jack Robinson, Harry Moss, Holly Mile and Mallory Mabunda completing the running order. Chatting actually to a member of the Mabunda family yesterday morning in the cafe here at the circuit. They fly over from South Africa for every round to support the kids. I don't know whether the Mabundas live over here and then the parents travel to support them, but even so, that's some dedication, isn't it, to their youngsters' careers, which many a great racing driver started their career in Ginetta Juniors, but that's quite the commute, Scott.
It's commitment to the cause, I'll give it that. It's extra stuff. It's also great to see that we've got some, as I say, some international drivers in the field. We've got a couple of Irish drivers. We've got Marcus Sater from Norway. Of course, we've got an American driver in the field, 2 South Africans. It's nice it's got a bit of an international flavour. It's not just, obviously it's great that we've got drivers from the British Isles in the field, of course, naturally, but nice to see that Ginetta Juniors is attracting, almost starting to attract an international field of drivers coming across, because they know how good Ginetta Juniors is. They see the likes of Lando Norris and other drivers that have come through into where they've gone to in their careers, so they kind of see it as a feasible and reputable place to go to learn their craft as a junior racing driver, as there are some other great championships all across the UK, but they choose Ginetta because they like the way it runs, they like the way it can set them up for either single-seaters or GTs. It gives them that choice of either route because it will give them that proper ground that they need to go forwards.
It certainly does. So let's head down to Parc Ferme, shall we then, and hear from our pole sitter once again here at Anglesey. It's Ethan Jeff Hall.
We've got our top 3, and it's a team top 3, which is pretty smooth, isn't it? Good stuff. Let's have a word with Ethan Jeff. Ethan, I just said to you, we're going to get fed up talking to you, so you've got to have something fresh to say every time. What are you going to say?
It's great qualifying, obviously a bit mixed conditions, but mainly drier, so it's pretty tricky, but it's great to have our racing on the top 3 steps of quali. So. And
even better that you're the best out of all of them.
We'll see in the racing.
That's fair enough. Chase, after yesterday, we're in the realms of where you want to be at the moment.
Yeah, what a result. I'm well happy with that. Definitely had my Weetabix this morning. Don't think I did yesterday. But we got it back today. We're P2 on the grid. Couldn't be happy with that.
And Marcus, obviously a race win between yourself and Ethan yesterday, so all to play for today. Looks like we got Chase in the mix as well, but were you happy with your qualifying?
Yeah, I did not expect P3, but because I was quite far off Ethan, so yeah, I'm really happy about the result.
And with Janetta Junior racing, you know, from my knowledge of it going back, it doesn't matter. You're probably in the top 10. You're in with a shout of having a win, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
So Chase, what changed from yesterday to today? Was it not Weetabix yesterday? Was it an alternative cereal?
It was definitely the Weetabix this morning. That's what's brought the results for me, and we're just gonna have to keep it going now. We're back in with the fight now.
I noticed none of you are sort of thanking your team or your coaches, so is
Definitely have to thank the team. All three of us are up here, and we're all up here for a reason. Our racing are the best team on the grid.
it is a very solid performance, isn't it, from our racing again? And this kind of weekend where you've got 4 races as opposed to 3, if you're on form, if you're getting those points, that makes a major impact on the championship, doesn't it?
Yeah, and yeah, it's really important to get good points, and I would like to thank the team because I got out 5 minutes before the start because my engine didn't start, so yeah, it was close to me to not get to qualify.
Are you sure it wasn't because you were still in bed? Because we know teenagers usually have trouble getting up.
No, I think it was engine.
That's fair enough, Marcus. Well, and a final word with Ethan, pole position. Obviously looking forward to the first race. Slightly different format today. You don't get to watch the seniors going out. You guys are early. Guess you can get away a little bit earlier as well.
Yeah, it'll be going straight to Thruxton after this, so it'll be a long drive there. But it's a great result. I'd like to thank our racing, Fibre King, Fortum International, and Total AV, and everyone else who's helped me. It's been really good.
I'll put you on the spot now. What do your sponsors do?
Fibre King is a microfiber cloth company, and I'm not too sure about the other ones. I think Total AV is protecting viruses or something. I think I can't quite remember what Fortum is, but Fibre King a massive help.
We'll sort them for next time, Ethan.
Yeah.
Well done on pole. Well done you guys. Well done our racing. Super job. And that's the news from down here. Let's have a quick look at, maybe we've got time because the academy cars haven't quite gone out yet. So let's whiz over here and talk to some drivers that maybe I don't think we spoke to Isaac yesterday. Isaac got a podium. Oh, he's got, oh, look, oh. You don't mind, do you, Isaac? We didn't talk to you yesterday, but you got a podium, so that was good. But looking back on yesterday, what's the difference for you? Was that a good qualifying? I haven't looked at the times for you.
Position-wise, it was quite good, but times-wise, we just lacked something compared to the 2 front R racing boys. It was quite like, you know, boggling to us because they were so far ahead of everyone else. Yeah. But I think it's a long race, 20 minutes. I think I've got good racecraft and I can just promote like a big battle and keep with them and just keep on fighting.
We saw that yesterday. You certainly came up well. And how are you finding the track? Do you like Anglesey? How does it compare to other circuits that you've raced on so far?
I quite like it, to be honest. In the wet, it's not the most fun because it's rubber everywhere due to the drifting around here. But in the dry, it's quite a fun track, and I think like when it's bone dry, we've got really good pace.
And P4's not bad. You've got those R racing guys in your sights.
Yeah, and I think it's just going to be a big, massive race, and I'm just going to have to keep on pushing to get by them.
Well, Isaac, good luck for the race. Thanks for having a little chat with us, and we look forward to seeing you on track later on today.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Isaac Phelps there. I'm hearing we need to talk to Charlie. I think he's wandered off. Let's have a word with Colin Cronin. Hey, how you doing? Nice to see you.
All good, and yourself?
Yeah, very well, thank you. I'm sure we met on the scholarship, didn't we? Yeah, a while ago. How nerve-wracking was that?
Not too bad, to be honest. It was just seeing what we really wanted to do for the year, and it was just something, one option, and then we obviously didn't get it, so we came down this line.
Elite Racing looking after you this weekend as ever?
I'm with Fox Motorsport.
You're a Fox? I got that wrong.
Yeah.
Even better. I should have known from the colours.
Yeah. They're treating us well. We didn't get much testing going into round 1 because we kind of picked quite late what we were doing. Yeah. So then we done one test day here before the championship. So now kind of every round we're learning, and hopefully now next year and to the end of this year we can get to the front and hopefully start game.
So, a 2-year program for you.
2-year program, yeah. Just
good, sensible approach, Colin. I'm getting told that the academy cars, I can see the academy cars are going out. Colin, thanks for having a little chat with us. Good luck for the rest of the day. Colin Cronin there. We're going to now head over to qualifying for the Ginetta GTA Academy. So let's hand over to Scott and Andy up in the control towers. Commentary towers, over to you.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, good stuff down in Parc Ferme. We'll be hearing more from Richard down there in about 20 minutes' time or so when the GT Academy qualifying session has been concluded. It's just getting underway now, their second qualifying session of the weekend, of course. And yes, today probably, I'd say GT Academy produced the best racing, actually, across the 3 categories. Certainly 2 races full of drama and incident. The first one, really, it all kicked off on the opening lap of the race, when 3 of the top 5 drivers on the grid all ended up off the road, or pointing the wrong way anyway, up at the banking in turn number 2 on lap 1. And that certainly shuffled the pack a little bit. Now Mike Taylor to pull clear out in front. Jamie Cordell ran second for much of the race. Jamie having had a big shunt in qualifying. The team did a great job to get that car back out there, the E3 Sport team, and they were rewarded with a podium finish. It looked for a while like it was going to be second place, but Gareth Thomas was able to overhaul Jamie Cordell in the closing stages. Championship leaders, or championship leading drivers anyway, James Nicholas ended up 5th place at the end of that race, and Harry Gamble, the points leader, only 11th after his spin. They both ended up off at the banking in separate incidents at the beginning of yesterday's race. There was also a spin at the start for Luke Shaw, who ended up recovering to 10th position. Then in race number 2, Mike Taylor was victorious again, but that time James Nicholas hunted him down in the closing stages. James didn't have a great first lap again, but at least managed to keep on the road. Had to fight his way back into second ahead of Gareth Thomas. Once he did that, though, he was able to then chase down Mike Taylor, who at one point was about 3.5–4 seconds up the road, and the winning margin was only 3.5 tenths. Another lap or so, and James might just have had a chance to steal the victory away. But as it was a double race victory yesterday for Mike Taylor, with James Nicholas at least salvaging some good points from the second one. And all of that means that overnight, the championship lead has changed again, with James Nicholas now moving back ahead of Harry Gamble. Those two have been trading the points lead through much of the first half of the season. But now James Nicholas leads once again by only a single solitary point. So 1 point in it before drop scores are applied between the top 2 drivers in the rookie class, which is essentially the overall championship, because they're the drivers that tend to populate the majority of the top 10 positions anyway. In the GT Academy class, it is Julian Watling. Now that was impeccable timing from our director, because this is exactly the man I was about to start talking about. Julian Watling, who leads the GT Academy class championship in car number 3, is 0 points ahead of Mark Elman. So they are tied for the championship lead at the moment, Julian Watling and Mark Elman. Mark Elman had a better first race than Julian Watling by quite some way. He was then able to finish second in race 2, with Julian Watling in third. Of course, it was Emma Tomlinson who claimed her first victory in that class in race number 2. So Julian Watling then for E3 Sport, claiming a share of the championship lead now, with Mark Elman closing in on him over the course of yesterday. So that just about sums up what happened yesterday. I think it says a lot, Scott, that it's taken me nearly a quarter of the qualifying session to explain everything that happened yesterday. It was an eventful pair of races, wasn't it?
I think eventful is an understatement, given everything that happened, particularly as you mentioned with the skirmish at the first lap, which not took out, but it kind of hindered 3 of the 4 top people in the rookie class, which was quite extraordinary, and it probably gave Mark Taylor a free pass to go ahead and take that victory. Not that he didn't earn it, of course, he was driving pretty hard, but his task was made easier by the fact that his rivals tripped over themselves, whilst he simply just drove through and took the victory, took both, of course. I think he was a little bit fortunate in race 2 to hold off James Nicholas, because James, as you say, really was charging when he was on coming through. He did also charge through back to 5th in race 1 as well, did James, and certainly proving exactly why they picked him as the scholarship winner, of course, the Palmer Sports scholarship winner. And remind everyone that in his first ever race weekend, his first qualifying session, stuck it on pole, his first ever race, won it. So there is genuine natural talent in James. He's certainly doing pretty well, and see what he can do in this qualifying session to try and get himself near the front row this time, and at least try and have a better start to the weekend than he did yesterday.
Indeed so. So, well, we'll see whether he's able to achieve that. He has always been very quick in the dry, arguably the quickest driver in the dry in the first part of the season. It was the wet conditions that usually hampered him, but he was very quick in qualifying yesterday in the wet. Now they're on a largely dry circuit. It should be a real return to form for him. Mark Elman, though, at the moment is fastest. So Mark Elman, who now has a share of that GT Academy Class Championship lead, has managed to set the fastest time early doors in the qualifying session. He is an enormous 49 1/1000ths of a second quicker than Luke Shaw, who is an even more enormous 14 thousandths of a second quicker than Ali Al-Jafari, except that all changes now. James Nicholas makes it all very boring by qualifying on pole position provisionally by 9/10ths of a second, but that's probably the first real benchmark lap time of the session, a 1:38.921 for James Nicholas, and we'll wait now to see whether the others can match it. Well, they can't just match it. Mike Taylor goes a second quicker than James Nicholas, with Gareth Thomas slotting onto the front row as well.
I thought James' that was impressive. Mike just gone and blitzed them all. Now Harry Gamble's moved out, and also One person we're going to point out having a good qualifying session, got even better. Ali Jafari goes up to second fastest. He's only 6/10 off Mike's time, so that's a pretty excellent job from Ali. He's really found some pace this weekend. This has been his personal best weekend. Had a bit of a tough start to the weekend with that incident that put him off in race 1. We had to pull up, but fought back well yesterday in race 2. And is certainly showing in the dry conditions. He's got the pace to keep up with the front runners, which is excellent. James now at the moment he's running pretty well. Jamie Call's another one. Now, remember in yesterday's qualifying session, his qualifying session ended as James Nicholas just twitches and drifts his way out of Peel Corner in front of us on camera. Jamie Call's qualifying session ended basically in the middle of a track with a damaged rear end on that car, but the E3 Sport team managed to raid the Ginetta parts bin, find a back end they need to fix it, fixed it, got through all the Foxman Jetsam with race 1 at the start and picked up an excellent podium finish. So he drove brilliant yesterday despite the incidents. It was credit to the effort that E3 Sport to get to repair that car, and now in the dry he's proving he can go even quicker. So Jamie Caldwell's impressive, so is Ali Jafari. Also wanted to point out initially Emma Tomlinson was as high as 7th at one point in this qualifying session, dropped back to 12th, but trying to live up to her excellent win yesterday in the GTA class, trying to follow up on it today.
Now James Nicholas back to the top of the times though. That was 2 purple sectors that time for James Nicholas, so by just under 0.2 of a second he goes quickest once again. We were following him for most of that lap. It looked like he was on a bit of a push, and he certainly was, but he has delivered a really quick lap time now, 37.6, and Mike Taylor, I should say, crosses the line not long after without improving. We've had a personal best in the first sector for both Caudle and Jafari, whilst Luke Shaw jumps up into 3rd position. He's then beaten by Mark Elman though. Mark Elman back onto the 2nd row of the grid, so really impressive stuff that from Elman. I do wonder though whether this will be one of those sessions where the lap times keep on tumbling down as the session goes on, because it is still a little damp out there in places, and certainly the drivers will be gaining in confidence, if nothing else, as the laps wind down. Emma Tomlinson, meanwhile, crosses the line, goes 13th quickest, but actually Amy Tomlinson now the quickest of the 2 Tomlinsons. She's got 10th place overall, but that's 2nd place within the GTA class.
There'll be some bragging rights between those two for certain. I think they're even following each other at the moment.
Yeah,
They've got Emma in front of Amy. So inversely, Emma's given Amy the toe that's given her the faster time, which that'll be interesting when they go back to the pit lane. But the two of them sort of circling when holding their own, of course. It's not just, if you see what I mean, they're not just here because their name's Tomlinson. They're certainly proven that they've got good pace underneath them and actually up there in the mid-pack, and they've qualified well within the ranks of the GTA class. They're currently 3rd and 5th in class respectively. I'd say though, this man, Mark Elman, is literally the class of the GTA class in terms of where he is. He's definitely even on kind of, well, it's the pace of the fast rookies that we've got in the field. And he's certainly working well, and that's going to be a bit of a nervy time for Julian Watton. Now, Paul Livesey's got up to 2nd place. He won the class in race 1 yesterday, and Amy Tomlinson 3rd. Julian Watling, though, who of course is now tied for the lead, as you mentioned, on points in the GTA class. That's a bit concerning for him because he's now down in 4th in class and quite far behind as Mike Taylor goes back to the top of the times again with his best time, 1:37.511. Julian Watling might be a bit concerned here because he had the measure in the first half of the season. He won the first 3 or 4 races in class, and then it was at Silverstone where the pendulum swung back in Mark Elman's favour, and since then he's been the man to beat pretty much in the GTA class, with the exception of the 2 races yesterday.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and he has, not only is he a lot further up the grid, but he's about 1.6 seconds quicker at the moment than anybody else within his class, and that anybody else now headed by Paul Livesey, who goes 2nd quickest, Amy Tomlinson 3rd, Julian Watling 4th. That changes though because Emma Tomlinson goes into the top 10 overall and steals 2nd place in class. There's also been an improvement further up for Jamie Caudle, whilst Harry Gamble has had 2 of his lap times disallowed. So Harry Gamble, who is, well, now only 14th because he's only actually had 1 legal flying lap. The man who lost the championship lead yesterday afternoon is not going to be happy if that's where he ends up at the end of the session. Now, okay, he's got 10.5 minutes to go in the session, but has he had the best of the tyres? Will he realistically now be able to challenge for pole position? Perhaps not. Gareth Thomas, though, might be able to, because Gareth Thomas in the blue and white number 77 car has gone fastest of anybody in Sector 1. Now, it must be pointed out that Mike Taylor, who is back to pole position, by the way, has also done a personal best in Sector 1. So we're following Taylor, but I think the car behind him is Gareth Thomas. Is that number 77? Yes, it is. So these are the 2 fastest drivers on track right now, and I reckon in the next 20 seconds, one of them is going to be on pole position. But who it is, we'll have to wait and see, Scott.
I think ironically he's getting a bit of a toe from Mike Taylor, as even a slight one as he comes in towards bus stop at the end of the lap. Let's see if he can improve on 1:37.446 as Nicholas has gone fast and he goes top. Thomas sets the time and lost his personal best, but he stays 3rd. So that was all due to the fact, I think, that James Nicholas is in the mix. Then Luke Shaw's gone to 4th. Now, one question I want to ask is why he didn't race in yesterday's. I Am I right as he didn't race in yesterday's second race? I don't think he did, because I think it was a car we were missing from yesterday.
No, I think you're thinking of Matt Shaw.
Yes. So that's it. Yeah. But the same surnames. I was bound to use that at least once. So Luke Shaw up there in 4th position. He's another one of the top rookies in the mix, so he's up there in 4th position. Mark Elman P5. Ali Jafari's still P6 though. He's doing a great effort. Again, he's having one of his best weekends to date in the championship. Really good so far in terms of pace. And also, as we talked about, Jamie Caller, Paul Thomas, who we talked about him very much, but he's up there in 8th position. Emma Thomas now 2nd in GTA, as you said. Julian Watley must have been listening to us because he's now up to 3rd and in 11th overall, so he's now 3rd in the class. Yeah, Mark Elman literally is just spread evening the rest of that GTA class field. Still 9 minutes to go, and still no sign of any rain, touch wood, so this circuit's just going to keep on getting faster and faster and drier as we continue to lap around this Anglesey International Circuit.
James Nicholas also getting faster and faster. He's got purple in sector 1. So James Nicholas there coming towards us, car number 24. Championship leader once again now, although he seems to be very early on the brakes there into the final corner, so maybe he'd had a mistake somewhere in the second sector and instead wants to try and set himself up perfectly to start his next lap. Yes, a 39.8, so he backed off on that one towards the end, but the Palmer Sport Scholarship winner, inch perfect within track limits there, out of turn number 1, gets the car over to the left into the banking, pitches into the bottom of the hill, and gets on that accelerator as early as he can. Accelerate up towards Church Corner then, this fearsomely quick right-hander. Car on rails though, look at the grip, look at the confidence that he's got. Meanwhile, Mike Taylor back to the top of the times now as well though. So Mike Taylor, whilst we were following James Nicholas, I hadn't pointed that out because his first sector wasn't anything to write home about, but he went fastest of anybody in sector 2, and that means that Mike Taylor now takes pole position back away, but Nicholas has gone fastest again in sector 1, and that was about 4/10 quicker than Mike Taylor went in sector 1 on that fastest lap. So if James Nicholas can hook together a good second half of the lap here, he's got a good chance of taking that pole position back away.
I mean, interestingly enough, Taylor's next first sector on this current lap is his personal best, but it's still about 3 or 4 tenths slower than what currently James Nicholas is managing. So this is going to be possibly the lap if he can hook it up. Neatly out of the corkscrew. Now he makes his way down towards the hairpin, down Baton Price straight. So just behind him that was Gareth Thomas just behind him. He's still 3rd. He's on a personal best also. So essentially all the top 3 currently on at the moment set to set their fastest time. Which one of them ends up on the top of the times with 7 minutes to go remains to be seen. How late does James Nicholas brake this time? That's much more akin to what you would do into the bus stop this time. He certainly was lining up for that push lap. Out of bus stop he comes. Now he's got 1:37.326 to beat. He does 1:37.164. James Nicholas back to the top of the times with a very fine effort. It wasn't a personal best second sector though, so he got all that time in the first sector, all the confidence through turn 1, through the banking and through Church Corner, which has been a corner which has had varying levels of confidence for drivers, but Nicholas certainly doing quite well. Rest of the times coming across, and no improvements in sectors 2 either for Taylor or Thomas. They don't improve their times, and they stay 2nd and 3rd. So once again, with 6.5 minutes to go, Nicholas is the man to beat at the top of the times.
So ironically, it was the first sector, the much shorter first sector, that made all the difference there then really, with James Nicholas going quickest of anybody in that sector. Now, what of Harry Gamble? Well, Harry's been in the pit lane for the last few minutes. He's just rejoined the circuit now, and will shortly, in fact, as I speak, come across the line to start a flying lap. So I think Gamble might be the next one we need to focus on, because he, remember, is 2nd place in the championship. The black and white Elite Motorsport car, just heading towards the banking, is only 15th on the grid at the moment. So whilst James Nicholas, Mike Taylor and Gareth Thomas have been trading lap times at the top of the timing sheet, Harry Gamble yet to put a meaningful lap on the board.
So he could be the one certainly to keep an eye on, as you say. And here he is, car 23 in white and black, one of the Elite Motorsport run GT Academy cars. Now the key thing is, what's his first sector going to turn up? He's got about 32.9, 33.0 to make in order to be towards the front. And Gamble's first sector, as he comes towards the top of it, looks as though it is a 33.4. So it's not a terrible first sector, but it's not an amazing one either. It's about roughly half a second off that kind of pace that James Nicholas was set to set his fastest time. And in fact, actually, I think has Nicholas gone faster again on that last lap, because it was 1:37. No, it was 1:37.589. I think the gap's still about 0.2 of a second between himself and Mike Taylor. Here comes Harry Gamble down towards the corkscrew. If it was the coastal circuit, they'd turn left and then right down. It's kind of Laguna Seca-esque kind of dip down towards the bottom of the circuit, back towards bus stop. But they take the long international road down the Tom Price Straight, back towards the hairpin, and again breaking a straight line. Turn through 180 degrees. Power nice and early to run the second short shoot down towards the bus stop. We'll see what his second sector turns up, whether or not this car is stronger in sector 2 for Harry. Down on the brakes. Down a few gears, back through the bus stop once more. So let's see what his first proper, I guess, meaningful time with the ball produces. Cross the line he goes, and he puts him 6th. But he's some 8/10 off pole from James Nicholas, so he's kind of got some time left, but he's going to have to get on with this. 4.5 minutes to go. It's not that long to really make a proper impact on the top 6.
Well, like I said earlier on, all of his early laps where he had track limits misdemeanours, that would have been when the tyres were at their absolute best, and now he's been in the pit lane. Yes, they'll have let the pressures down slightly, but they won't be quite as grippy as they were right at the very start of the session. Improvement, by the way, for Jamie Cordle. Jamie Cordle has just gone 4th place, and there, look, on the right, as Jamie Cordle goes through target corner, there was a very slow car. I didn't spot the number, but that car's just been off at the final corner and then sort of trundled along down the pit straight. So we'll try and get an ID on that car in a moment or two. It was the sort of burgundy and white car.
Well, he's just behind Jamie Cordle. Oh, there it is. That is 12. Paul Thomas.
Paul Thomas, yes. So he is going quite slow. Now, he's been off the road, but I'm not entirely sure why he went off the road and whether this mechanical issue that he seems to have was the cause or the effect of that off-track excursion. And he's going very slowly through Church Corner and staying well out of the racing line. That, of course, has massively hampered the beginning of the lap for Jamie Cordle and a couple of others as well, so not likely to see an improvement this time around. There is Paul Thomas's car, and there is nothing evidently wrong with it. Quite clearly there is something wrong with it, but it's not something obvious. When it's not something obvious, 9 times out of 10, Scott, I'd say it's something electronic, and that can be a team's worst nightmare.
Either that or potentially, well, it's still got drive, so I was about to say drive shaft, but if it didn't have drive, it wouldn't be going up the hill of its own accord, would it? So, and it's just in front of James Nicholas, who is trying to go quicker, and, excuse me, also Emma Tomlinson, who is still 2nd in GTA class, by the way, still 11th up there, and they say only 1.5 seconds off the fastest time. It's a good effort to put herself 2nd in the mix. And we see the 21 car. This is Luke Shaw, currently in 5th position. Let's see if he can improve on a good first sector. Mark Elman's also on an out lap, so he's been in the pits and come back out again. Still currently 7th and on GTA class pole. Let's see, Luke Shaw comes up. He set a personal best first sector. This could be a good lap for Luke as he comes up towards and out of Rocket Complex. But on board now with Luke Shaw there. So in towards Rocket in and Rocket out, so he's on good pace here. And let's see, he's only got to give himself a couple more spots on the grid at least. 2 or 3 tenths to find. He can get himself amongst possibly either Gareth Thomas or Jamie Cordle. Through Pill Corner. It's twitching and sliding around. It's still a little bit damp and greasy out there. I think I might have spoiled a bit of his lap there too much. A little bit too much twitching and oversteering for that car. It's not totally comfortable. Of course, they don't have so much aero grip. It's all more mechanical rather than anything that the front wing or the front splitter or rear wing will produce. Now under brakes, stamps on that brake pedal down through the gears from 4th all the way down to almost 1st gear. And again, turn 180 degrees, back on the power once more, use all the curb on the exit. And we'll see what the 2nd sector produces. No one else at the top 10 at the moment is setting any more personal best, but drivers such as Paul Livesley and Amy Tomlinson are on their personal best too, as is also the 44 of Hodgson as well. Across the line comes Luke Shaw. Can he improve his time at all? The answer is no, he can't. And lost time in that 2nd sector. I think he was, again, just sliding around a little bit too much up at Peel, which lost him all the time he needed.
Yes, it did. Now, Harry Gamble also not improving concerningly. He's only 7th quickest at the moment, 6th of the rookies, but 7th overall. So I'm not sure why, because Harry was pretty quick yesterday in the wet, and we've seen him go quickly in the dry before. Meanwhile, Luke Shaw, just as we jumped out of his onboard camera, has been off by the looks of it coming through the banking. That's a radiator full of grass that he's got from Splitter, has hooked up a load of grass, and unfortunately that's going to be his session done now, isn't it? He'll limp back to the pit lane, going slowly just in case A, he's damaged the car, but B, because he doesn't want to overheat the engine. The grill actually doesn't look all that full of grass, but you won't know that, of course. So tore back in. We've also had Mike Taylor into the pit lane, so his session is over now with 35 seconds left on the clock. Checkered flag, as you can see, being readied. As long as you cross the line before that flag goes out, you are then permitted to finish a lap time that you have started. So in theory, still a couple of minutes of qualifying to go. So they're getting Nicholas through with time for 1 more lap of the exit. 38.1, so about a second away from his pole position time. And it's important to keep pushing even if you can't beat the pole position time, because again, those 2nd fastest lap times give you the grid position for race 2, and also 20-minute qualifying session, then 20-minute races later on, because they've been limited on drive running. A lot of the rubber will have been washed off the track after all of the rain that we've had recently. So actually, even if you just keep pounding around for 20 minutes just to do a bit of a race simulation, not a bad idea.
You can always learn something, whatever lap it is, whether it's speed speed through a corner or a braking point or a turning point, etc. Every lap's always an education. You always learn something from whatever run you're doing. Mike Taylor's been in the pit lane for the last couple of minutes. I think he's realised his session is done and dusted. He's relatively comfortable with the front row start alongside James Nicholas. There's Jamie Cordell going down the Tom Price straight. Good effort from him to have a much better end to this qualifying session than it was yesterday. Less work for E3 Sport to do this time, which I'm sure they'll be thankful for. So he's end the session again. Their efforts to get that car repaired again rewarded with a P4, so that's not too bad for Jamie. Good effort from them. There's no one else. No, everyone else seems to be the backdrop and just again using his lap to learn something or explore something. The checkered flag is out, as you can see. It looks as though, I think, no one else is going to win in the first sector, so it looks to me, I think we've got just about provisionally a grid set for race 1 and for race 2, of course, because second fastest times will set the grid for the second race later this afternoon. And it looks as though James Nicholas, the man himself, the Palmer Sports Scholarship winner, the man who continues to impress in his first literal rookie season of racing, only his 8th or 9th car race has got under his belt, and crosses the line to complete his final flying lap, and that was a 37.5, so still near his pace. Whoa, and that was Emma Tomlinson with giving us a spectacular end to her session. That was looping it round at the bus stop, patiently waits for a gap in the traffic to get going again. I think she realised she was third in class and 12th overall. She was so excited she lost it at the final corner. But checkered flag, and she wants to try and repeat her success from yesterday, starting from the 6th row of the grid, and it's hopefully she can do the business and get the job done. But that man there has gone through, Mark Ellman, who is by far and away the best GTA class winner. He will start from P6, but as we say, impressive times from everyone at the front. Everyone you almost expect to be up towards the front in the first 7 or 8 spots. And a solid effort from James Nicholas to give him another pole position this season.
Yes, it does. So the qualifying session done then, and James Nicholas back to the top again. So much the same story really as in Janetta Juniors, with the same driver netting pole position for both races today as it was yesterday, because I'm fairly certain James Nicholas had 2 lap times good enough for pole position. We'll wait and see, actually, because he and Mike Taylor were trading that pole position quite a lot. But we'll see exactly how it all ends up when the official results are posted. For what it's worth, actually, the Ginetta Junior grids should now be released. Yes, they are. And yes, it was Ethan Jeff Hall from Chase Fernandez from Marcus Sater for race 2 there as well. So I suspect we'll see a similar sort of story here for GT Academy. But certainly the first race will be headed by James Nicholas, with Mike Taylor and Gareth Thomas completing the top 3. Jimmy Cordell and Luke Shaw were next, ahead of Mark Ellman, with Harry Campbell, Ali Al-Jafari, Julian Montling and Paul Thomas completing the top 10. Peter Thompson was 11th, despite that. No, he wasn't when he went off, Paul Thomas went off. Peter Thompson had a little trouble run to 11th. Emma Tomlinson did have an off. I think stopped her qualifying 12th, third within class, ahead of Paul Lindsay, and Amy Tomlinson 14th. 15th for Ben Cook, then Phil McGarty, Lucy Hodgson, Harry Cook, and Gilbert Verdian, the 19 runners. Now, we've gained someone from yesterday, Scott, and my memory isn't good enough. I was never good at spot the difference. We're trying to look at the results from yesterday. Tell you what, we'll figure this out whilst Richard has a chat with the podium drivers. Maybe they can tell us who the extra driver is that's joining in today, but certainly we can head down now and chat with our pole sitter along with Richard.
On to James Nicholas, takes pole position again and is going to be looking to get on that top step of the podium. The Palmer Sport man. Remember the story from yesterday, a guy who won the Palmer Sport Scholarship. Let's go and grab a word with our pole man. I'm not even going to say left it late on, but it was a very well. He wants pictures. I'm going to move away. This is what it's all about. You see the pictures. I'm going to move right out of the way, and we've got James Roberts taking the pictures. There we go. Well done, James. Good to see you. Happy Sunday.
Yeah, happy Sunday. It's nicer than yesterday.
It is nice, yeah, but there's little spits and spots in the air. Didn't faze you yesterday. I've got to say, I forgot to mention on interview yesterday, the move you pulled into the bus stop. I think it's the only overtake I saw into there yesterday, into the last
really?
corner.
Is that right?
Yeah, splendid move. Talk us through that. Can you remember that now?
Yeah, it was against Gamble, so I did a little feint on the hairpin, so I just compromised the line, and then I got a bit of run out. And I thought, yeah, I knew Taylor was pulling away, so I knew I had to make the move soon. Obviously, I didn't catch him, but I nearly did. But yeah, it's a good move. I was happy with it. Harry played fair, so fair play to Harry.
Yeah, we don't see too many though, so it was a nice standout for us.
Oh, great. Yeah, no, thanks. I didn't know that, so that's good to hear.
Nice one, James. That'll put you off doing it again because you say, "Oh, I'm not supposed to do it there." But we go. But anyway, going back to qualifying, obviously Mike had the upper hand in the early stage. About midway through the session, you banged in the fastest lap and stayed there. So was that optimum time for the car and tyres and yourself?
I think I had a little bit more in the car. I had a bit of traffic. I think Mike went out first. He got a bit of a clear run. I had a few laps compromised, I think. Bit of traffic, but yeah, the car felt good. Rain was, I think it's called psychological rain, is that what you call it? So it wasn't doing anything on the track. But yeah, it's a good qualifying session, so I'm really pleased.
So does that put you on the right side of the track or the left side of the track, and more importantly, correct or incorrect for the start for you?
I'm left again, so I was poled both times yesterday, and both times I lost in the first two bends. So I'm in the same place again. I mean, I've got experience now, so maybe I can use yesterday as a bit of a benchmark to what not to do. So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, every race is different, so we'll see.
Weather-wise, are you one of the drivers who has an app and looks at what's coming in and how you're going to approach the race?
Yeah. I'm always monitoring the weather. I think it's supposed to be dry. So, but to be fair, yesterday was wet. I enjoyed it. So, rain or shine, bring it on.
Nice one. Good luck, James. Congratulations on pole position. James Nicholas there. What a great story he is, getting involved in racing through the scholarship. I see we've got the GT cars on track, so going into their session, the great news is they're the third group in the third lot of formally in the group. So basically it means when we close out them later on, we'll be able to do a proper full podium interviews with those guys. I was going to try and catch up with Mark Ellman here, but I don't think sadly we've got time. He was pole in the GTA category. Anyway, wish all the drivers well. Look forward to seeing them on track for their race a little bit later on. But in the meantime, let's go back to Andy and Scott for a look at the next category.
And that next category is the Pro Time Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, the last remaining category that we haven't seen out on track, and those cars are now being released out onto the circuit then for their second qualifying session of the weekend. And this may be the smallest grid that we've got racing with us this weekend, but that doesn't mean that the races yesterday were uneventful. Far from it. The first race, well, both races were in fact won by that man there, who is in no hurry to head out onto the track, Mackenzie Douglas. Such is his confidence after yesterday, and who can blame him, really? He won race 1 by 7.5 seconds, he won race 2 by 12.8 seconds, although was assisted by the fact that two of his sort of real pursuers in that race, Luke and Conor Garlick, both unfortunately met an early demise in that race for unrelated reasons. Conor Garlick was really good second, I think, wasn't he, at the time, had a mechanical failure that saw him pull off the top end of the circuit, and then Luke Garlick also in a podium position. Luke did coming out of turn number 9 at the top of the corkscrew, hit the barriers, did quite a bit of damage to his Zentek Motorsport car, and he therefore also didn't finish that second race. And in the first race, neither of the Garlicks really showed all that much performance, so it wasn't a good day to be a Garlick yesterday. It was a great day though to be Mackenzie Douglas. Mackenzie Douglas claiming victory both times means he's extended his championship lead now within the pro class to 71 points over Luke Garlick in second and Conor Garlick in third. But of course, needless to say, that non-finish for the pair of Garlicks yesterday will count as dropped scores, whereas Mackenzie Douglas, looking at his drop scores, I'm pretty sure it's 3 races that they drop. Well, he's got a lowest score of 26. He's finished, he's scored that twice. That's third place, 2 third place finishes, his worst finishes of the year. That's 52 points straight away. His next worst would be a second place finish at Silverstone. So 86 points, I reckon. Sorry, 82 points, I should say, I think he's dropping, which is quite a lot of points to be dropping, really, and will inevitably bring the Garlicks back into contention. Within the AM class, meanwhile, Nick White was also in dominant form yesterday. He claimed a double race victory in the AM class, and he's now 139 points clear of Matt Shaw. But Matt Shaw, who we just saw briefly on the screen a moment ago, didn't race for mystery reasons in race 2 yesterday, having finished second in class in race 1, didn't make it out onto the track for race number 2. That will count as one of his drop scores, so he is dropping just 1 championship point, Matt Shaw, whereas Nick White, a bit similar really to Mackenzie Douglas, has never been off the podium. In fact, Nick White has never finished worse than second in class, so he's going to be dropping a lot of points.
A lot.
90 odd points I think he's going to be dropping. Bear in mind he's 139 points ahead of Matt Shaw, who will drop just 1 point, Scott Woodwis, and that tightens things up quite nicely.
It does. forgive me for asking the question, remind me, how many scores do they drop?
I think it's 3.
3,
I think
okay.
it's 3.
So if he's dropping essentially 30 points plus 35 plus 35, so that's, I think 100 points he's dropping.
I think
at
it
the
is,
moment.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
very
He's
interesting.
139 ahead.
Yeah, so essentially, realistically, he's only 39 points on drop scores,
Yes.
which is quite intriguing, depending on how others drop their scores on top of that as well. It's interesting, though, looking at the session, obviously reading that out, keeping an eye on what's going on around. So everyone is out on track at the moment, except Mackenzie Douglas, who is still in the pit lane for reasons, I don't know, maybe he's just casually taking his time, or if it's something a bit more concerning. Either way, that car still with the door open, and if I'm honest, Fox Motorsport don't look as though they're in a hurry to get that car out, if I look at things, unless he feels as though he's got a good enough car to leave. He could just go out, shoot in a lap, and they might put him on pole position, who knows. But the Garlicks are also in the pit lane for quite a while, as was also Callum Noble, but they've also gone back and gone out, started setting a couple of bank laps to get going. But that is quite intriguing how, I think it might have to be a question if, I don't think we should get down there now, but in terms of figuring out why Mackenzie Douglas is taking so long to get back out on track. We've had now, well, a fifth of the session already, 4 minutes have gone out of the 20, still nothing left for him, and they're not overly doing anything too urgently to that car, just standing next to it with the door open, and well, nothing's happening, which is unusual.
You've got to remember, these cars run on slick tyres, unlike the GT Academy cars, for example. They're on a semi-slick, so a slick racing tyre will have an operating window that it is at its very best in, and that probably is only 3 laps maybe around a circuit like this. A driver of Mackenzie Douglas's ability would expect to be extracting the performance from those tyres pretty much instantly. So, you know, he might feel that he only needs half a session to set a good lap time, and maybe better to go out there halfway through when everyone else is coming into the pit lane to make some setup adjustments or tyre pressure adjustments maybe, and whilst the track is quieter, head out, although he proved it wrong now by heading out at a very strange time, really, because it's just as everybody else is starting to begin flying laps. But anyway, he's back out on track, and it will take him probably another 5 minutes before he's got the tyres up to temperature, and then he can really start to push.
Another thought could be he's allowed his rivals to put down each 2 or 3 laps worth of rubber onto the circuit to give him a much more grippier track to get the most out of his tyres when he starts pushing. So there's a bit of strategy, a bit of gameplay involved there potentially, but he is out on track. He's just making his way out of Church Corner now. So I'm sure the cameras will pick him up in a second. We're looking at the Garlicks on track at the moment. We've got Connor ahead of Luke. You can always tell them apart. It's quite simple in colours. Connor's car is predominantly white, Luke's car is predominantly black. There is Connor leading Luke around at the moment in that sort of inter-Garlick battle. Luke is quicker than Connor by about 7/10 of a second. So there's still time to find plenty of time in the session to do so. You see again that beautiful shot of the cars going up the hill towards Rocket and that wonderful backdrop. I don't know of another circuit, particularly at least in the UK, or at least in Europe, that has a backdrop as picturesque as that, which is absolutely gorgeous.
It's been described before, hasn't it, as the Phillip Island of the United Kingdom. Phillip Island, of course,
That's a good shout.
not a local circuit to us, it must be said. Can't be any less local, really, than Australia, but yeah, very different kind of racetrack, but very similar setting right over the Irish Sea we overlook with the Welsh Mountains in the distance, but I think sometimes we take that for granted, you know, especially someone like me. I've spent a lot of time here at the Anglesey Circuit over the years. This is my second most local track probably, and forget sometimes how lucky we are to spend a weekend at the seaside, sort of, and enjoying motor racing, and always really good motor racing as well. It's a good track for racing, particularly in the dry. That's why I think we're in for a really entertaining second day of the Ginetta G-Fest here on the Sunday. Right, the Garlicks come across the line. They're one of their early benchmarks. Connor goes second, Luke Garlick goes fourth. So decent lap times, but the fact that Nick White is currently fastest should tell you that we haven't yet seen the best from the pros. That is absolutely nothing against Nick White, who, as we've seen already this season, is capable of taking the fight to some of the pros. But we would expect in the end some of the pro drivers maybe to get a little bit closer to him, if not faster than him altogether. But Nick White is at the moment your pace setter, and to try and perhaps net another overall pole position as he had at Donington. Nick White was on pole position.
Yeah, you're right, he did have a overall pole position.
It was Donington or Silverstone, I think it was Donington. We'll check the history books and remind ourselves of that. But anyway, he's had an outright pole position this year, and Nick White makes his way up towards Rocket, aiming for another, and well, helping his chances by going fastest of anybody in the first sector on this lap. And Nick White is 3/10 up on Conor Garlick, and on course perhaps for his second pole position, his first one, of course, as we all knew, coming at Donington Park in race 1. Thank you, Richard. Glad one of us did our research ahead of the weekend. So, yes, Nick White then, having taken that pole position at Donington. Could he get another one here at Anglesey? I wouldn't know. There, meanwhile, is Matt Shaw. So Matt Shaw is out in this qualifying session. I have no idea why Matt Shaw didn't go out for the second race. I don't know whether Richard has heard anything from him. No, he hasn't. So maybe try and ask him if we get time after the session.
Yeah,
figure out.
Worth an interview in the session to catch him and see what happened.
Yeah, so that was a strange one, wasn't it, that he didn't get out in that second race. But anyway, he's out in qualifying this morning. He's about to complete a lap time just behind Nick White, who has lost pole position to Luke Garlick. So Luke Garlick now to the top of the time, Scott, with a 1:31.8, so by a tenth and a bit now, quicker than Nick White, with Conor Garlick in third. Here comes Mackenzie Douglas across the line. He's still not really up to speed, is he? Well, not at all up to speed, actually. 10 and a bit seconds off the pace. We know that he will go quicker than that.
I think the nice thing to see is that the Garlicks have woken up a bit more. They were faster in race 2, at least in picked their way towards the front before they had their own troubles. But good to see at least them are dry at the moment. The Garlicks are much more comfortable in these much drier, grippier conditions. We see both of them make their way out to the Rocket Complex and back towards Peel. So Conor Garlick's got 4/10 to find on this man. And Luke's got a little bit of clear air. That's been a corner I've noticed there that's been causing drivers to twitch, move around a lot. The exit of Peel looks like that's probably one of the corners which is one of the last to properly, fully dry out, to give up more grip compared to some of the other ones. People have more confidence in some corners like Church or down here at the Tom Price Straight or anything else. But no, it's through Peel. More than often, more cars have been twitching out of that corner and sliding around than others on the circuit in these still slightly damp and greasy conditions, but it's constantly getting drier and drier with every lap and with every minute we go.
It is indeed, and Conor Garlick benefiting from that. He's gone fastest of anybody in Sector 1 and might be about to steal pole position from his brother here. Across the line he goes, no, by 5, well, it was 5 thousandths of a second. He was slower than Luke Garlick, but Luke went quicker again in the end with a personal best in the first sector. So Luke Garlick behind has now gone quicker by 2/10 of a second than Conor Garlick. The two Garlicks in beautiful isolation here. No one else around them as they make their way through the banking. Notice the back of Luke's car sort of matches the back of Callum's car now. I think they've robbed a bit of Callum's spare bodywork maybe to stick on the back of the number 71 car there. The white bodywork replacing the damaged bit of the car from his off yesterday. Riding on board then with Callum Noble as he heads out of Church Corner. And he's just had a lap time disallowed, has Callum Noble. So Callum Noble then 7th quickest at the moment, 4th of the AM drivers. The AM class still headed by Nick White. He's now only actually 4 and a bit tenths clear of the second place man in that class, James Taylor. Now, James Taylor was looking pretty racy yesterday, wasn't he? Managed to get himself second place in class in race number 2, and at the moment, the second fastest AM driver in this session as well.
Whilst that's going on, I'm still a bit mystified as to why Mackenzie Douglas is still bottom of the times and 3.3 seconds off, which is interesting. It's not the Mackenzie Douglas we're used to seeing, unless he's just steadily building up, or unless he's, dare I say, he's kind of playing with us a little bit, kind of very slowly but surely kind of building up the pace, and all of a sudden right at the depth just snatches pole by 7/10 or something. We'll have to wait and see. But Mackenzie is setting personal best. I mean, his first sector on this one at the moment is 31.3, and that's his personal best, and it's faster than anyone else. I think he's finally got a couple of bank laps in to get the tyres up to temperature, find the grip levels. Now he's starting to push a little bit more and see if he can get a bit quicker. Here comes Callum Noble. He does improve on that lap, but stays 7th. So he goes on to a 1:33.124. Here's the man to watch though, Mackenzie Douglas. Personal best in the first sector, and he's currently at the moment faster than anyone else on the circuit. So, is the championship leader about to go into pole position in this qualifying session this morning? The answer is, of course he is. By 2/10 of a second, he now dips onto a 1:31.417. So, he was just playing with us, a couple of banker laps, and then straight to business.
Well, and I also think that the big thing is that his tyres are now up to temperature. Bear in mind, it took the rest of them 10 minutes to get to a point where they were setting these sort of lap times. So it takes a while to get the tyres up to full working temperature. He's perhaps got there a little bit more quickly than they have, as you might expect from the championship leader, and may yet be able to go even faster. The Fox Motorsport driver then, heading up the hill, is now going faster again in Sector 1, faster than anybody else has been in that first sector, and this should be a really quick lap. Then hooks the curb nicely on Rocket in, and then heads into Rocket out as well. Again, look at that, inch perfect over the curb on the inside, doesn't do track limits on the exit of the corner, and now heads into Peel, which, as Scott quite rightly said, is a tricky part of the circuit. Look over a crest, the car goes light on corner exit, very easy to understeer wide or get a snap of oversteer as you're on the throttle, neither of which happens to Mackenzie Douglas as his car is on absolute rails now, heading down the Tom Price straight and towards the hairpin on the international loop. Is he about to move the goalposts again then and go even quicker than he went earlier on? He's already 2/10 to the good over Luke Garlick, who's not improving at the moment, nor is Conor Garlick a further 2/10 back in third. Nick White, the AMP-class pole sitter, a tenth of a minute back and forth in the pit lane, actually. The only driver not circulating on track right now. Mackenzie Douglas definitely is. He comes out of the final corner, comes across the timing line and improves his time again. Admittedly only slightly, a tenth and a half further gained. 1 minute 31.246 is now his lap time to beat. But Mackenzie Douglas, Scott Ludwig going faster again. And this is ominous for the rest of them. He only needed half a qualifying session, less than that even really, and already to the top of the times.
Finished 12 seconds ahead in the dry and racing yesterday. How quick is he going to be in the wet yesterday? How quick is he going to be today in the dry? I think that is rather, I think the word is ominous for that kind of pace that he's showing at the moment. There's Nick White in fourth position. Looked very strong in the wet yesterday and was able to really put himself in the mix, battling for the position, particularly that scrap he had with Harry Mangan over second place in race number 1. That was quite entertaining to watch all the way through. Despite Nick White's best efforts, Harry did hold on to take that second place, but Nick was very feisty to keep up his attack on that side. No personal best in terms of first sector, but again, he's still lapping quicker than anyone else. The next nearest fastest driver in sector 1 on their current map is Luke Garlick, but he's still about a tenth and a bit off his pace. Everyone else is at least 3 or 4 tenths slow on their current laps at the moment. The only person going faster in terms of any sense of his lap is Harry Mangan. Personal best first sector at the moment. He's currently sat in 6th, but he's got 1.2 seconds to find to get forwards. James Taylor, meanwhile, has had a lap time disallowed for track limits. That's probably his most recent lap. I don't think it affects where he is in terms of laps and position. He stays in 5th place. So it hasn't been the fastest lap from Mackenzie Douglas. See if he has a mega second sector to improve. If he doesn't, it's still quite a consistent time, 1:31.361. So it's only about a tenth off. So you can definitely say he's off the pace, not just in speed, but you've got the consistency in this dry qualifying session too to make these laps really count.
And what that means is he's got pole position now for both races as well, because that's 2 lap times good enough for pole position.
Yes.
So that was why that was quite a significant lap. So he's got consistency, he's got clearly pace over the rest of the field, and he should now have pole position netted for both races. Now, here is a driver I thought we might have seen more of in this session, Harry Mangan, exiting the final corner. He's the slowest of the pro drivers right now, and yet Harry looked really, really racy yesterday, didn't he? He managed to get a second place finish in race 1, second in class in race 2, albeit further down the order overall than he would have liked to have been. But even so, Harry Mangan now really not on terms with the other pro drivers, is he? Conor Garlick is the next best pro driver, and his lap time is about 3/4 of a second quicker than Harry Mangan has managed so far. Harry improved in the first sector on that most recent lap, but for whatever reason, just not able to hook it all together at the moment. And with 4 and a bit minutes to go, under the thumb a bit here is Harry Mangan if he wants to be a contender again today.
Running out of time, isn't he? There's only 4 minutes to go, and that was a bit of a wayward entry into Rocket as well. He had to almost take 2 bites of the cherry to get the first part of the apex, but his current lap at the moment, it's not a personal best. He's on a 31.6 at the moment, so he's not quite the quickest. Let's see if this trouble corner peel gets him a bit twitchy. It sort of does. It was relatively planted through peel corner. Had to take, again, a couple of bites of the apex just to get the corner in, so he's not maybe got exactly the same confidence in this car as he might have done, ironically, in the wet conditions on a full wet tyre. It's down towards the hairpin off the Tom Price straight. He almost looks as though he's maybe backed off a little bit in this lap to try and set himself up for a quicker one. As that's happening, we've got Mackenzie Douglas and Luke Garlick, and also as well Peter Mangan. So Harry's father Peter, who at one point they had a bit of it, because Harry had a spin yesterday in the second race, and then one of his easiest passes he made was his father Peter just moving out of the way to let him through. We almost had an inter-family battle, but unfortunately he decided to put the kibosh on that pretty quickly. I think that was possibly a bit of a setup lap for Harry, because he looks like he backed off a little bit into the Tom Price straight and then into the banking, hairpin braking zone. And towards the banking he goes. Let's see if he can try and improve his time this time by a nice neat exit out of the banking towards Church Corner. Let's see how fast it looks here. Pretty much on rails as it should be. Now, he's used to the curve on the X, not running too wide, goes up the back straight, school straight, flat out right-handed kink. Takes him back towards the top of the hill. Let's see what this first sector looks like. and it is a 31.6. And again, he's not quite near the same sort of pace. It doesn't seem as though, ironically, as I said, he's not quite as comfortable pace-wise in the dry conditions as he was in the wet. So that's going to be a telltale sign. Maybe his race pace might be a bit stronger, but we'll have to wait and see. That's interesting. Mackenzie Douglas had a lap time disallowed for track limits. Now, whether or not that's a lap which affects whether he gets pole for race 1 or 2, you're shaking your head, which confirms that it should be one of his other kind of banker laps in the background.
It was his in lap.
His in lap, yeah. Right. That's fortuitous and lucky.
It was indeed. There he is in the pit lane. Nick White, by the way, just set a personal best in the first sector, but also did not improve his lap time. I think everyone's sort of just running out of tyre now, really, in the second part of the session. Fox Motorsport here making a few tyre pressure adjustments, but I don't think they're going to send that car back out. There's no real need to. He's got the 2 pole positions in the bag, and I don't even think he's still in the car. No, he's not. Mackenzie Douglas has got out of that car now, I'm pretty sure, and is in the garage somewhere, so they're definitely not going to send him out for the remainder of the session. Nick White sliding his way through Rocket out. He's still very much pushing on. He's got still just under half a second in hand over James Taylor for the AM class pole position, if you like. 4th place overall they're battling over. But James Taylor hasn't been able to set a quicker lap time so far. White a bit wide over the curb, but carries good speed onto the international loop. Heads for the hairpin, nose dips down aggressively as he hits the brakes, turns in early, hooks up the apex, try to get that car rotated, just lift off the throttle mid-corner, get it rotating, and then on the power again on corner exit towards the final corner. Now, he's not improved in the first sector on this lap, has Nick White. Turns into the bus stop then, over the crest of the hill, uses a bit of curb on corner exit, and no, a 32.295, 0.3 of a second or so away from his previous best. So, and he's now backing off, so we're basically done. We've got 30 seconds left in the session, but I don't see anybody else improving, really. It's unfortunately one of those sessions that's sort of ebbed away, hasn't it, in excitement levels towards the end. Here we go, Matt Shaw, that looked exciting. He was all over the curb coming out of Church Corner, and at least somebody is still pushing on. He's not going to push in the first sector, but he's still pushing, and that makes it something entertaining to watch for the final few seconds of the session.
You lulled me into a false sense of security, Mickey, and tell me nothing was happening, and all of a sudden, camera shoots to Matt Shaw using all the curb and a little bit more. It's quite if I may say, quite a summary-looking livery on that car, isn't it, number 33, with the Ibiza Racing Squad. I wonder where that idea was conceived. Answers on a postcard. But it's down towards Corkscrew he goes. And Matt Shaw, not improving on this lap. It's simply pushed another bank just to kind of complete the session. As he heads down towards it. I noticed that the Ibiza Racing logos are also one of the Tomlinson cars. I think Emma Tomlinson's car is one of the same logos too. I think that could be a mystery for Richard John Neal to figure out. What is Ibiza Racing and how is it conceived, and I've got no idea possibly where it was conceived or what's inspired it, but and in fact Matt Shaw has decided he's not going to complete the lap, he's going to go through. And also I think both Mackenzie Douglas and Harry Mann have gone back out again right in the session for reasons I'm not quite sure why, just to kind of, I don't know, shake something down like a setup change or something, I'm not sure, but I noticed that both the cars just went trundling down the back straight up towards Rocket, and they're kind of, here they are. But why they've gone back out again is kind of a mystery, where the checker flags come out already.
Scrubbing tyres,
maybe?
Maybe. I didn't see whether they changed tyres on these cars in the pit lane. They were there long enough that they could have done, but I'm not entirely sure, because they're not going very quickly either, are they? So they could be scrubbing tyres, but whatever it is, they have sent them back around again, perhaps just because it's an easier way to get them back into Parc Ferme than just simply being sat in the pit lane.
That could be it, probably.
They probably do have to go to Parc Ferme,
yeah,
don't they?
So probably send them through and say, right, go on, go around and off you go. That's probably what it is. Either that, or it possibly was a good old heat cycle just to get the tyres nicely sort of, say, scrubbed and sorted out. And I think the same idea has been had by Callum Noble, I think, because he's also going up towards, I think there's Callum Noble, heading his way up towards the Rocket Complex as well. So I think that simply is not cars trying to go out and do another lap, it's simply just then getting back round to Parc Ferme by the looks of it. Well, they'll be greeted shortly by Richard John Neal, who'll be able to have a chat to them. I think we said to have a chat with Matt Shaw about why he missed race 2 yesterday. But I'd be intrigued to talk to Harry Mann as well, see why he thinks the pace is missing from yesterday in the wet. As I said, good pace in the wet, but the dry's fallen off a little bit. I'm not quite sure 100% why. But in the end, even though he kept us waiting for a few minutes, Mackenzie Douglas does go to the top of the times, and unsurprisingly, he's cleared by quite a few tenths.
Indeed so, nearly 4/10 his advantage over Luke and Connor Garlick, second and third respectively, hoping for a better day than they had yesterday. Nick White is fastest of the AM drivers in fourth, ahead of James Taylor fifth, Harry Mangan sixth, Matt Shaw seventh, Callum Noble eighth, and Peter Mangan in ninth position. But yeah, quite a few stories to dig out. We've got plenty of time to dig them out as well, because our next on-track racing action anyway is not till 11:40, and that is for the Janetta Junior Championship for their first race of the day. Got, well, in theory, an hour and a half. I wonder whether they might bring that forward a little bit, or bring you news on any updated schedule as and when, if and when we get it. But certainly that is, we've got a bit of time before the juniors head out onto the track on what is still a dry track. This sunshine that Scott promised me earlier on still hasn't yet shown itself, but we'll maintain hope. It is only 10:10 in the morning. There's a long way to go yet in this second day of the Ginetta G-Fest at the hugely picturesque Anglesey International Circuit. And the sea is looking not calm as such. There are a few boats bobbing along in the Irish Sea off in the distance, but better day to be sat watching motor racing certainly than it was yesterday, and I suspect the same is true for sailing as well. So, Richard John Neal almost ready hopefully to have a chat with some drivers down in Parc Fermé. And a reminder that, as I said, Janetta Junior's GT Academy and the Pro Time Motorsport Janetta GT Championship will all have a race to come later on today. 2 races to come later on today, one before lunch, one after lunch, with that track session that's due to kick off in just a few minutes' time, filling the gap in between. Right then, let's head down to Parc Fermé then, where Richard John Neal has got plenty of time to chat with some Janetta GT Championship drivers.
Well, that qualifying session sets us up nicely for 2 more great races today, with Mackenzie Douglas leaving it late to join track, as we heard Andy and Scott saying. Let's go and see if we can find out what the issue was. If there was an issue, well, there was a little bit of gamesmanship. Mackenzie, Scrubber, we meet again. Congratulations. You were late to the party then. Were you just evaluating what the others were doing or sorting the car out?
Yeah, I think we were waiting for the track to kind of quicken up a bit, grip up a bit. I think that was our plan from this morning. I know the track conditions weren't perfect, so waited that extra little bit, and I think that helped us.
Prefer wet or dry?
Definitely wet, but I think dry could do us well today.
Should be all right. Anything? I think there was talk of track limits on one of yours, so we think double pole, but we're waiting to see which lap it was.
I'm not too sure. I don't think I did track limits, but we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, no, happy team did a mega job, so focus on race 1 now.
I said to the juniors, it can make a big sort of dent in the championship, the fact that this is a double header. You normally get 3 races, but you've got that extra race this weekend. If you're in a groove and running well, that could give you a nice run into the second half of the championship.
Yeah, I think the championship's definitely on our mind now. Obviously, Anglesey for us is the most important weekend with 4 races. So far it's gone to plan. Just need to keep the momentum going.
Okay, we look forward to seeing what you can do in the race. Well done on pole position. We'll catch you a little bit later on, Mackenzie. Well done. Let's have a word with Nick, our amateur class. We meet again. Yeah. This is a nice habit to have, isn't it, when you get to know drivers over the course of the weekend and indeed the season. But another faultless run.
Yeah, it's a good effort. Made a little bit of mistake on my window. We had about, I reckon, 2-3 laps on those brand new tyres where you got your ultimate pace. Just made a couple of little mistakes, which unfortunately put me back a little bit than where I wanted to be. But we got the AM pole, which is #1 goal, and we're only on 2nd row, so it's not all bad.
How much of a different track is it, wet to dry out there?
Do you know what? It's not a huge difference because it's so abrasive that in the rain you're only slightly coming offline, maybe for braking points and a couple of corners where you'd be offline. But it's probably one of the closest circuits wet to dry that I've been on, I should think.
And obviously looking to gun another way. It's a shame now that the opportunity to do 100% perfect class wins is gone, isn't it? But you want to be as close to that as possible by the end of the year.
Yeah, we'll keep going, right? Yeah, maybe I should have had more Weetabix on that first round at Alton. But
the second driver to mention Weetabix. Really? They did in the juniors as well.
Yeah, it must be a thing. But yeah, we'll see if we can keep going.
Okay, good luck, Nick. Thanks. Well done on pole position. Let's grab a quick look around. I'm going to interrupt here conversation with Peter Mangan because we haven't had a quick chat. Sorry to interrupt. Peter, lovely to see you again. And you've obviously not been round. I've not been round the Janetta paddock for a while, but great to see you here. How are things going for you this season and this weekend?
Going great. I mean, it was a late deal for us for Harry, my son, and I to get out in the same series. So it was an opportunity I didn't want to pass up, frankly. So. I'm getting older and slower, so not too many opportunities to be on the same piece of tarmac as my son. Depressingly, he's much quicker than me, but there you go.
We were here a couple of weekends ago at Anglesey with the BRSEC, and a lot of father and son combinations racing. It's a lovely thing to be able to spend time with your son doing what you both enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't come, if you're a petrol head, it doesn't come better than this, frankly. So yeah, we're enjoying it. We missed Alton. We started at Silverstone. Did Donington, so this is only our third meeting, but we'll do the rest of the season, enjoying it thoroughly.
That's great to hear. I hope you enjoyed. How's the track today for you, by the way?
A lot better than yesterday. So neither of us have been here until Friday, ever. So it's been a baptism of fire. So we've now driven it in all circumstances and all visibilities or lack thereof. But I like it. It's really, really technical circuit. It's fast. You're busy all the time. So tiring for an old boy like me, but great fun.
Did you get the sunshine views on test day?
We did some, yes. Yeah, so it's a beautiful place to be, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Great to talk to you, Peter. Lovely to see you again. Peter Madgen, thanks, mate. Good luck for the racing as well. Peter, we wanted to get the story on the Garlick brothers, so I wanted to see... let's do Luke Garlick, who's next up. Where's Luke? Let's get him over here. Good to see Luke. Good to see you. Pole position early on in that one, but obviously Mackenzie had other stories. So a good start. What was the story yesterday, though?
The worst I've ever driven, if I'm honest, unfortunately. Just bad from the set off, and then just got worse and worse. But it's a new round today, different story, hopefully a different version of me that's going to be better. Starting on P2 now instead of P6, so we'll see what we can do.
If you can learn from days like that, that's half the battle, isn't it?
Definitely. I went back to where we were staying last night, just reflecting on everything, realised my mistakes, and just want to come back stronger and faster.
P2 is stronger and faster, isn't it?
Exactly. It's already started on the good foot.
So look to build on that. And how much fraternal rivalry is there with Connor?
Not much really, but we're the same team, so we're always going to be close. We're brothers as well, so it's always going to be close on and off the track. So it is what it is, and we'll stay close no matter what.
And you can be magnanimous because you beat him in quali.
Absolutely.
I'm going to grab a word with Connor as well. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Luke, Connor, let's grab a quick word. I haven't spoken to you for a good long time. He's just telling his team. Good to see you. Good to see you too. And a difficult day for you guys yesterday, just saying to your brother, but he said that you went back, reflected on it, and you've come back, and you got P3, so P2 and P3 from the two brothers, who have given us some great entertainment in the Ginetta Championship so far this year.
Yeah, shame we couldn't do it yesterday. Luke unfortunately had an incident. I had a drive shaft break. Hopefully today we have a bit better luck.
I hope so. P3, winnable from there, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. We'll see how we can go from there and hopefully grab a win if we can.
Nice one. Good luck with that. I'm going to grab Matt Shaw, actually, very, very quickly if I can. Matt, sorry not to see you yesterday. What was the story yesterday in race 2?
The gearbox went in race 1, actually, on the first lap, so it limped home after that. But, yeah, it wasn't able to compete in race 2, unfortunately.
But podium territory for the GTA class, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's not so bad. So, yeah, we'll see how we go.
Okay, we're getting cleared out. Thanks for chatting to us, Matt. I hope the gearbox manages to stay. Let's move out of the way of the cars coming out of pit lane. We got a few more interviews than the previous one, so that's really good news. Let's go back to the commentary box in just a moment and have a little bit of reflection on qualifying and a look forward to the rest of the day's action here as we head into our morning break prior to racing. We'll be back down here in the paddock a little bit later on with a few more features for you, but in the meantime, back to Scott Woodwis and Andy McEwen.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, good to hear there from the drivers, particularly Matt Shaw, who clears up that issue then that he had yesterday, the gearbox problem that he had that took him out of race number 2 and actually made him very lucky to finish in the first race as well. But yes, we now have a bit of a lull as far as racing action is concerned. There is a track session that's going to be going on very shortly, during which I believe some very lucky people are going to be taken out on some hot laps in the Ginetta G56 safety car. I did attempt to put my name on the list of fortunate passengers, but that request seemed to be ignored, so I'll be watching instead from the comfort of the commentary box. But yes, that will be taking us through the next bit of time. We don't really know when that's starting. It was due to start at 10:30, and it looks like they're going to wait until 10:30 to actually start the session. So because we were running ahead of time from the qualifying sessions, we've got a little bit of extra time now before the track session begins, and then after that we have the Janetta Junior Championships second race of the weekend, which does now look like it will be kicking off at about 11:40. The Ginetta GT Academy at 12:15, and the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship at 12:50. And from the qualifying sessions we've had already this morning, Scott, I think we're in for a pretty entertaining day of racing, and you know, a couple of those championships, particularly within Academy, balanced on a knife edge at the moment, aren't they? So yeah, I think we're in for an entertaining afternoon.
Yesterday showed us who's strong in the wet. Today will remind us who's strong in the dry. That's going to be quite interesting if there's a contrast or if there's any particular similarities. I mean, the universal constant seems to be in Mackenzie Douglas. Doesn't matter if it's wet or dry, whatever circuit it is, he's going to stick it on pole and, in many cases, run away with the front of the field pretty easily. Where it's a little more complex, as you say, is within both Academy and Juniors, where there's a little bit more competition, a little bit more closer bunch between the front few runners. It's going to be very interesting to see. Of course, Ethan Jeff Hall and Marcus Sater took the victories yesterday, and they're both part of that kind of front group of people in the mix. I think the interesting new element into the Juniors is going to be this today, at least, Chase Fernandez, starting on the front row of the grid for race 1, and wherever he'll be for race 2. I think those information has been released, so I'll have a very quick look. So for at least the grid for race, well, the grid for, in terms of the qualifying times, he was second in his fastest time, put him second fastest, and he's second fastest again. So he'll start both races from the front row of the grid alongside his teammate, and they'll also have Marcus Sater as backup as well. So our racing are very much in the plum seats at the front of the Janetta Junior ranks. As for GT Academy, I think James Nicholas versus Mike Taylor, that's usually quite a tasty battle, as we saw almost yesterday at the end of race number 2. So doing it from the front row of the grid again together will be quite intriguing few minutes once they get underway in that race. But quite a few good battles set up in all different classes amongst everything else. And I think it could be, and again, as it was yesterday, at the very least, just as entertaining as it was in yesterday's wet, if not possibly even more entertaining in the dry.
I think you're probably right, and yeah, those championship battles, like you said, really twisting a little bit yesterday, and closing things up quite nicely coming into day number 2. Of course, the Ginetta Championships will all have plenty more racing to do after this weekend. For all of them, they will be at Snetterton in August, then they head to Donington Park in September, and it all finishes at Brands Hatch at the end of the year on the Grand Prix circuit. Of course, the juniors have an extra round on the Silverstone National Circuit, which is alongside TCR UK and all of the usual support races as well. And so yes, the calendar, a busy one, still plenty of races to go, but it's never too early to start looking at championship standings, that's for sure. Right then, whilst we're waiting for some more on-track action, let's remind ourselves, shall we, of some of the action that we enjoyed yesterday afternoon, courtesy of the Ginetta GT Academy. Well, the weather conditions yesterday were quite different from today. Still overcast, but an awful lot wetter as race number 1 got underway, and got underway in dramatic fashion. It was James Nicholas who started from pole position. Mike Taylor went round the outside of him through turn number 1, and as they headed for the banking, Nicholas took too much speed and went on the grass. He wasn't the only one. Luke Shaw tipped into a spin, as was the points leader Harry Gamble, who ended up pointing the wrong way in the middle of the pack and hemorrhaging positions. Ali Al-Jafari was involved in all of that and picked up some steering damage. He was off at the next corner and eventually limped back to the pit lane to retire. Within the GTA class, Julian Wadling had picked his way through that quite nicely, but in the end started to lose some places. Whilst gaining places was Gareth Thomas picking his way through the order, first into third, and then getting himself ahead of Jamie Cordwell, whose car had been repaired after that accident in qualifying, and moved to second place early on after he picked his way through the skirmishes at turn number 2. Thomas, though, having got into second place, simply couldn't do anything about Mike Taylor, who had already pulled a substantial margin. Further back, though, the bulk of the action in the second half of the race focused around James Nicholas as he tried to salvage something from what had begun as a very disappointing race. He was carving his way through the order and eventually made it as high as 5th place overall, which was 4th in class. The race, though, was won by Mike Taylor, and that was a significant win because with Nicholas and Gamble not scoring particularly well, it closed Mike Taylor back in the championship hunt. Then came the second race, where it was a repeat of race 1 as far as Nicholas versus Taylor on the front row. This time they made contact before he even got to turn number 1, and partly because of that perhaps it was Nicholas who held on to the lead through that first corner. However, he wouldn't stay there for long, as once again, the banking proved to be his nemesis. He drifted out wide, Taylor got up the inside, there was more door banging on the run down towards Church Corner in what was a very, very aggressive battle for the lead. Taylor slipped through eventually on the inside line and really never looked back, pulling out once again into a comfortable lead. Harry Gamble got through into second place as well, and initially did his best to go after Mike Taylor, but once Taylor settled into his rhythm, it looked as though he was going to have a pretty easy time of it. Gamble instead was left to battle with his championship rival James Nicholas. James Nicholas eventually slipping up the inside into second position, and that was significant because it meant that James reclaimed the championship lead by a solitary point over Harry Gamble at that stage in the race. Meanwhile, Jamie Caudle was battling away with Luke Shaw. Jamie once again had gained some positions early on in race number 2, was then having to defend those positions through the second half of the race, whilst in the GTA class, Mark Elman was on course for another good result, getting past Julian Wandling early on, and by the end of the race those two would be tied for the championship lead in the GTA category. Harry Gamble eventually was overtaken by James Nicholas, and James then set off after Mike Taylor, and it looked as though he might be able to do something about the race 1 leader. Left in his wake a battle, a very entertaining battle for third position. Harry Gamble and Gareth Thomas were absolutely nose to tail, and at times side by side, with Gareth Thomas going to the outside of Gamble into the final corner on a couple of occasions, but it took him a while to find a way through. Eventually he managed to break through the defences of the erstwhile championship leader, and Harry Gamble ended up slipping down to fourth position. Ali Al-Jafari had a spin coming out of the final corner, from which he was able to recover but lost a handful of positions, which was a shame because he showed some really strong pace throughout the pair of races yesterday, and has continued to do so into the races here, into the qualifying session here this morning. Gareth Thomas, meanwhile, eventually broke past Harry Gamble with a nice move into Peel Corner, whilst out in front, James Nicholas caught Mike Taylor on the final lap of the race, but ultimately just ran out of time to find a way through. He threw everything at it through the final corner, even taking to the grass to try and get the run to the line, but it was Mike Taylor who hung on to a double race victory. So, Scott, good stuff from the GT Academy yesterday. Mike Taylor with a double race victory, but James Nicholas, if you'd have told him halfway around the first lap of race 1 that he'd be leading the championship at the end of the day, he would have been very grateful for that, I think.
Yeah, he probably called you a liar, I think, as well at the same time, given where he was. But yeah, just proving that again, whether it's in the wet or the dry, I think Palmer Sports certainly made the right choice when it came to picking the scholarship winner. And he is certainly making plenty of progress in what could be as a start of a great career, possibly as an AM driver in the GT ranks if he does decide to go that route. And also we should give us a shout out as well in that second race again, Emma Tomlinson, her first GTA class win. That was an excellent effort for her on genuine pace to keep Mark Elman at bay behind, and Julian Wantley did manage to salvage something from that race and pick up third place in the mix as well. So good stuff from Emma Tomlinson, and congratulations to her also. So GT Academy is going to be, again, 2 interesting spectacles when we do get underway for them later on this afternoon. And, of course, more coming up, set to be in the case of the Janetta Juniors, but it's got another competitive field, and also GT Championship, where I'm certain the likes of Luke and Connor Garlick and Harry Mangan and co are going to try and make sure that Mackenzie Douglas doesn't try and run away and take 2 more race victories, which were rather dominant. And as I mentioned earlier on in qualifying, if a 12-second win in race number 2 is what he can manage in the wet, goodness knows what he might manage in the dry, which is quite intriguing.
Yeah, indeed so, yes. So the Ginetta GT Academy, one of the highlights of the day yesterday, and as I said, looking forward to their races again later on today. We also had action, of course, twice over yesterday from the Janetta GT Championship, the Pro Tyre Motorsport Janetta GT Championship, and we can take a look back at some of that action from yesterday right now. So it was Mackenzie Douglas who was the talk of the town yesterday, qualifying on pole position for both races, and, spoiler alert, winning both races at an absolute canter. There was, though, some good action going on behind him. Nick White was overtaken by Harry Mangan for second place early doors in race number 1. Harry Mangan finding some real pace in one of a handful of Raceway Motorsport prepared cars on the grid this year. Nick Nick White was keeping him honest, though, it must be said. Nick White continuing to impress massively in 2024, just as he did in GT Academy over the last couple of seasons. He moved up into the GT Championship himself this year and is already troubling some of the much more experienced pro drivers. The big mystery in race 1, though, really, was the apparent lack of pace for both Connor and Luke Garlick, who had shown good performance in the wet earlier on in the year, but for whatever reason, Anglesey proving to be their kryptonite. They just could not figure out a way of getting a bit more pace out of those cars that qualified poorly, and then just struggled to overtake in the first of the 2 races. Really, though, was the theme of the 2 Pro Time Motorsport Janetta GT Championship races yesterday. Very close racing, but ultimately difficult to make a pass, especially when the person you're trying to overtake is Matt Shaw, who on several occasions this year has proven a very difficult man to overtake, and he continued that trend again in race number 1, keeping the Garlicks at bay in very treacherous conditions. Nick White tried and tried and tried to find a way past Harry Mangion, eventually getting to the inside at turn 1. That looked like it might just work. He wasn't quite able to make the move stick on the way into the corner, and then found himself on the outside looking in, heading into the banking. That, in theory, could have been the quicker way through the corner, but Mangion was able to get his elbows out and keep Nick White behind. Nick was, in the end, forced to get inventive by rattling up the inside of Harry Mangion's car into Peel Corner, but still, Harry able to hang on. It was Mackenzie Douglas, though, who took a comfortable race victory, 7.5 seconds in the end. His winning margin in race 1 over Mangion, second, with Nick White in third, claiming the win in the AM class. Then came race number 2, which again saw the Mackenzie Douglas car starting on the front row, this time though the outside of row 1, and Nick White did actually get the lead from him in the opening exchanges, making the most of that inside line through the first couple of corners. Luke Garlick then came up to challenge Mackenzie Douglas for second position. The Garlicks both making a much better start in race 2, and they would, at least until the end of the race, be a factor. In the end, though, Nick White would relinquish the race lead. He ran a little bit wide out of the banking, in much of the same way, really, that James Nicholas had done in the earlier GT Academy race, and lost the lead to Mackenzie Douglas. Harry Mangion had a spin at the banking. That meant that he was then on the fight-back trail for the rest of the race, whilst Callum Noble was engaging in an entertaining battle with James Taylor for what would become an outright podium finish. Now, how did it become a fight for an outright podium finish, I hear you ask? Well, that was because of the demise of the Garlicks. Luke Garlick was running in second place for much of the race, with Connor Garlick in fourth, struggling to find a way past the AM class leader Nick White. Sadly, though, neither of the Garlicks would be running at the checkered flag, and that was a shame because they looked a lot more competitive in race 2 than they had in the first race earlier on in the day. Connor Garlick did his best to find a way up and ahead of Nick White, who once again was taking the fight to the pro drivers, as he's perfectly entitled to do. He was already on course for a comfortable class victory, but wanted to keep Connor Garlick at bay if he could. Eventually, though, again, he slipped right out of the banking, and Connor Garlick was able to slip through into third position. Nick, in fairness, didn't go down without a fight, kept on hunting around behind the new third place man, but just wasn't quite able to find a way through. Harry Mangion overtook his dad on his recovery drive up through the order after that spin early on, but would only recover in the end to 5th position overall, whilst Callum Noble continued to battle on. Then it all started to go wrong. Luke Garlick had a spin coming down into turn number 9. Now from that one, he was able to recover, but that corner would come back to bite him again later on in the race. Connor Garlick, meanwhile, his race came to an end when he suffered a mechanical failure coming out of Rocket. He had to pull over to the side of the road. His body language getting out of the car told the story. He was furious to have lost a chance for a decent result. It was, though, Mackenzie Douglas who claimed the race victory once again, this time by 12.8 seconds over Nick White second and James Taylor third, with Luke Garlick in the end finishing his race in the barriers coming out of turn number 9. So the Pro Time Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, Scott, yesterday, dominant performance by Mackenzie Douglas. Do we expect anything different today? I mean, based on that qualifying performance, the answer is probably no.
Yeah, probably not. He seems to be just as quick as he was, as I said just now, in the dry, rather than alongside what he was in the wet. So that'll be intriguing to see if he can keep that pace up. He's been pretty much the dominant man to beat all season, so I wouldn't have expected anything less. And he was even saying to Richard in the Part Ferme interviews that he was simply just waiting for the track to grip up a little bit and let people put in 2 or 3 laps worth of rubber onto the circuit, so that he could then make the most of the tyres that he had underneath him to put some quick laps in. He managed to put those on that's where he needed to nail it in those first couple of 2 or 3 laps in order to get those quick times. He managed to absolutely nail it and get the time in there, which essentially is giving him pole for both sessions, which is a good say. So Mackenzie will certainly be on the pace. The Garlics, of course, are quite determined to put yesterday to bed. Of course, having not had that much pace throughout race 1, and then having both retired from race 2, they certainly have tried to put yesterday's demons, yesterday's misfortunes to bed, and certainly they are going the right way about it. If they can impress in the dry as they have done throughout the season in earlier rounds throughout the year, they are certainly going to be a force. I'm also going to be intrigued to see how Nick White gets on as well, because Nick was again another incredibly strong in those wet conditions. In the dry, might have lost a tiny bit of pace, but he's still certainly up there, and it might cause enough headaches in the initial stages of both starts if you can get a good couple of positions in the first few corners to be able to get up there and fight in that sense. Again, it's not the biggest grid that we have this weekend, but it's no less competitive. It certainly shows that, at least for when Mackenzie Douglas is running away out the front, battle for second and third places downwards usually is quite frenetic and quite entertaining, to say the least, when you watch it on screen.
Certainly is. It's a great car to drive as well, that Ginetta G56, isn't it? So I'm hopeful we'll get more and more drivers interested in competing in that championship in the near future. Perhaps through the rest of 2024 we'll get a few more of them out onto the grid. Right, the one category that we haven't taken a look back at yet from yesterday is the always exciting Janetta Junior Championship. We will momentarily be able to take a look back at some of the action from that race yesterday. That was a pair of entertaining races, wasn't it, from the Ginetta Juniors yesterday? And again, Scott, I think the Juniors today are going to be one of the real highlights. Dry weather Ginetta Junior racing is, in my opinion, always better than wet weather junior racing, because they do rely on that slipstream, that pack racing that we often see. And Anglesey, as we see with most categories similar to that, is made for that, isn't it? That long run up the school straight into Rocket always produces good racing, and I think the juniors on their first dry race ever at this track are going to put on a show.
It'll give them more confidence, it'll give them more license to push, as they like to do in that sense. So they certainly will, I think, drive a lot harder, and therefore it might be a little more frenetic in a good way. They'll be able to really mix it amongst each other and make a good go of it. So that will be certainly quite entertaining to watch. And we know, of course, there are some. It's a particularly competitive field this year. Of course, with plenty of, especially with the R Racing trio at the front. In fact, actually, Alfie Slater got 4th fastest in the second classification, so it's going to be an R Racing 1, 2, 3, 4 at the front of the grid. So it really is going to be the pound seat for them at the front of the grid in the first 2 rows. So we'll be keeping an eye on them, and the likes of Elite Motorsport and Prep Tech and Fox Motorsport have got to go slightly back to the drawing board and try and push a little bit better in the qualifying session. Go back to the data, see if they can go a little bit quicker and find some pace, and just see how it works out. But in the moment, it seems as though R Racing have got the advantage, and they'll be hoping they'll make it continue.
They will indeed, and that's been a nip and tuck battle all season long, really, between those two teams in the Ginetta Junior Championships. Two teams that are sort of synonymous these days with Ginetta Racing. Elite Motorsport always have been, I suppose, R Racing over recent years, starting to really nurture some young talent, which they've then taken on into their GT racing programme. So yes, the racing later on today is certainly going to be worth looking forward to. Right now, though, some lucky Ginetta staff members being given an opportunity to take a look around the Anglesey International Circuit, and they have the added benefit of having an Alpha Live onboard camera stuck in their face, which I'm sure they're really grateful for, but we'll capture all of their reactions as they hopefully pick up a bit more speed than this on this track session that has just got underway. It's not a time session, it doesn't count towards anything, it's just an opportunity really for the Ginetta staff as a reward for all of their hard work to head out onto the circuit, get a look at one of the most picturesque locations in British motor racing. So, the Ginetta G56 safety car, which by all accounts is a bit of an animal to drive, but a rewarding car when you figure out the best way to drive it. Makes its way round as well. We haven't seen too much of that. In fact, am I right in saying we haven't had I realise I shouldn't be saying this, I'm touching wood as I say it. I don't think we've seen a safety car yet this weekend, have we? We, of course, can see it now, but we haven't seen it in a live race at any point, which is pretty impressive, actually, given the tricky weather conditions that we had to deal with yesterday. But lovely noise it makes as well as it accelerates onto the Tom Price straight. Ginetta Ginetta staff members being given a guided tour of the cockpit as well of the Ginetta G56 safety car as it trundles along down the Tom Price Straight and towards the hairpin. Led rather confusingly by a Mazda MX-5 and a Honda Civic. I'm not entirely sure what the relevance of that is, but anyway, they are, I'm fairly certain, going to pick up a bit of speed at some point and show us exactly what that Ginetta can do. So, heading towards the last corner. Good opportunity as well for us to probably take a look at what the track conditions are like, because they are definitely still, it's not fully dry, is it? It's just still taking a while for the track to properly dry out. And it's not really inhibiting grip levels, I don't think, massively, but I think we will see them go quicker later on today. But it's strange, it's not that windy today, apparently, and so perhaps means that that last bit of moisture just not being blown away from the surface of the track just yet. So, I'm not sure who that is driving the safety car. I think it's Mike Simpson, but I'm not 100% sure. If it is, then that's really nice to see Mike Simpson. Oh, it's Adam Pett, apparently. It did look like Mike Simpson, though. So, but we're being told it's not. Anyway, whoever it is taking the Ginetta staff members around the track. And for now, very much still taking a cautious pace. We will shortly, I think, get a chance to hear from some people down in the pit lane. I can see Richard John Neal is down there chatting to people in the Anglesey pit lane, and hopefully very shortly we'll be able to do so on camera and give us some of the stories maybe from the pit lane after the morning's qualifying sessions. As again, we jump on board and you can see it's fairly cosy in there, isn't it? It's not the kind of car you would take your family on a long weekend away in, is it, the Janetta G56? If you're going on your own and you had some nice country lanes to enjoy, then I can see it being the car of choice. But it is the great thing about Ginetta, they do make proper old-fashioned sports cars, don't they? Oh, there we go. That's more like it. Kicking the tail out up through Rocket. But yeah, they do make proper sports cars. They're not, you know, they are performance machines. And that's why they make such great racing cars, and the racing car's not a million miles away really in specification from the road going examples either. Although I don't think most of them come with the lights on the back like that. I'm just being given some information. It is Mike Simpson driving the car. Adam Petts is the passenger of the Ginetta safety car. So it is Mike Simpson giving him the tour around. And I believe we might have a few other Ginetta team members having the opportunity to sit alongside Mike Simpson as well. Looking very calm. I don't think they'd be looking quite that calm if they were running at full race speed, I have to say. So now the hairpin, are they going to come into the pit lane this time? There are marshals waiting expectantly at the end of pit lane for them, as if they might be heading in at the end of this lap. And if they do, we'll perhaps get a chance to hear from Adam when he gets out of the car in a moment or two. So into the pit lane they come. Now, what we think is happening is that this is being run like a track day. So basically, if you've ever done a track day, I actually haven't, but if you've ever done a track day, then you do 2 slow sighting laps behind a safety car, then you're brought into the pit lane, and then you're sent back on your way. So I think that's what's going to happen. And we will get those cars out at a little bit more speed before too much longer. So into the pit lane they come, and momentarily, hopefully, we'll see exactly what that G56 can do at full tilt. and putting a bit more rubber down on the track maybe for the drivers later on. Right, we are now getting it out of the pit lane. That's more like it. Mike Simpson really able to let the Ginetta G56 loose now, and accelerates off towards the banky into the right-hander. And you'll see now really the attitude of this car. It is very similar really to that of the Janetta GT Championship cars. They are not that far away from the road-going G56. They've got some slick tyres onto it and put a bit more aero. That is about it really. So he accelerates off out of Church Corner. And now you can see the exhilaration on the face of Adam Pepps in the passenger seat as he climbs the hill towards Rocket. Getting thrown around in the braking zone, and this is something you don't really appreciate. Often we have onboard cameras. I had this discussion with Joe Osborne actually at Spa at the weekend. Often onboard cameras are pointed away from the driver, obviously trying to show us what they can see out of the windscreen. It's nice sometimes to look back at the driver, and in this case passenger, because you really get an idea for the G-forces that they are put under, and just how much they get thrown around in the car. Look at that, really lurching forward on the brakes into Peel Corner. Into the corkscrew, that is, and then accelerating away up towards the hairpin. You can actually hear that car from out of the commentary box window there as it was accelerating down that back straight. Makes its way sideways out of the hairpin and down towards the final corner. Let's listen. Lovely noise that it makes turning into the final turn and sliding into view out of the final corner. Now I really am wishing that I'd signed myself up for a passenger ride. This looks like an awful lot of fun. And joined by Master MX-5, but the Ginetta very much the focal point here as Mike Simpson pedals it around the hairpin once again. Getting more and more leery with every corner as he gains in confidence out on track. Picture there showing the external and internal view as he makes his way off Church Corner and up the School Straight. So nice that we get these track sessions to really showcase exactly what Ginettas are capable of, not only their racing cars but their road-going counterparts. Because Ginetta is one of those brands really that I think is a little bit of a hidden gem, really. I think it's fair to say motorsport fans in the UK will all be familiar with them. But if you're simply a car enthusiast, you might not know an awful lot about Ginetta. But it's a great opportunity to give them the spotlight at their own event and to showcase the raw performance of their latest road-going offering. Mike Simpson then heads for the pit lane and will deposit one passenger, pick up a new one presumably, and that was fantastic to see the reaction there on the face of this is someone who works with Ginetta as well, so knows a little bit probably about circuit racing or car performance, but to actually get to experience it firsthand like that is something else entirely. So into the pit lane it heads. Richard John Neal, I think, is going to try and have a word with the passenger, and we can head down to Richard now in the Anglesey pit lane.
Well, here we go. We're going to grab a quick word with Adam. We'll let you get your crash on. Blake's going in now. That sounded great. We'll get the reaction in just a moment. Well, there's a grin on Adam's face, which says quite a lot. So we'll get the crash. Do you need a hand? Are you okay there? I always struggle after a car race or something like that, to be honest, and particularly when you've maybe got a little bit of adrenaline. Adam, how was that?
Oh, it was good. It was fantastic, yeah. Rapid.
Has Simo driven you around in anything before?
No, that's the first time I've ever been out in anything, so yeah, it was good.
What was your... And he's not sort of holding back, is he? He's putting on a little bit of a show for you.
We're sideways everywhere, I think.
What's your role in Ginetta, by the way?
So I am like the head of car build, so anything new that leaves the factory, yeah, just sort of manage that side of it really, but still hands-on as well, so I still get to build them and stuff.
Did you see that particular car out of the door?
What's that, sorry?
Did you see that particular car out of the door?
No, I actually wasn't involved in that one. I'm more involved like the GTA, GTP side of things, not the road car stuff, but it's fairly similar to others, but it's a good car though, it's fast.
New respect for Mike now?
Oh, big time, yeah.
What about the circuit? I mean, I was going to do a track walk this morning, but we didn't quite have enough time to do it, which was a shame, but gives you a new perspective, I guess.
Oh yeah, I've never been here before. It's a lot longer than I expected, to be fair. It's a quick circuit too. A couple of slow turns, a blind hairpin up the top, but great track, yeah.
Nice one. Glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for having a little natter with us. We'll see you a bit later on. So that's our first driver reaction. We've actually got Lewis getting ready to go out as well. Should we have a quick word? Apprehensive now after that?
No, looking forward to it.
What's your role at Ginetta, by the way, Lewis?
Car build. So I work with Matt Adam.
So what projects are you working on at the moment?
GTAs and GT Pros mainly.
And obviously enjoy it. It's a great company, isn't it? I've been lucky enough to be working with Ginetta probably 15 years now in the sort of commentary or PR side or whatever we do, but it's a great group of people, isn't it, as a whole?
Yeah, it's fantastic. We build some good stuff, and you know, we get to go out and see him race and make sure everyone's having a good time. So yeah, it's fantastic.
And has Mike been teasing you about how he's going to behave out there, or is the noise enough?
Mike's always teasing us, and all we ever see is pictures of Mike sideways. So yeah, it should be good. Should be good.
Nice. Well, I hope you enjoy the run. Thanks for having a chat. We'll chat to you afterwards. We'll get a little bit of reaction. That's our first couple of passenger rides in the Ginetta safety car with Mike Simpson, head of motorsport development at Ginetta, at the wheel. I've got to say, I'm feeling a little bit jealous about missing out on a ride round. I have had a go in a passenger ride in a Ginetta before. Actually, at Silverstone, I was about to recount the story to our colleagues from Alpha Live, which was I think it was Fergus Walkinshaw back in the day as Mike blasts past the pit lane once again. And the scary thing was we were on track and it was an open test session and a car spun across the front of us. You see it in racing so much, and I remember Fergus just flooring it and aiming for the car that was spinning across the track. Scariest thing as a passenger ever, but the fact was he did what he'd been taught, aimed for the car that was spinning, and of course it spun away off the track. That was my recollection of that. Fantastic thing. The most embarrassing thing, getting out of the car. I can never get out of a race car, but that's another matter. Hopefully we won't have cameras on that sort of thing today. We'll hand you back upstairs and be back with you in a few moments to get a reaction from our second passenger.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, we've got the Ginetta going back around again with its second incumbent now, with Mike Simpson at the wheel and showing them a good time as he heads up to the Rocket Complex and giving it plenty of opposite lock as he puts the foot down. And the reaction from the passenger seat says it all. As you can see, Mike is working away at the wheel. Mike Simpson, who has been part of Ginetta now for a little while, first as a driver, and of course now he is essentially, he is their head of motorsport now. He stood down as a factory driver to essentially lead the motorsport division at Ginetta. If you look at his record before then, Mike has certainly been quite impressive, particularly when it comes to being in his racing career. He has started over 100 races, won 16 of them, and he has done some pretty good results in the mix as well. His most recent outing was back in 2023 when he did a few races at the wheel of a Ginetta in GT4. Picked up 2 fastest laps. But in terms of other accolades that Mike has managed to pick up, he's also had some decent results in the likes of the V2V Championship and Asian Le Mans Series. On top of that, he's been quite regular in the 24-hour series and so. And he's just brought, of course, the Ginetta back into pit lane. And we're going to head back down to Richard John Neal to see what that second passenger thought of that run.
Let's grab a quick word with Blake, who got the crash helmet. It looks a little bit more composed, I've got to say, than Adam did getting out first time. So maybe this is something he's done before.
This is where I fumble.
And again, yeah, do you know what I was saying on the first one? I can never ever get the things undone. Do you need a hand there? You're nearly there. You're nearly there with it. It's the worst thing, isn't it, if you're at a kart track trying to get the thing undone and away. So, car's off on another run. He won't light the tyres up till the end, but he will do. So, Howard, talk us through that run.
Yeah, it was good. Got a little bit sideways, a bit of fun really. It's just a lot of grip. You don't expect it when it slips to still have that grip on, but yeah, it's good.
Is Mike talking to you as he goes round? Because is there a headset in that one?
There's no intercom, but I could hear him. Yeah, he asked me to check the rear left when we came in because he was getting a bit sideways. I was like, "Yep, you're fine. Crack on."
Best part of the track?
See up the top end where you can see the sea really, a good view up there, and then yeah, it gets a bit tight and twisty, but yeah, it's good. And then onto the straight where you get the power.
Cameras give us a great shot up there, and they can hear the flat out run now up towards the Rocket Complex. What's your role in Ginetta, by the way?
Part sales. So yeah, just in the office and then drive the parts truck to these events, our test days and everything. So
it's still a working weekend for you this weekend?
Yes, yeah. I mean, if you call this bit work, it's not too bad really, is it?
What's the most common part that goes out? Let's start with, say, Janetta Juniors. What's the most common part that gets swapped or broken?
I'd say brakes really, brake pads, that sort of thing. Bit of bodywork every now and again.
I thought you were going to say bodywork first with the juniors, but the juniors certainly have moved on. This is my, I think, second year being outside of the package for a while, and the driving standards have been phenomenal this weekend.
Yeah, they're really good. They're coming along well. Obviously, it's a learning championship, isn't it? So, but you know, it is what it is. It keeps it exciting, and yeah, it's just really close racing.
Are you queuing up for lots of breaks here? Because you've got the two big braking points. You've got the going into the hairpin and then coming down into the bus stop, the last corner, their big braking zone. So do they buy them in advance, or are people saying, actually, we need more than we wanted originally?
A mix of both. So teams carry some spares, and then we're here just to support. So obviously, the unforeseen parts, we can supply that, and especially like crash damage parts. So we could just a bit of a safety net, really, a bit of an insurance for them.
It's an important part, isn't it? That support. You know, if you are running, you can come and run with a team in the Ginetta Championship, but if you run by yourself, you have got that support from you guys to be able to supply any parts that are needed.
That's it. So you don't need to spend thousands and thousands just getting your own spares package, because we're here, so you can sort of buy ad hoc.
Nice one. Thanks for chatting to us. Well done. Glad you enjoyed your ride. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks very much. That's our second driver, Blake. Interesting to hear from him, and we'll catch up with our third passenger ride in just a few moments.
Well, indeed. Thank you, Richard. Good to hear the thoughts of another Ginetta staff who work incredibly hard to ensure that all the championships run as smoothly as possible. And Mike Simpson again taking our third passenger out to show him what this Janetta G56 GTR can do. This is the road-going version of the GT Academy car, if you like. And just looking at some of the stats on this car, it's pretty impressive when you look at kind of what it can do. That wonderful noise you're hearing is a 6.2 litre V8 with a dry sump. It sports about 450 brake horsepower, 600 newton meters of torque, and it's got some other key things on top of it, such as, I think of all things, it's probably the best kind of old school surviving piece of technology, which is a proper H-speed manual gearbox. You see Mike using all of that 450 brake horsepower to full effect as he heads out of the hairpin. It also sports as well a Motec LCD race dash as well, 6-pot and 4-pot brake package, 6-speed Quaife gearbox, also power steering and some other creature comforts like air conditioning also as well on top of that, heated windscreen, LED headlights and other various creature comforts that some cars would experience. Here's one of the old school Ginettas. This is one of the Ginetta G4s, Series 4 car, which was out having a bit of a parade yesterday. We had a race version of that car out here, but this is the Ginetta G4 Series 4. And the Ginetta G4 was kind of started back around the 50s and the 60s. I shall head to the ever knowledgeable Ginetta Owners Club page, which I'm sure one of the cars here features one of its many members. So the G4 went through 4 generations, hence this being the G4 in that sense. And this too is one of those, again, hidden gems of Ginetta. And if you look at, I'd recommend looking at the actual Ginetta Owners Club website, because you get to see the entire model history of Ginetta and where it's come from. And they've created so many cars, also small sports cars, but they created small little saloons and I think 1 or 2 hatchbacks, which I presume would have been in collaboration with maybe other manufacturers on top of that. They've even made 1 or 2 single-seaters. There was a Janetta G8 single-seater, and on top of that there was also a G17 and a G80. All of them, go look them up. They raced in things such as particularly Formula Ford, and I'm presuming also others like maybe Formula Junior or Formula 3. I'll take a look at those. The G18, of course, was a Formula 4 1600 single-seater. So too, I think, was the G17, if I confirm that for a second. It was F4, in fact, so back in the old school days of F4. And then the other one, which was the single-seater, the G8, I think that was a Formula 4 in itself back in its infancy. No, it's a Formula 3 car, so definitely in the very early days, back in the 60s, Ginettas did all sorts of different kind of cars, as well as just sports cars, as the G56 GTR safety car heads back out to once again entertain on track and plenty of. And what's typical, Andy, of course, in terms of the being a typical racing driver, his first thing when he stood to the second income, I think it was Reese, I think it was, who was in there. Wasn't how did you enjoy that? How did you think the car felt? It was you just check the left rear to make sure it's okay and we've still got enough tread at the back of it, which is typical racing driver speak. He's not obviously he wanted to make sure he enjoyed the ride, but his first thought was of the car and how it felt rather than did he enjoy the ride. But Mike Simpson, given the fact he's been so successful doing all sorts of sports car racing, certainly proving his worth, not just why he was a factory driver, but also why he's their motorsport director, because he can do stuff like that and do it in pretty fine style.
Yeah, this is a decent display of car control, isn't it, from Mike Simpson. I don't imagine there will be a lot of tread left on that left rear tyre by the end of this track session, but hey, it's there to be abused, isn't it? And certainly creating a fun experience for the lucky passengers. And yeah, Mike Simpson, he's a very safe pair of hands, isn't he? He knows what he's doing, like you said. And I think people do forget sometimes that the heights to which he rose, really, in his racing career. He was a fully fledged professional racing driver and widely regarded as one of the best in the UK for a while. And you can see why, really. Made it to the very top levels of endurance and sports car racing with Ginetta, brand with whom he's become synonymous, obviously, over the years, but he has had a very successful career at the wheel of lots of different machinery. Flicks the windscreen wipers on, just make sure he's got a clear view of the next corner that he's going to go through sideways, that being target corner. The acceleration of this thing is absolutely awesome, isn't it? It really gets off the corners well, and that is that V8 engine that Scott was describing to you earlier on. But it is a bit of a handful. Although I've heard a few drivers who've driven this car say it's a bit of a handful. I think Mike is sort of proving that actually no, if you really wring its neck, you can get the most out of it, and it can clearly be a very enjoyable driving experience.
I still enjoy the feature of that car, which is essentially the rear safety car lights act as the rear wing on top of the two pylons, which is quite entertaining. It's quite nice. It's a quite novel thing to put on there as a feature. It's not. I can't say it probably produces as much aerodynamics as the typical GT4 or GTA or GT Championship car does, because the wing is much bigger and it's made with different material. But it's nice to see a bit of ingenuity rather than simply just sticking the safety car lights on top of the roof, as Mike Simpson again just. I did shut up there for a second. Huge spit of flame on the overrun as he downshifts. And again, just letting the 6.3 litre V8 sing a little bit. Might will do so here down at the hairpin. Let's have a listen to this Ginetta built V8. A bit of fun out of the hairpin here for a second. You can hear it. Not quite there at that hairpin, but down this towards the final corner here as he comes in. Should be quite a nice shot if we get our camera to fix on it.
He's heading for the pit lane anyway, isn't he? 2 laps is your lot.
I figured he was going to do that.
So in he comes, but yeah, can't handle too much excitement, can you, I suppose? And into the pits after the 2 laps comes that car, and I think there are still a couple more passengers waiting directly below us in the pit lane, ready to be thrilled by Mike Simpson's driving abilities. And the car pulls back into the to the pit lane, literally underneath our commentary tower. You can probably see us at the top floor of the Anglesey commentary tower, but down on the ground is Richard John Neal. Let's head back down and hear from him once again.
Let's get a little bit more reaction. We didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves before, so who am I talking to?
It's Ollie Clark.
Ollie, enjoy it?
Amazing, yeah, fantastic. He's been a busy boy in there. The car is fantastic, and can't help but get out with a smile on your face.
Ollie, did I commentate on you in Rally Sprint one time?
You did, yeah. Yeah.
Wow, that's going back a few years, isn't it?
Sprint, that was, Christ, probably 25 years ago, I think it was.
Yeah, I think that's making me feel a little bit old. So you'll be used to the kind of treatment that Mike's giving the car, but fun anyway?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the torque is incredible. Obviously, Mike's an incredible driver as well. So yeah, it's a real pleasure, a real privilege just to go around Anglesey like that.
Mega stuff. A couple of drives before, he was asking people to. One of the guys got out and said, "Oh yeah, Mike asked me to check the rear tyre." Didn't really pay any heed to that. And the next guy did actually check the rear tyre. So he's seriously giving it some welly.
Yeah, most of that rear tyre is left out on the track somewhere. It's he's certainly giving it some abuse. But you know, he's got great car control and knows exactly what he's doing. So it's like I say, a real privilege to be in that missile.
Nice for you to have a lad and dad weekend, because obviously we met your son on the Ginetta Scholarship last year. You must be very proud of how he's doing. It's lovely to catch up with him yesterday. And a finalist, wasn't he, in the scholarship as well? It was so tight last year, but great to see him, regardless, making the move up into the championship.
Yeah, he got down to the final 4. Super proud of him. He's growing into it. Definitely the right decision for his sort of career path to go down the Janetta Juniors. Really happy with that. That's how he's flourishing, as are all the kids really. You know, it's such a great platform for them.
You know, I was saying, when we met him last winter, and you meet a lot of the youngsters and they're sort of here, and best part of a year, he's like taller than me. Mind you, most people are taller than me now. And that just goes to show how much youngsters change, and to be in this environment, that change can be a real positive thing for them.
Yeah, definitely. They're at that age in their lives where everything's changing. They're learning, they're growing. I say it's such a fantastic platform for them to really go down any route they want to, whether it's loose surface rallying or circuit-based stuff, single-seaters, saloon cars. So it's such a brilliant platform. So yeah, definitely made the right decision.
Great for you as a parent as well. We did a little feature yesterday over in the hospitality, and it's the same as it ever was, if not maybe a little bit better. It's a nice environment, isn't it, for you to maybe get away from the nerves of being a racing dad?
It is, but it's also nice just to, just keep an eye on him and make sure that he stays on the right track, no pun intended, and enjoy it mostly, and make sure that he's going to bed early and feeding himself properly and being as right as he can be, ready for the track the following day. So
it's a big ask, isn't it, all that lot with teenagers?
Yeah, absolutely, but he's soaking it up. He's really responding well to it. Elite Motorsport doing a great job for him as well. So yeah, really happy.
Excellent. Ollie, thanks for chatting to us. Lovely to see you. Glad you enjoyed the run. Thanks, good to see you again. Thank you. Thanks very much. Ollie Clyde, nice extended chat there, which was really nice. Let's go back to the comms box and a bit more reaction for you a little bit later on.
Yep, thank you, Richard. Now, the next passenger is in the car, and Elizabeth Thompson, we've been told this is, who looks pretty calm and collected for the time being, or just shocked into silence, perhaps, by the raw power of the Ginetta G56 as it heads up the hill. And she is getting thrown around through Rocket and Peel at the moment, up the top end of the track. And once again, the car dancing around at some pretty entertaining angles as it heads down the hill. Do love the sound of V8. It's such a shame that they're a dying breed these days. Nice that Ginetta have introduced one actually into their latest car. Really don't get that many V8s, do you, these days? And I'm sure there are fairly obvious reasons for that, but I do enjoy the sound that it makes and the power that it produces. So I'm going again around the hairpin. I think this might be the, is it? We'll see in a moment whether Mike Simpson stays to the left or goes to the right. No, perhaps going around for another lap of the circuit. You see it's flames spitting and crackling from the back of the car. Beautiful drift off the final corner. Seen a few people doing that today, Scott, but not necessarily conducive to fast lap times, but certainly puts a smile on your face.
It's certainly entertaining, that's for certain. I'm sure that Emma's certainly enjoying herself in that car as well. Down through the banking, and again, just twitching with oversteer, just playing around with the accelerator with that right foot is Mike Simpson. Again through Church, this will be a bit more sideways, I'm sure, on the exit. He's not just. He took it a bit more properly through Church this time, but he might be a bit more, slightly more of a push lap this time. Just flat out all the way past. And now back down on the brakes again through that H pattern box. Call me slightly old school. I might be 33 years old, but call me old school. I do love a H pattern gearbox compared to the flat pedals are good, but just I feel like it allows you to drive the car a little bit more and drive it how you want than a paddle shift sometimes does. A bit more sideways action here, I think. Also, it's rude of us to talk, I think, of it. It sounds pretty good. Let's see if we can get it out of this final corner here. Let's give it a bit of sound here. It does sound like one of those proper. I felt there's different kind of that's what you call it American style V8s. I felt there were different almost tones and pitches of those kind of V8s. This one's got a very sort of snarly, sort of like it's almost like a British kind of kit car style V8 in some cases. It's really brilliant. I think this is going to be the in lap. Yeah, he's backing off, but even so. Fine little spit of flame on the downshift, and I think she enjoyed that by the reaction.
I think she did. I'm getting more and more jealous by the lap here. In she comes, and very slowly through pit lane. Nice to see that it still spits the flame out even at low speed as well. So if you do buy one of these and you want to drive it on the road to your local supermarket, don't worry, you can still put on a fire show for those around you and scare the what's-its out of some old lady at a pedestrian crossing or something, which is part of the fun of owning a car like this, I am sure. Right, let's head back down to the pit lane then and get some more reaction from Richard.
We were just actually trying to encourage Rachel from Janetta to go out. So if you're on social media, on YouTube, you know, put a comment in if you want Rachel to go into the car a little bit later on. Rachel's now trying to avoid it. It's very good value on camera. We're going to grab a quick word. Elizabeth, I hope you don't mind us having a chat. So your dad's a racer. Does that give you a bit of a... Have you had a race car ride before?
Yes, I have been a passenger before. I've done a bit of racing myself, but nothing like that.
What have you raced?
I've only done stuff at Palmer Sport just as a bit of fun, but a few different cars.
It's not only, that's mega. It's a great experience.
Yeah, definitely. I had some good fun in that, so yeah.
And was Mike entertaining you on the way around?
Yes, I think, to be honest, the tyres screeching and the rubber burning and all that sort of stuff, it was really overwhelming, but honestly, that was such a great experience.
How's Dad enjoying his racing and you enjoying supporting him this weekend?
Yeah, he's doing really well. Yeah, really proud, and I think he's loving it, so that's what it's all about, isn't it?
He was a trophy winner got a trophy in the Chairman's Cup yesterday.
Yes, yeah, he did really, really well. He does better in the wet, so worked in his favour yesterday. So we'll see how he does today.
That's great. Thanks for having a chat. Glad you enjoyed your run.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Elizabeth Thompson there, whose dad races in the academy, so we'll see those guys out a little bit later on. First races up coming after our track sessions here on Anglesey are complete. Out in the car at the moment, we've got, I think, Elizabeth's cousin, Elliot Jones, who's out on track. So we'll have a word with him once he comes in from his track ride in just a few minutes' time.
I have to apologise, Elizabeth. I called it Emma for a moment, so I do apologise. And that is Elizabeth Thompson. I did think she might be the relation of Paul Thompson, who raced earlier on. It's good to see she enjoyed that. So once again, Mike Simpson is doing his thing of working the Ginetta G56 GTR, the road-going version of essentially the Academy and the GT Championship car, or in fact, in any case, it's mainly the GT4 car, essentially, because the GT4 car is the one with the V8, whereas the GT Academy and Championship cars have the V6. And again, I know there are some people in the comments who are probably, without me even looking at the comments, telling us basically to politely be quiet and let the engine go, which we probably should in anyways, but at the same time we still have to do our job of talking over some of the footage and let people what's going on. But even so, I think many of us like us are quite akin to this thing. There's not really any microphone down at the hairpin, so things we've got a safe space here to talk down at the hairpin, but nonetheless, come back down here, let's have a listen. We'll try and give you as much engine note as we can and talk in between points where we can. And like Simpson again, he's not an ex-factory Ginetta driver for nothing. That deserved a bit of silence to then go through turn one as well. He's just gone past the old school G4 Generation 4 Ginetta. Towards Church now. We'll get him as he comes down the back straight here for a second. So again, we'll give you some more engine noise. Here he comes. Dab of the throttle as he goes back down through the gears in the Quave H pattern gearbox. Twitches the car left, twitches it right. That was a pretty nasty little engine note. I quite like that. And this. Yeah, believe me and Andy petrol heads, we know when to talk or when to stay quiet. Just like this. And there is Elliot, we believe. And he's got a pretty static expression on his face. He's kind of just absorbing all the experience, which is great to see. And it's really nice of Ginetta to allow some people to have a go at what is their permanent safety car for the season. You've seen it if you've watched any of their action, both in the British GT Championship this year and of course this weekend. And looks like that is his run also complete as well. And he comes again. Another little protest of flame spitting from the exhaust on the downshift. It's almost like a bit of a, and it's almost anti-lag without the anti-lag. That kind of pops and bangs and crackles in that sense. So in he comes, and that is the run complete. And I'm not sure if that's Mike's work done for the morning, but if it is, he's certainly earned it in terms of pushing that car. I think he's probably concerned if there's tread left on the back, because so it's still got some tread left for these safety car laps he might need for races later on. Let's go back to Richard in pit lane, see what Elliot thought of that run here at Anglesey.
I think Elliot's just got out of the car, so crash helmet again. As we find this can be a bit fiddly getting the crash helmet off. Elliot's doing all right though. Yeah, good, thanks. If we had a timing competition, we should have timed them and had a competition for the fastest one. That was one of the quicker ones, Elliot. I hope you don't mind me having a quick word.
Yeah, just let me air up.
Oh, this is even more professional. We've got the guys on the case. That was the hair sorting out thing. We mentioned too. There's a driver in BRSCC Fiesta's moved into Radicals called Luke Hilton, and he's kind of got that thing as a trademark. You've got that. Do you race at all?
No. I'm just here as a guest, really. But yeah, it was great to actually get out on the track. Yeah.
Any particular standouts, corner-wise or performance-wise, from Mike?
Yeah, he's just an amazing driver all over, to be honest. But like, when you obviously put his foot down, and it's like you get knocked back in the seat, and you just go flying off, and then he's drifting around. I forgot what the corner was, but he was drifting around it, and it's just like, yeah, what an amazing experience. Yeah, definitely.
I'm glad you enjoy it. And you're related to Peter, yeah?
Yeah, I'm his nephew. Yeah. But yeah, he put a good show on yesterday, so yeah, it's good to follow exactly where he was going yesterday. So yeah, yeah, it's amazing.
So you've been both days?
Yeah, we're still got the bands on the car. Can't get them off. Whoever designed these must have been designing the cars as well, because it's like nightmare to get off. Yeah, but yeah, great. Yeah,
is it your first weekend with us at Ginetta, or have you been to some of the GT rounds?
Yeah, this is the first one, but yeah. Definitely come again, because it's definitely amazing, and I'd recommend it to anyone. Yeah.
I mean, this is lovely. The focus being entirely on Ginetta, but we'll get you down to a GT meeting as well. Yeah. So many more cars to see. All of the meetings, whether it's standalone or GT, have some real appeal. So I hope you enjoy it. Summary of the weekend for you so far?
Pardon?
A summary of the weekend.
Oh, summary. Well, I mean, yeah, it's just like yesterday was amazing to tour the pits and obviously see all the cars being worked on. It's great to see how they can literally pull them apart. You know, get all the damage off them, polish them all up, and get them back on for like a couple of hours later. So yeah, I think it's just amazing, and all in all, yeah.
Are you going to be looking to come and have a race in something yourself, or an experience maybe?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. So yeah, I'm not an expert on it all, but yeah, I think looking at how much it all costs is probably a bit like, oh God, don't want that kind of money in my hands. But yeah.
Well, thanks for chatting to us. Appreciate that. Not the easiest thing to have a mic, so good to meet you too, and keep up with the hair products as well. And enjoy the hair while you got it. Thanks very much, Elliot. So that's our latest ride from the Ginetta safety car being driven by Mike Simpson. Everybody really enjoying it from the sound of it, and all sorts of people coming down and enjoying it. We'll be back with another interview in a few minutes.
Thanks, Richard. Yes. I wondered for a moment there if they were going to spend a few minutes discussing hair care routines and comparing perhaps between the two. I can imagine one of them maybe spends a bit longer on it than the other. But anyway, good to hear from Richard and the mix of people who are out here enjoying not only these passenger rides, but actually, worth pointing out as well, people who probably don't spend a lot of time actually at racetracks and at race events, and getting to see a lot of what goes into the whole race event from an organisational perspective, but also from the team's perspective, trying to prepare the cars and get them ready for the races. And you know, we alluded to this a couple of times yesterday, Scott, but that very tight turnaround, particularly on an event like this, where there are only 3 championships, there's not a huge amount of downtime between races 1 and 2 for each of the categories, the work that goes into getting the cars ready, to actually see that firsthand. We talk about it a lot, we don't really see the ins and outs of how it works. And it's something I think that's well worth trying to do if you ever come to a race meeting in the UK. Most of the paddocks are fully open. You can have a wander around and you can look into some of the awnings of the Ginetta Championships, for example, and see the work that goes on. And there is so much to it. And so much that can get done in such a short space of time, and it makes it all the more frustrating when your garage ends up in the when your car ends up in the garage for a month to get a front bumper replaced, for example, when you can see that done in a matter of seconds by a professional racing outfit. And the Ginetta teams are among the very best in the country. So Yeah, it's a lot of good work that the teams do down there in very short spaces of time. Right, back once more to the pit lane then, and to Richard John Neal.
Well, we've got Francis going out in the car now, and we'll talk more about Francis in a minute. Dan has disappeared. Look at that. He's going onto the pit wall. He's coming around the unsafe side. Crash helmet coming off. There we go. Trying to get it. This is always the difficult bit. Elliot, who was before you, has got the record, I think, for nearly there. You've done it before. Have you been karting? Have you been karting before, Dan?
Yeah, I've been karting.
Yeah, it shows from that. First of all, the opening question we've done for everyone. How was the ride?
Interesting. I mean, as soon as he floored it out the pits and back into the seat, yeah, in for a bit of a ride. He did have to ease off a bit on the second lap because the tyres are going at the back.
Right. Okay.
So I think he's mashed them up, melted the tyres a bit. But as soon as you slide in, back end's coming out, it's just unbelievable.
No problems with the electrics on the car?
No. Nothing at all.
We know where I'm leading because you were telling me you deal with the wiring looms and everything else. So complicated job.
It is. Yeah, we build everything from scratch. So parts come in, wires are on big reels of wires, and yeah, we just build it all, put it all together, connectors on, glue it all up, make sure it's all waterproof. Obviously, you don't want any any water getting in. So.
And obviously, is this your first job since leaving uni?
First job since leaving uni, yeah.
And what did you study at uni?
I did motorsport engineering, so.
Right, so not unrelated, but so you're building up a really good experience all round. Would you see yourself as being a standalone, or maybe going off with a team? So obviously, you're not wanting to leave Ginetta, we know that, but it's great all-round motorsport experience, which you can employ with Ginetta.
Yes. I don't know. I think Ginetta's probably the way to go at the minute for me. Obviously, I've only been there 8 months now, so. Yeah, I can't really see leaving at the minute, especially when you get to go in cars like that.
Yeah, it's a good weekend. When's your next day off, by the way?
I don't know. Don't know.
Because you're working in the week, and I was asking you earlier on. So you're here working this weekend, I guess.
Working this weekend.
And then you've got to go back to work tomorrow.
Yeah, back to work 9 o'clock in the morning. Just back to the 9 to 5 building wiring.
Wish you well. Thank you for what you do, and thanks for having a chat. It wasn't too bad, was it?
It wasn't.
Thanks, Dan. Top job, mate. Well done. Dan was a little bit nervous about coming and talking on camera. As I always say to the youngsters, if you do a good interview, it's down to you. That was down to Dan. If you do a bad one, it's the interviewer. I think we've got someone else coming into pit. So Francis coming in. So Francis is the wife of James, who, of course, won the Palmer Sport Scholarship. And let's have a word with Francis. Francis Nicholas. Again, didn't want to talk to us on camera, so I really appreciate the guys that are taking time to chat to us in these interviews, and it gives us a lovely insight, lovely for Mike. So, Francis, your turn in front of the camera. Good fun?
It was good fun, yeah. I'm shaking now. I screamed the whole way.
I don't know. I'll pass on that. Oh, there is. We're getting a nod. Yeah, there's a little bit of I don't know whether we've got sound on it, but that's good. It's for reaction. What is that? I say the Robbie Williams album, Scream If You Want to Go Faster. Was it Scream to Go Faster?
No, definitely not. Scream to get out. I need a glass of wine.
That sounds...
No, it was fun. Now I've got out and I'm alive. It was fun.
That's a great excuse for a glass, isn't it? Have a tipple afterwards. And obviously we were talking to James. So James won the scholarship, and you were behind him 100% of the way.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, really.
Did he? Is he there? Don't worry about it.
It makes you know the
Has he taken you out in the car at all? Because one of the things you can do. So that's your first go in sort of racing environment with Mike Simpson, who was
trying to get me to go on a track day, but I've never got in the car with him.
Well, Mike Simpson was world karting champion, so you couldn't really have been in better hands. But I tell you what, you should give it a go with James, because he's a mean peddler himself.
Yeah, maybe one day.
Francis, thank you for having a quick chat with us. Thank you for supporting this man as well in his endeavours. We appreciate that. Enjoy your racing. Enjoy the social environment. Thank you, James. We'll see you for racing a little bit later on. And Mike said, I think the tyres are getting to near the end of their life as Mike thrashes those, so we'll pop up, I should say, once again to the comms box to Andy and Scott.
Yes, thank you, Richard. So we're done with our track session then, and there was another one scheduled for after lunch. I actually don't know if that one's going ahead or not, but anyway, if it, we don't believe it is now, so that's the last we'll see. Hopefully the last we'll see of the Ginetta G56 safety car today, because we don't want any safety cars during the races, of course. That's the we enjoyed our time seeing it on track just now, but hopefully it is confined to the pit lane for the rest of the day. Right then, speaking of racing, our first race of today will be for the Janetta Junior Championship. Well, yesterday they had a pair of races in fairly abysmal conditions, but as always with the juniors, they know how to put on a show. Let's remind ourselves of what went on. Well, it was a wet qualifying session and an even wetter first race that saw Ethan Jeff Hall lead an R-Racing 1-2 off the grid, with his teammate Marcus Sater in behind him. Then Charlie Hart and Henry Jocelyn, the top two drivers in the championship, keeping them honest throughout. It's a clean start to the race. Ethan Jeff Hall holding on to the lead. Actually, Charlie Hart and Henry Jocelyn both got past Marcus Sater on the opening few corners. Sater initially dropping down to fourth position, but will eventually mount a bit of a comeback. Battling was pretty intense as well. The likes of Harry Moscow did a good qualifying effort inside the top 10, trying to finish inside the top 10 as well, as drivers scrambled around for grip, trying to find the part of the circuit that would lead to the least amount of sideways driving, as spectacular as it looks, not always the quickest way around the track. Then the two championship contenders went to battle, Henry Jocelyn and Charlie Hart, fighting over second place as they went through Rocket. That fight actually benefited the most Marcus Sater, who managed to get in between the squabbling pair, with Charlie Hart losing a couple of positions. Sater then set off after Henry Jocelyn, whilst behind another pair of Elite Motorsport teammates, Archie Clark and Isaac Phelps, were doing battle, with Isaac Phelps in the white and black car trying to find a way past, which he did, around the outside line through the banking. But Dan hadn't had a brilliant qualifying session. He was scrapping away with a couple of other racing drivers, including the number 27, who got into the side of him at turn 9, and Alfie Slater was the one who came out of that the worst with a quick rotation. Jocelyn was still in second place for the time being, although the final result wouldn't have him there, unfortunately, as the second half of his race didn't quite go to plan. It was Charlie Hart who was also struggling, though neither of the top two drivers in the points having a particularly strong day. It all went wrong, though, in the end for Jocelyn up at the banking. He ran wide, so too in fairness did Marcus Sater, and he ended up dropping down to the back of that little group, eventually then beginning to fight his way back through. Slipped on the inside of Isaac Phelps, a beautifully judged move, one of the best moves of the day yesterday. He then set to work on his title rival, Charlie Hart. He got on the inside of him briefly through Rocket out. The outside line proving to be where the grip was, so Charlie was able to hang on to the position for a while longer. That sort of backed Jocelyn back up into Isaac Phelps. Those two went side by side, briefly heading down towards the final corner, as Henry Jocelyn continued to hunt around for grip, banging wing mirrors and tyres with Charlie Hart, as he forced the issue around the outside of the banking, and Charlie only just left him enough room on corner exit. They were still side by side into Church, and it was another supremely brave bit of driving from Henry Jocelyn, who got back through into that third position. All of this, of course, going on some way behind the R-Racing pair out in front. Jeff Hall eventually winning the race by 3.5 seconds over Marcus Sater in second. Then Charlie Hart had to try and fend off his teammates, who themselves were busy battling and getting sideways over the curves in the case of Isaac Phelps. And then made another mistake in quick succession, running wide onto the grass and banking and opening the door nicely for his teammate Archie Clark. Ethan Jeff Hall, though, led the cars home, and it was a dominant lights to flag victory in the end for the R-Racing driver, who took some much-needed championship points. He would start race 2 from pole position again. It wasn't such a good start from Marcus Sater again, though. Both Henry Jocelyn and Charlie Hart managing to get up the inside of him into the first corner. And once again, Sater looked like he had it all to do. He got back past Charlie Hart, though, at the banking, so he settled into third place in the early stages, with Ethan Jeff Hall looking very likely to extend a lead once again, as he had done in race number 1. Wasn't, though, exactly how it all ended up panning out. It was a much more competitive second race as far as the battle for the win was concerned. Down in the midfield, it had been competitive all day, though, as drivers slipped and slinked their way around the Anglesey International Circuit. Off at the banking went a couple of drivers, and among them was Chase Fernandez and Tom Ingram Hill. Tom Ingram Hill there bouncing his way on the grass. Fernandez left to battle with a couple of his teammates, and that all got a bit physical heading up towards the Rocket Complex as he diced away with Harry Moss and Alfie Slater, of course, had that spin earlier on at this very corner, where he then went off again, this time all on his own though, without any assistance or contact. At the head of the field, meanwhile, Marcus Sater had found a way up into second position and was then chasing down his teammate Ethan Jeff Hall. Ethan Jeff Hall had been untouchable in race number 1, but in race 2, Marcus Sater looked as though he was going to take the fight to him, and that is exactly what he did. There was a bit of calamity up at the top of the hill though at Rocket as Alfie Davis got into Paul Livesey and into Colin Cronin, tapping them both into a spin. After that, there were penalties applied, specifically to Alfie Davis, who was given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. He was investigated for that contact, but ultimately no further penalty given for that. There has been, meanwhile, a change for the lead. Marcus Sater ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall, and Henry Jocelyn then tried to do the same thing. Got up the inside of the last corner. There was contact with the right rear of Henry Jocelyn's car to the left front of Ethan Jeff Hall's machine, but Henry Jocelyn had gone through. With a good move made further back by Isaac Phelps against his teammate Archie Clark to claim what would be 4th place by the flag up at the inside at Peel Corner, but it was another R Racing car on the top step of the podium, this time Marcus Sater, who claimed the victory in race 2 for the Ginetta Juniors at Anglesey. Second position went the way of Ethan Jeff Hall, and very happy Isaac Phelps came home in 4th behind Jocelyn on the podium. So Janetta Junior action never fails to entertain, and they've got another entertaining race coming up very shortly. Their 3rd of the weekend, their 1st of day 2 for Ginetta G-Fest. And the cars lining up now in the assembly area. Very shortly, I think we'll be able to head down there and hear from Richard John Neal. A couple of our Janetta Junior drivers perhaps dig out some of the stories from the qualifying session earlier on, because unlike yesterday, we've got a few drivers now appearing at the front who didn't really show their best form, I think it's fair to say, in yesterday's qualifying session. Chase Fernandez in particular, we heard from him after qualifying, didn't we? He's starting up on the front row of the grid. But then the likes of Henry Jocelyn and Charlie Hart struggled a little bit. I'd particularly like to hear from Charlie Hart, actually, because he's had a trying weekend, I think it's fair to say. Salvaged a couple of half-decent results yesterday, but only managed 7th place in qualifying this morning. So Charlie Hart, the elite motorsport driver, with it all to do now if he's going to score any meaningful points out of races 3 and 4, because of course your second fastest lap time dictates where you'll start in race 2 later on. Well, Charlie Hart's second fastest lap time was good enough only for 8th, so he's starting 7th for this one, 8th for race number 4, if you like, of the weekend later on. That, by the way, will also be a race that has Ethan Jeff Hall on pole position. So Ethan Jeff Hall has been the qualifying king, hasn't he, this weekend at Anglesey? And he will hope now that he can claim a second race victory of the weekend. So we're waiting to head down to the assembly area then. And we will be able then to hear from the drivers, and championship-wise, things tightening up as well now after yesterday's races. Henry Jocelyn, the championship leader still, by 10 points over Charlie Hart, but Ethan Jeff Hall now with that win and solid, when did he finish in race 2? He was second, I think, wasn't he, in race number 2, has managed now to move up into 3rd in the championship, and only 20 points off the championship lead. 35 points off the championship lead is Isaac Phelps in 4th, and 45 points back is Chase Fernandez in 5th, with Marcus Sater now in 6th position, 52 points back, and I'd say he's well and truly in the hunt for the championship honours as well. I was doing some research earlier on as well about drop scores. It's actually 2 drop scores for Ginetta Juniors this year. So once those drop scores are applied, it looks as though, well, what's Henry Jocelyn dropping? A 10 and a 20. So he's dropping 30 championship points. Charlie Hart, however, is dropping slightly more. He's dropping 36. So that doesn't really favour Charlie. He's been the more consistent in a way. But hasn't had quite as many wins, has he? Hasn't won a race yet, whereas Henry Jocelyn's had 3. Right, it is now time to head down into the assembly area then to hear from Richard John Neal and the drivers of the Ginetta Junior Championship ahead of race 3 of the weekend.
So here we are then, down for the holding area for the first junior race of the day. And just the drivers just getting a little bit of instruction from one of our wonderful marshal team, just about making sure they're nice and slow when they go out. We thought we'd use the opportunity. We've spoken to a lot of drivers that are at the sharp end of the grid in terms of podiums and getting the pole position in qualifying. We'll talk to some of the drivers at the other end. I'm going to see if we get a thumbs up from Mallory Mabunda. So let's go and have a quick word if we can, and whiz the door open. And so Mallory, haven't had a chance to catch up. Lovely to see you, and welcome to Anglesey. How's the season going? It's been a limited campaign for you so far?
Yeah, season's been going decent, pretty well, I guess. I had to miss 2 rounds, unfortunately. Been busy back in SA, but otherwise been pretty good. Yeah.
That's good. It's obviously from South Africa. You commuting over for each event, or are you based here in the UK for some of the time?
We come over now and then for each event, but yeah, most of the time spent back in SA.
It's a long way for you guys to come, isn't it? So what is it that, how did you find out about Janetta Juniors, and how do you put together a package to come and race from South Africa?
Okay, well, obviously it wasn't really me and my brother. It was more my father and our manager, Uncle Eli with ICANN. We had done karting, done well, getting older, finished all that, so we wanted to find a new series to go into, and we found about Janetta, and yeah, been pretty good.
Nice one. Well, you're very welcome to the championship. It's lovely to see you here. Good luck for your continued career and development in the Formula.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Mallory. Mallory Bavunda, good luck for the race. Let's pop the door shut. Oh, don't want him getting a black and orange flag because I didn't shut the door properly. Jack Robinson we spoke to yesterday. Maybe grab a quick word with Holly if we can. Holly's having a quick drink. You okay for a quick word on the camera? Doesn't want to do it. That's fine. That's all right. It's driver's prerogative. Good luck for the race, Holly. So Jack Robinson we've got there, and then we have Alfie Davies. Let's have a word with Alfie. Probably better I just stick the mic in, isn't it? Alfie, you okay for a quick word? Alfie Davies. Got your name right this time, which is a little bit of a bonus. How are you today?
Yeah, not bad. We've got a 5-place grid penalty, which is why I'm back here. Had a bit of a poor quali, so I'm hoping to push through. Get onto the freshman podium again and do a bit better than yesterday.
What was the penalty for?
Penalty was for the incident with number 31 and 76 going into Rocket in race 2. Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate one. 3 into 1 never really works, but someone has to be penalised for it, I guess.
You don't seem too perturbed about that. To be fair, going into Rocket is usually the most dangerous place. We've got to get you fired up. Alfie, thank you for chatting to us. Good luck for the race.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, mate. Let's shut Alfie's door. One of the Prep Tech drivers. Yeah, I think I referred to him as Archie yesterday, which was due to one of the other championships having an Archie Davies. Jack Robinson next up there. You can hear the engines firing up. Cars are actually on their way out on circuit, so time once again to hand to Scott Woodwis and Andy McEwen. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, at long last we have cars on the track then, ready to go racing here at Anglesey, the third race of the weekend for the Ginetta Junior Championship. And once again, a familiar sight on the front row of the grid, a pair of our racing cars headed by Ethan Jeff Hall, this time with Chase Fernandez being the teammate who starts alongside him, and Chase with it all to do in the championship battle now. And he really does need to try and get a good result out of the 2 races today if he's going to have a chance of fighting for the championship come Brands Hatch at season's end. So it is Jeff Hall on pole. And our racing 1, 2, 3 this time around as well. And don't forget, Marcus Sater was a little bit quicker than Ethan in that second race yesterday, but now in fully dry conditions, Scott Woodwis, I suspect we're going to see a very different kind of race.
I think it'll be slightly more competitive. Yesterday was competitive, but I think we'll see more drivers willing to push it a little bit more. The track appears to have just about fully dried out by the looks. It maybe the exception might be down that international loop, which you mentioned yesterday, is a little bit more complex. It takes a little longer to dry out, but it looks that the vast majority is what you almost classify as bone dry, and it is even brightening up around here as well, dare I say. So it seems as though we are going to get some pretty high-speed action as we usually get, but I think there'll be more drivers who'll be able to push it a bit more, be more familiar with these dry conditions, and then possibly make that leading group even more competitive than it was already at the beginning of the weekend. I think the key is going to be that main person to watch is going to be the car just on the left there at the front row of the grid, Chase Fernandez. Now starting on the front row of the grid, he's got his 2 race-winning teammates from yesterday around him. If he can get a decent start, he's not maybe on the ideal side of the track for a good start, but we'll see if he can get a good launch away and try and challenge at least Ethan at the front of the field, and if he can easily hold up Marcus and Co. And he's got also watching Henry Jocelyn. He's back on the grid in 5th. He certainly won't stay there for a couple of laps. He can get his elbows out, make a couple of good passes in the opening lap or 2 to get himself in contention for the end.
So the safety car then leads the cars away on their green flag lap then, ahead of them will be a standing start medal for the Ginetta Junior Championship. The 20-minute race will certainly be an exciting one, of that I'm fairly sure. Who is going to come out on top? What ramifications will it have for the championship? And we move now solidly into the second half of the season. The championship points really do start to become more significant. The cars there move away on their green flag lap. Let's take a look at how they line up on the grid for race number 3 of the weekend. Like I said, it's all got a real racing feel to the front of the grid. With 3 of them heading up the order. It is Ethan Jeff Hall on pole position with Chase Fernandez alongside him. As I said, Chase desperately needs some good results today. Then Marcus Sater comes 3rd alongside Isaac Phelps on race 2. Only 3 for championship leader Henry Jocelyn, 10 points his advantage over Charlie Hartley into his race 4 drop scores. Drops calculated. Alan Slater will start alongside him, and they have to go down to row 4 to find Charlie Hart, 2nd place in the championship for his first victory of the season. Clark starting alongside him. James Shotton, I should say, ahead of Ruben Dan. It's like Shotton and Dan on row 5 together. The 6th row of the grid is where we find Jude Peters and Libsey. And the second half of the grid then heading on row 7 for Torrey Byrne and Corey Cronin, who saw his tapped into that spin at Flat Rocket yesterday. 8th row is then headed up by Carney. Alongside him, Tiso Mabunda. Yes, a few penalties from yesterday's race that have fixed up the grid slightly. It's then Nicholas Ellis and Tommy Hill as we get towards the back of the grid then. Row number 10 is where you find James Ellis with Jack Robinson for company. 11th and penultimate row of the grid is shared by Alfie Davis and Harry Moss. They should be forward for Harry Moss. And then right at the very back on the 12th final row, Lyle and Valerie Mabunda from the grid earlier on. So we have 20 minutes on the clock. We've got Ethan Jeff Hall on pole position, but fired up Chase Fernandez starting alongside him. Good to see that he was still in good spirits after qualifying earlier on this morning, despite what was a trying day yesterday for the youngster. But all of them starting afresh today is one good thing about this format, isn't it? You have a completely fresh start on the Sunday. If everything went wrong on Saturday, it doesn't matter. You've got a fresh qualifying session, 2 new races on Sunday, and dare I say it, the sun perhaps just trying to break through the clouds. So certainly very different weather conditions to those that we had in races 1 and 2. Right then, revs starting to rise then. We are ready to go racing in the Janetta Junior Championship. The red lights go on, they go out now, and away we go then, off towards target corner, and Ethan Jeff Hall makes a decent start. Chase Fernandez, though, immediately onto his tail as they turn into that first left-hander. Green order as far as I can see for much of the field as they round target and head for the banking for the first time of asking, but it's all going to be about the run off Church Corner and up the back straight, I think, isn't it? That's where the slipstream will bunch them all together. Henry Jocelyn there nipping up into 4th position, getting ahead of Isaac Phelps, I believe. So Henry Jocelyn already making a position up, whereas Charlie Hart is still stuck in 7th. They round Church Corner then for the first time, and off onto the grass has just got the race leader. A couple of them running wide onto the grass, actually, including Marcus Sater. There may have been some contact. We believe Charlie Hart is off route, but Dan is inventing a completely different racetrack. I can see out of the window. So far into the grass was he, but it is going to be Ethan Jeff Hall who leads at the top of the hill, and a big slide there from the 27 car. What a terrific save! No, into the side of Isaac Phelps. It looks like Alfie Slater had it saved, but he just could not stop the car. Clatters into the side of Isaac Phelps, and there's absolute carnage at the top of the hill. Isaac Phelps desperately trying to get the car back into first gear and underway again, but that was a dramatic start. There's another car.
Is that Henry Jocelyn?
I think that might have been Henry Jocelyn. You might be right, Scott, who's had a rotation further around the corner. A messy start to the race, and that could have big implications for some of our championship front runners.
It's either possibly him or 74, which was Alfie Davis, if that was the case, one of the two. Very similar, almost looking car deliveries. So one of the two that had the spin, because Alfie Davis came through. That's the hairpin. But our racing, their race almost imploded, particularly for Alfie Slater, who was absolutely kind of all arms and elbows under brakes trying to get it stopped and just couldn't get it stopped to avoid any contact. And round went Isaac Phelps as a result. And you can see there's some telltale damage to the front left headlight of Chase Fernandez. I think the top two, the two teammates, have had a bit of a small tangle. They've kept him first and second, so no issue for them. There's side-by-side action behind, as that is, I think, one of the Mabundas going up the inside to make up a position. Across the line they go. Ethan Jeff leads it now by 2.774 seconds. So actually Sage up to second place. Fernandez is down to third, and now it's James Shotton into fourth place. He's made up a lot of places from where he started. James started, who was he on the grid? He started back in ninth on the grid. He's up 5 spots where he started. Archie Clark is in fifth position. Charlie Hart sixth, and it's Felix Livesey, Duke Peters up to eighth. Torrin Byrne and Nicholas Ellis. So there really has been a big shuffle around in the top 10 behind the 3R racing cars. But crucially, Marcus Sater ahead of Chase Fernandez. More cars inventing their own lines on the exit. One car also was quite wide. That was it on the Mabunda's car 20, which was Natisa Mabunda. Down the back straight through the flat-out right-handed kink and back to the scene of where we saw Alfie Slater all arms and elbows trying to get it stopped. This time Duke Peters, he's all arms and elbows, but he slots in neatly ahead of 31. Felix Livesey, that's a move up for, that is for position. That would have been for 7th position. Well, as you mentioned also with this car, if you've seen it on the front end of the E3 Sport car, that's not a different spec of Ginetta or anything, that's just delivery that makes it look like one of the more modern G56 cars. Although, that said, it looked quite smart as a restyle front end, I have to admit, in that sense, but that's possibly some thought for the future. Again, but I think the prediction that the Janetta Junior races in the drive are going to be a lot more frantic than they were in the rare, it's starting to come true already after a lap and a half, Andy.
Definitely so. At the hairpin goes Chase Fernandez on the inside of Marcus Sater, so that's for second position now, Chase Fernandez. So Chase has got some pace, hasn't he, in race number 3 of the weekend. The headlight popped loose on the left front corner after that bit of contact on lap 1, but he looks pretty quick, and as he heads now towards the final corner, let's see whether he can do anything now about the race leader Ethan Jeff Hall, who, as Scott said, was 2 3/4 seconds up the road beginning the second lap of the race. He is 3.8 seconds up the road beginning lap number 3, but if these two work together, they might yet be able to catch him. So it's Ethan Jeff Hall the leader, then Chase Fernandez second, Sater third, Archie Clark in fourth, James Shotton into fifth position. James Shotton started, I think, outside of the top 10 and has moved up into fifth position. Ninth, in fact, he was on the grid, and up into the top 5 then. Charlie Hart is sixth ahead of Felix Livesey, Torrin Byrne, Nicholas Ellis and Ruben Dan, although actually G. Peters' transponder wasn't working, so he's only just been slotted into 7th place. Out onto the grass again they go, out of church. Now they'll have to be that bumper, by the way, is from Holly Miles. She went off there fairly spectacularly a lap ago, but she wasn't the only one, so it wasn't really worth mentioning. But anyway, yes, that track limits is going to be a talking point, I think, coming out of that corner. Got more of them going on the grass every single lap now through Church Corner. There are cars running very, very wide. Out of the window, I just saw Jack Robinson do it, but that is a place where they are monitoring track limits. And I was chatting to one of the marshals this morning whose job it is today to monitor the track limits there, and they said we will be watching, and if they do it, they will be penalised. So I would not be at all surprised, Scott, to see a few penalties creeping into this race in the second half.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, they're trying to test the limits too much, and they're getting a bit more confident now they've got more grip underneath them, given its dry conditions compared to the wet, and certainly trying to see how much they can possibly get away with. Down to the hairpin go the R-Racing trio. This is the big fight there for 4th place here. This is Archie Clark going defensive on the inside line from James Shotton. I think one of the cars that was involved, I think I predicted earlier on that Henry Jostin was involved. I think he was, because he's back down in 17th position. So maybe I got confused by looking at Alfie Slater's car, Davis' car. He was started further back anyway. I think Henry Jostin did get involved in something up at Rocket. He's right down the order. So just inside the top 20. So this is now the fight for 4th place between Archie Clark and James Shotton. They almost work together. The two teammates in front start to battle amongst each other. The easiest it's going to be for them to start to sail up to them and make it a 4-car scrap for the podium places. But initially, they're probably going to either call a temporary truce. That's whether or not James Shotton wants to call a temporary truce or start battling for that position. If he feels he's quicker, remains to be seen. But the Fox Motorsport man up in the top 5 now, just giving the Elite Motorsport driver a bit more headache when he comes through Church corner. Let's see if any of them run wide on the exit. They're all quite sensible so far. As I think a reality of this weekend, the sun has also made presence as well. So much brighter conditions. Therefore, their confidence is up in terms of how much of the track they can use. It's practically bone dry now. Plenty more battles going on. This is Ruben Dan going for a move on 18, Torin Byrne. Looking at the outside line, got a small toe from Nicholas Ellis in front. He slots in behind his team. All three of them are teammates. Into the complex they go, just to get him anchored up. The Australian now picks up another spot, and that now puts him into the top 10 or 11th place maybe. I'm a bit confused because the time screen shows he's not in the top 10 yet, but I think he's moved a couple of places. I think he's in the top 10 at the expense of Torin Byrne. So Byrne down to 11th, down up to 10th. Meanwhile, further back in 20th, that's Harry Moss, who's a bit further back than he was in the second race at least. He's trying to go up the inside of, so that was one of the Mabundas, number 20, that was Matissa Mabunda in that mix as well. A couple of the Prep Tech coals also in that mix. But it's a bit of a Elite Motorsport benefit here in this battle to the top 10.
Yes, it is, isn't it? And towards the back of this group is the recovering Henry Josselin. In fact, there he is, look, the orange, white, and blue car. So he is just ahead of this scrum, which also involves Isaac Phelps. So the black and white number 35 car, another who, of course, is trying to recover from his part of that lap one kerfuffle up at the top of the hill. So Henry Josselin and Isaac Phelps, two to watch out for. Isaac Phelps launching up the inside of a couple of cars there into the final corner. Is that going to work? It might just have done. Oh, one of them goes around, and that was Nuticio Mabunda, I'm afraid, who's just got around. Henry Josselin, meanwhile, nipping up the inside there of the number 18 car at the final corner, trying to gain a place. That was Torin Byrne. There's Mabunda rejoining the circuit. Well, that's a shame because he was right in that battle that was going on towards the back end of the field. He's starting now all on his own. Right, Henry Josselin got past Torin Byrne, so next target is Tommy Grimmer-Hill. That would be for 12th position. So really important here that Henry Josselin tries to gain as much ground as possible. Again, drop scores can sort of come back to help you, but you only get to drop 2 races over the course of the, I think it's 26 that they have over the course of the year. He comes in at the inside of Tommy Grimmer-Hill. Nice move made on the braking into Rocket, and he now will set off after Colin Cronin for what would be 11th position. So it is Ethan Jeff Hall then who leads the way. Second place Chase Fernandez, third Marcus Sater, fourth Archie Clark, fifth James Shott, then Charlie Hart, G. Peters, Felix Livesey, Nicholas Ellis and Ruben Dan completing the top 10. James Ellis being given a 10-second time penalty, and that's for being out of position at the start of the race. So James Ellis, car number 4, who's on your screen now, defending busily his 17th position. Might not be 18th position because Isaac Phelps has gone past him on this lap. He is unfortunately going to receive a penalty at the end of the race. Right, Henry Josselin down into the final corner. Now, I thought I just spotted something flapping around underneath Henry Josselin's car. I think the rear diffuser has been knocked loose on that car, so he must have had some contact somewhere that sent him around on that one. And it's just not that rear diffuser loose, not massively so. It's not impeding him hugely, but will be a distraction, if nothing else. Off the final corner he comes. He's setting off after Colin Cronin now. Battle for 11th position. The banking they go then. Charlie Hart there, but on his own again. Charlie just not able to keep up with those top 5. So Ethan Jeff Hall with a 5.4 second lead now over Chase Fernandez in second. He's still got Marcus Sater for company third. Then about a second further back to Archie Clark and James Shott, who are battling away for 4th position. And Charlie Hart on his own. Gene Peters is 7th. Felix Livesey 8th. And then this Scott Woodwist, the battle for 9th between Nicholas Ellis and Ruben Dan.
Yeah, Ruben Dan's certainly on his toes here, having a decent first half of the race. Chasing after his teammates that come down the back straight. Now, as we said yesterday, he comes all the way across from Australia, hence the green with the, obviously, that was like a golden green livery. He's got the predominantly yellow and black sport car with the green accent striping on it as well to belong to his homeland. There's Henry Josselin, making his way through, in 12th position at the moment. Next target, Colin Cronin. I believe is related to the multiple British Rally champion Keith Cronin, I believe. So, you see the Cronin family was taking a bit of a Carlos Sainz route, kind of like Keith was the rally star, and he's now going to the circuit world. Ruben down trying to just force the issue and look at the inside line, exiting through corkscrew, but he's right on the tail now for Nicholas Ellis, giving him the hurry up down towards the hairpin. Where does he go? Inside or outside? Ellis looking defensive on the inside, so it's the outside line for the Australian. He'll surely go for the undercut. And tries to get back on the power as soon as he can, but again, neatly parked by Ellis on the exit. to be frustrating him slightly. His teammate Colin Crowley just behind is there, and also you've got to keep an eye on Henry Jocelyn. Meanwhile, this is for second place because Chase Fernandez has Marcus Sater back up the inside, and something's happened between these two. Slightly off the pace or a slightly off lap for Fernandez allows Marcus Sater back into second place. And look what it's also done, because right behind them are Archie Clark and James Shotton in what's now becoming a 4-car scrap for second place. And the two racing cars are so busy fighting each other, the easier it is not only for Ethan Jeff Hall to make a break, Andy, but these two coming into play to make it an even bigger problem for them to deal with.
Well, I think it's exactly that. I think it's the fact that the two cars behind were closing in that has sort of spurred Marcus Sater into making that move. I think he was quite content to work with Fernandez as long as he wasn't under any pressure, but they weren't catching the leader and they were being caught by the two cars behind. Interesting now then to see whether Chase Fernandez sits dutifully in line behind his teammate or battles with him. Well, for now, the answer is that he's going to work with him. Settles in behind Sater as they run through the rocket complex once again. Out towards Peel corner. So Marcus Sater then up into second position. Chase Fernandez will be a little bit disappointed in that one. At least he's beating the likes of Charlie Hart and Henry Jocelyn in this race. Jocelyn, by the way, crossed the line 12th on the previous lap, so he hasn't actually caught Cronin yet, has he? Or if he has, he hasn't found a way past him yet. This quartet of cars then making their way down towards the hairpin, the battle for second place. Chase Fernandez, Marcus Sater, Archie Clark, James Shotton, absolutely nose to tail. As they hit the brakes and turn into the hairpin once again. Fernandez hunting around for a way through perhaps, but doesn't want to go for a move that ends up delaying the pair of them and opening the door then, as we've said, for Archie Clark and James Shotton to take advantage. Now, what's James Shotton's best result been of the season so far? He's had a couple of top fives, I seem to recall, at Silverstone. He had 2 4th-place finishes at Silverstone. Could end up on the podium if he plays his cards right here, because he's right on terms with these cars ahead. There is the Fox Motorsport driver, the highest placed Fox Motorsport driver in this race, turning his way up towards the banking and looking very, very competitive.
Quite a result for Fox as well, because of course so far really it's all been either elite motorsport, mostly elite motorsport, or indeed R racing. So to get a glory for Fox would be quite something. Forgive me for being a ridiculous team. That's Prep Tech, which Henry Jocelyn races for, so I was getting confused with the same one. And back straight. I think the biggest toe of all is going to be for James Shotton. You get a triple toe from the 3 cars in front. Is there going to be anyone be able to make a move? Well, Fernandez goes to the inside line because he feels he might have bigger momentum, but it might be him just going defensive to hold off Archie Clark, which it is. Clark is around the outside, and Shotton around the outside, almost both of them. Just putting himself into Clark's rear corner, and Fernandez is almost hesitating off the corner, whether he's inadvertently playing rear gunner to his teammate. But look at this, around the outside goes James Shotton, looks for the move, it goes way too deep, he stays in line. He's getting a bit ambitious there. I think he's getting even slightly frustrated because he knows that Fernandez maybe is possibly realising it's better to back him up, so it keeps it on our racing 1, 2, 3. If he is genuinely losing pace, but James Shotton is the racist of them all. He's now possibly got an inside run. He's trying to get the bump draft here from Chase Fernandez up the inside. I think he is trying to push him through. Clark holds the outside line. Fernandez to the inside. They both hit the brakes together. They almost touch wing mirrors. This now opens the door for Shotton. Through he goes. Gives him a tiny little hip check on the exit. Fernandez puts him on the outside for the sprint down towards the bus stop. Fernandez doesn't know where to go. He goes one way then the other. Whichever way he goes, he's going to be under attack from one of the 2 cars behind, but they might be so busy fighting each other. Down towards the bus stop. Archie Clark later on the brakes, but Shotton might be a bit better on the undercut on the exit. Not quite, slots back in, so they put it back where they started. Despite all of that action and possible position changing, they're still, and where they were, Andy, 3rd, 4th and 5th, no change whatsoever.
Yes, exactly. The difference being that Marcus Sater is now nearly 2 seconds ahead of them. Up the road, here comes Fernandez defending again from Archie Clark there into the banked corner. I don't think he's doing this intentionally. I think he's just suddenly lost a bit of pace. I think he started defending more than attacking, and as soon as you start defending around here, as we've seen time and time again, you lose so much momentum and you end up offline and under pressure from the cars behind. Whoops, from a spin at the banking, I believe that is, for the number 75. That's Colin Cronin. So Colin Cronin was in 11th place. He had been overtaken by Henry Jocelyn, had 2 room, and down. Meanwhile, there's contact at the top of the hill between Fernandez and Archie Clark, and that opens the door for James Shotton. They're 3 abreast into the second part part of the Rocket Complex. Shotton on the outside line is up to 4th, and now trying to go 3rd as well. James Shotton read that situation well. Can he now go around the outside of Chase Fernandez at Peel Corner? It's a difficult place to be, and he ultimately just has to slot in behind. But that was Fernandez and Archie Clark getting into each other and opening the door perfectly for the Fox Motorsport driver, who moves into 4th position now, and with a good run out of turn number 9, might even be able to challenge here for 3rd place heading to the hairpin. Fernandez certainly has to defend the inside line heading up the hill, and to the outside line will go James Shotton. Doesn't want to leave the door open for Archie Clark behind. Going to go right round the outside. The answer is no, and he does end up leaving the door open for Clark, who draws level with him off the corner. There's a bit of a hip check from both of them really coming off the turn, and I think that James Shotton should be able to hang on. He's got the inside line into the final corner and should be able to make 4th place his own. Gets boxed in a bit behind Chase Fernandez, but he will manage to at least keep Archie Clark at bay. But that's some terrific racing, Scott.
It is. Look who's also creeping up behind. Now over the Charlie Hart as well, so he's also getting involved in this, similar at latter stages. He now makes it again a 4-car train. We've now got R Racing versus Fox Motorsport versus 2 of the Elite Motorsport machines at the front of the field. Again, going back into the hairpin, and Clark's got the inside line. Shotton's gone too deep into the corner. Slightly ambitious. There's a car that's also parked up on the outside of the bank. It's Colin Cronin, we're being told. So unfortunately, his race has come to a premature end. There goes at the bottom of the shot, Marcus Sater. Meanwhile, as we watch this quickly, Ethan Jeff Hall is some 7.5 seconds out up the road. So he looks pretty comfortable, touch wood. Not comfortable is Chase Fernandez. He's got James Shotton climbing all over him. Here he comes. So the inside line for the right-hand kink. It'll be the outside line for the run towards the Rocket Complex. Side by side. He'll be last of a late breakers. In fact, the bonnet's coming loose in Chase Fernandez's car under braking. Got to be careful with that, otherwise he might not get a late black and orange flag if he's not careful. Shotton likes this outside line. He's been trying to go around it again, but look who's back up the inside. Here comes Archie Clark. Excuse me, can I come back through? James Shotton denies that request. He goes back to the inside. Fernandez vigorously defending it towards Peel Corner. That puts Shotton off his line. Here comes Clark back up the inside again. They're still side by side. This will again put the outside. There's another hit check. Out of the way, James. I want my 4th place back if you don't mind. Now he goes down the outside towards the corkscrew. And also look at the back end, the silver and black car of Charlie Hart. He wants to get in action in all of this. He's in there too, right behind them for 6th position. So it's 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th all together. Purely, I think 1 or 2 more laps to go. Anyone's guess for the remaining podium spot here between 4 of them. Nearly 4 abreast into the hairpin. And still, Charlie Hart wants to get himself involved. He's back up the inside. Little touch the inside line. Can I come through, please? No, not happening. Down the hill again. It's 4th for them for the 3rd position now. It's almost exciting to see if it'd be for the lead.
I know, this is proper Janetta Junior racing, isn't it, this? But Charlie Hart buying into this now, launches up the inside of James Shotton at the final corner. That was ambitious. Is it going to work? They're leaning on each other, I think, coming off the corner. Yes, they are. Once, twice, maybe 3 times they made contact. Charlie Hart still keeps on coming. Has the inside line, but no, James Shotton has the momentum on the outside line into the first turn. So Charlie Hart trying desperately now to gain some places, because actually all of a sudden he's only 3 places clear of Henry Jocelyn, who is catching Felix Livesey. So Henry Jocelyn could yet gain at least 1 more place with, well, this will be disappointingly the final lap of the race. He may still have a chance though to get past Felix Livesey. So 1 more run up the back straight, and it is going to be a very wide line from Chase Fernandez. He bounces down the grass. That slows his exit speed down, and it means that Archie Clark has the run. Pulls to the right-hand side of the road, gets his nose in front. Can he clear Fernandez before the braking zone? He tries to. Fernandez is late on the brakes, keeps on coming. There's more contact. The bonnet's even more loose. They both go wide. Keep an eye on Shotton and Hart behind. They were for a brief moment 4 abreast. On the grass goes Clark, and through goes James Shotton into 3rd position. James Shotton read the situation perfectly again, and Charlie Hart nips up the inside too. That all went completely wrong for Chase Fernandez and Archie Clark, and it's James Shotton who comes through in 3rd position. Fantastic racing. It ain't over yet though. Clark coming back at Charlie Hart now as they drop down the hill, but James Shotton just needs to try and get his head down and get away from that squabbling group of drivers behind, and he will have, I believe, his 1st ever podium in the championship. Down towards the hairpin he goes then, defending the inside line. Charlie Hart late on the brakes behind him. They all concertina together, with Chase Fernandez taking the wide line in. Way out in front of this lot. Ethan Jeff Hall is about to claim another dominant race victory. There he is. He's across the line. He's won the race. Right, let's get back to that fight for 3rd position, because that really is where all of the action is. Down towards the final corner. James Shotton on the inside line. Chase Fernandez's car addressing itself is still on the attack. Right round the outside. That's not going to work. It's 2nd place for Marcus Sater, but it's 3rd place and on the podium for James Shotton, much to the delight of the Fox Motorsport team. That was a fantastic battle for 3rd position, and James Shotton, deservedly so, gets himself on the podium. Scott, that was a beautiful bit of racecraft. He backed out of the initial side-by-side exchange because he knew there was a chance they'd end up running wide. They did. They opened the door, and he was very quick to run through it.
Yeah, Clark had the run. Fernandez tried to keep on forcing that issue on the inside line. He really didn't want to give up the inside line on the position. Both of them ran wide. James Shotton, a la Lewis Hamilton at Silverstone. I wasn't going to make too much of a reference to it, but he shot at the inside of both, said, yeah, you fight amongst yourselves, I'll come through, boys. Charlie Hart almost did take advantage of that, and so if you can do it, so can I. Back through, that was genuinely classic Janetta Junior racing at its finest. Beautiful stuff from the juniors. If that sets the tone for the day, I'm strapped in. That was excellent stuff from the young guns. More the same for the rest of the day, please. Brilliant.
Could not agree more. So, Jeff Hall had a bit of a boring race, really, let's be honest, but he was the winner. He gets all of the points, but all of the action was behind him. He won't mind that too much, though, because he managed to get himself the race victory, and with it, another haul of championship points. 36 points, 37 points to take, actually. He won the race, he got the fastest lap, and he started from pole. So Ethan Jeff Hall, the winner, Marcus Sater in second position, James Shotton in third, and a first career podium with the lead in the championship. Charlie Hart fourth ahead of Archie Clark, with James Fernandez sixth, Jude Peter seventh, Felix Livesey eighth, fended off Henry Gosselin in the end. He could only manage ninth after that early spin. Then it was Ruben Dan in 10th, Isaac Phelps 11th, Nicholas Ellis 12 ahead of Tommy Hill and Harry Moss. 15th place then for Torrey Byrne ahead of Alfie Slater and Ethan Carney. Alfie Davis was 18th, then it was Holly Mile and Jack Robinson with James Ellis, Tiso Mabunda, Laurie Mabunda and Colin Cronin, well not actually finishing the end, Colin Cronin retiring onto the grass at the banking in the late going. So, hugely exciting opening race of the day. And all over again later on this afternoon for the Ginetta Junior Championship. Championship-wise, that will definitely tighten things up a bit, although that will become a drop score for Henry Josselin. So exactly what that means for the points, we'll have to break the calculators out later on to figure that out. But either way, it was nice to see some new faces up there towards the front, including James Shotton, who was ninth in the championship. He'd had 2 fourth-place finishes so far this year. But to finally get onto the podium is well deserved. About time, you would say, after what has been an up and down season, it must be said, for the leading motorsport driver in the championship. Points scored for them in the championship as well, of course, at the teams race. R Racing will have extended their lead over Elite Motorsport in the teams championship. But for now, let's head down to Parc Fermé then and soak in all of the celebrations alongside Richard John Neal.
Well, Ethan Jeff Hall, another win and fastest lap in the race. So let's see if we can grab a quick word with Ethan. He'll be used to this. We'll go over to the fence this time. Many congratulations, Ethan. Another terrific win, fastest lap. Couldn't go much better for you.
No, it was a great race. It got a little bit of gap on the first lap. Everyone sort of went off the track at turn 3. I dipped a wheel off, but I managed to keep it on. And sort of just got my head down and cracked on from there. I
mean, real progress this weekend. Coming into the weekend, you were 5th in the championship standings. As of last night, 3rd. That's going to help you even more, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be a massive step forward in the championship, and I'm not sure where we'll be now, but hopefully a lot higher up.
Nice one. Look forward to seeing you for the final race of the weekend a little bit later on. You'll have earned your rest, won't you?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Nice one, Ethan. Well done.
I'd also like to thank Fortum International Exhibition Company and Total AV antivirus software and Fibre King microfiber cloth company.
Nice one, well done. We got the message there, and thank you for those guys for sponsoring and supporting Ethan. Let's grab a quick word with second position once again, Marcus Sater. Marcus, here we go. We meet again.
Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, really nice feeling, and yeah, we just got the gap on like the end of the race, and I just kept focused forward and started pushing. Yeah.
Good points in P2, but the thing is, he's got 2 wins now, you've got 1, so you've got to even it up now, haven't you, for the next race?
Yeah, I'll try my best, but he's really fast, so yeah, well done to Ethan.
How did qualifying pan out? I haven't looked at the second qualifying times, so where are you on the grid for the second race?
I'm actually P3 again, so really happy about that, yeah.
And R Racing 1-2, wasn't quite the 1-3 there, but 1-2-3, but great performance from the team nonetheless.
Yeah, it was almost a 1-2-3, yeah, I'm really happy for the team.
Nice one, well done. We'll see you for race 4 a little bit later on, and indeed on the podium before. I want to talk to this James Shotton as well. James.
Yeah.
Shuffle everything, handshake, well done. First podium.
It's amazing, yeah. Good race with Clark, Archie, Charlie, Fernandez, Chase.
It's a good race, but first overall podium, it's amazing.
That was a heck of a race to do it in as well, because it went one way, it went the other, you fought back. Great battle between all of you, but you're the guy that came out with that.
Yeah, it was amazing. Last lap, chasing, I actually went into the corner after rocket, a bit too hot, and I saw it coming, got underneath them, and I just managed to keep my cool towards the end of the race.
Amazing that we got a 1, 2, 3, all rookies in the Janetta Junior race.
Yeah.
And you've broken up the R racing part. They got 1, 2, but you've brought Fox onto the podium.
Yeah, it's great to bring the team onto the podium. Thank you very much to the team for the car, it's amazing. And the support as well, yeah.
What's the journey like going from being a newcomer coming into the championship and getting this first step on the podium?
It's been a long journey. I started the season with no testing, straight into Alton Park. It's a dangerous track, but we've managed to keep chipping away throughout the races, and finally first overall podium came here after 4 rounds. I hope for maybe a win soon as well.
I mean, that's the step, isn't it? You'll continue to build your confidence, your experience with the team. They've had faith in you anyway, but now you can have that added faith in yourself to get that further step up, 2 steps up the podium.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a boost in confidence as I'm trying to keep pushing, keep getting better, and yeah.
The race we saw and the race I was watching, you can have the speed, you can have a fast car under you, but it's another thing being involved in a race, seeing the options, seeing things open up and taking the chances. That was what we saw from you, so we know you've got that racecraft.
Yeah, it's really an intense championship, you know, the racing non-stop the whole time. I was sweating, but it feels really good to get it, to finish the race and sit on finish P3.
Nice one. Many congratulations, James. The first of many podiums, I hope, for you. Shuffle things around again. There we go. Well done. And we'll see you on the podium a little bit later on. So that is our top 3. Also our rookie top 3. Jude Peters won the Freshman Cup, which is the other category that we need to look at. I think we're going to have cars going out on track. I'll tell you what we will do. We've got a little bit of time. Can we grab a word with Holly? Because we didn't get to talk to Holly before the race. Holly, I'm really sorry. We didn't talk to you before the race. We respected you going on to the track. But, talk us through your race there.
It was okay. It was a bit. It was. I think I was overdriving a bit, which was a bit annoying. But other than that, it was better than my races have been so far. So.
In terms of overdriving, is that something you can watch the footage back? You can go back to the transporter or the team base, have a look back, and just see the areas where you might improve. Is that the sort of thing you do?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And who do you have driver coach wise?
Sean Doyle. Oh, he's walked off.
He's walked away. Yeah, he's leaving you to it. And what sort of things has Sean been teaching you around here?
Just a bit of everything, really. We've done quite a few test days here, so he's been out with us in like a spare car, dragging us around a bit, giving us a lot of help, basically. So.
Okay, well, thanks for having a chat. It wasn't too bad, was it?
No.
Thank you very much. Well done. Thanks for having a chat. Holly Mile, who didn't want to talk before the race. It's always a little bit nerve-wracking for the youngsters. And as a presenter, I'll go in, stick thumbs up, are you okay or not? If we get a head shake, I don't do it. But thank you to Holly for doing that now. What we're going to do, we are expecting the GT Academy runners to go out on circuit very soon. But what we'll do is we'll head to the podium, and I'll start the podium proceedings because I'm sort of... been voluntold, should we say, to do the podium honours here for the all the podium races. So what we're going to do is just go through and we'll see how far we get with the podium before we have the GT cars coming out on track. So we've got. Are we going to do a combined one? Or, right. So first of all, the freshman podium, 3rd position goes to. I think I got this right. James Ellis. James Ellis 3rd. For the freshman, is he here? This is for the, was it Alfie? Okay, there was a change, I'm sorry. It's Alfie Davis in 3rd place. My apologies. Changed on the way down to here. I'm always apologising to Alfie. This is very embarrassing. I apologise for that. Here he goes. Kelly gives the trophy. 2nd position, Torrin Byrne. Well done, Torrin. And our freshman winner once again, Jude Peters. Well done, Jude. Managed to do our podiums yesterday, didn't we, on the juniors, as they were the 3rd of the groups racing. And we'll get them up onto the top step of the podium for the close-up shots. Great stuff. Well done, guys. I'll have a quick word with Jude, actually, on camera. Sorry, Jude. See the camera. Another win, so not too bad.
Yeah, pretty good race. Obviously quite a bit of carnage at the start, and we managed to capitalise on that and get from P11 up to about P8 on the first lap. Made a move or two and then got up to P7, and from there we managed to keep it consistent and get to the end of the race, and really happy to get that best result so far.
That's good. Don't want to take your focus away from Janetta Junior, but obviously being on the Ginetta Focus Weekend G-Fest, do you have a look at the senior offerings, and is that maybe somewhere where you go, maybe Academy or perhaps the GT Championship for the future?
Yeah, I think it's always really hard to tell what you're going to do, and it's always what budget allows, what sponsors you can find, and what other deals you can find, but it's always an option, and yeah, we just look to see whatever we can do and see what we can do for next year in terms of budget, and hopefully progress on from Janetta Juniors.
Nice one, Jude. I nearly forgot about the overall podium, so I better crack on with that. Well done on the freshman win. Well done to Jude Peters. So on to our overall podium. Again, apologies for keeping everybody waiting. And third position, a first ever podium for James Shotton. Well done, James. Great to get that first interview with him as well, straight after the race. And you notice this is a doubling up the rookies and the overall podium as well. Second position, on the podium once again, Marcus Sater. Well done, Marcus. I noticed they're sort of holding back on the bubbly by the look of it. Only one bottle of bubbly, but so you might want to claim your free one, your extra one, afterwards for the rookie one as well. And our race winner now, very quickly, Ethan Jeff Hall. There's our junior podium. We've got the cars going out on track for the GTA Academy. So let's hand up to Andy McEwen and Scott Woodwiss for the grid.
Yes, thank you, Richard. Cars are lining up on the grid as we speak, actually, ahead of this third GT Academy race of the weekend. And the qualifying session earlier on today was probably the most competitive of the qualifying sessions that we had, actually, with 2 or 3 drivers trading the fastest times. In particular, it was Mike Taylor and James Nicholas. With Jamie Cordell and Gareth Thomas behind, sort of doing their best to try and get onto terms with them as well. But yeah, a bit of an interesting qualifying session. A big turn up for the books, though, is that Harry Gamble is starting on the back row of the grid. Now, I haven't been told officially why that is, but I'm going to take a little look at the qualifying result to see if there's a notification of a penalty. Well, that's helpful. So he and Ali Al-Jafari were disqualified from the results of qualifying for contravening CR 6.13.13, which, of course, Scott Woodwiss is about to tell us means...
you need to look at the regulations. That's what that means.
Right, OK. Well, tell you what, then, whilst I go through the grid, pull up the regulations and we'll figure out what that is. They're all available on the RSTC's website, of course, which is a great place to go if you want information on all of the RSTC championships. All the Ginetta series, of course, these days are included in that. Right then, while Scott does some homework, we will look through the grid ahead of our third race of the weekend. Is going to be James Nicholas, who once again finds himself on pole position there. James Nicholas, after solid performance in qualifying, getting the better in the end of Mike Taylor. They traded lap times for much of the session. In the end, it was James the Mike on row number 1. Second row of the grid, much further on the grid this time than he was yesterday for Gareth Thompson, Jamie Cordell, particularly Jamie Cordell, who started over 8th, but was still in 2nd by the time they got onto the back straight on lap number 1. Row number 3 then shared by Luke Shaw and Mark Elman. Mark Elman now, after that pole position, will have a 1-point advantage in the GTA class after his brilliant pair of results yesterday. Row 4 for his big GTA class rival, Julian Wantling, so he's actually right on the tail of Mark Elman. That could be an interesting battle. Paul Thomas lies next in car 12. He wasn't racing much yesterday, so we'll talk about for races 3 and 4. Then, row number 5 is Thompson and Emma Tomlinson. Emma Tomlinson getting herself a win today. Starts 10th race 3. Then on row 6, we see Paul Livesey and Lee Tomlinson lining up alongside each other at the back end of the top dozen. 7th row, for Ben Cook and Phil Bugatti. Bugatti, one of the chairman's Cook drivers, the highest place place on the Goodwin Junior Watling in 7th position. Then on row number 8, it is Lucy Hodgson and Harry Cook next in line. Then it will be Gilbert Vernian with Harry Gamble coming from the back of the grid. Definitely need to keep an eye on him, and in fairness, Ali Al-Jafali from the very back, because he's been pretty quick as well. So Harry Gamble and Ali Al-Jafali with all to do from the back 2 positions on the grid. So it's 2 by 2 rolling start for the GT Academy drivers. James Nicholas had real trouble from Mike Taylor off the start of both of yesterday's races, losing the lead within the opening few corners on both occasions. What does race 3 have in store for us then? The red lights are on, and we are ready to go racing then as the lights go out. James Nicholas leads them towards the first corner for the first time, and is he going to get the better of Mike Taylor this time? I'm not sure he will. Taylor carries good speed round the outside line, gets to the inside, there's contact between the two of them, but just about James Nicholas hangs on, and steaming round the outside, Gareth Thomas almost into second, but outbreaks himself a little bit too much into the banking and has to slot back into third. A spin further back, that was Paul Thomas, I think, who's got around in the number 12 car. He's been pitched into a spin on the inside of the corner at the banking. The rest of them, though, filing through Church Corner onto the back straight for the first time, where the order is Nicholas leading. It is Mike Taylor in second position, side by side for third, though, and that is Jamie Cordle up alongside Gareth Thomas. Those two did battle yesterday, and they're doing so again here this morning. This afternoon, actually, as it is now. They turn into Rocket for the first time, and Nicholas is off. James Nicholas straight across the grass, slides onto the road, and tangles with Taylor, then gets collected by Cordle. They've all piled up at the top of the hill. Taylor, Gareth Thomas, Cordle, and James Nicholas all together, and Jamie Cordle ends up stationary on the inside on the grass. There's another car pointing the wrong way further
Nicholas.
back. Gareth Thomas has got his bodywork shedding. James Nicholas only now rejoining at Peel. Once again, as in the juniors, calamity up at Rocket, and now Gareth Thomas has another spin coming down into turn 9. That car may well be dropping fluid onto its own tyres. If nothing else, it will have to pit for the bodywork damage. Carnage at the top of the hill, Scott, once again.
I think that other spin, well, actually, he tried to go around the outside of Peter Thompson and moved across a bit too quickly and got collected by Peter inadvertently. But that was a very messy first few corners. Safety car, in fact, red flag has been called. Unsurprisingly, race has been stopped. There's what was left of Gareth Thomas' bonnet, but there are pieces of essentially fiberglass or bodywork all over the shop at the exit of Rocket and Peel. That's very unfortunate to see, but unfortunately, I'm afraid they're going to get a second bite of the cherry for this one. But we thought yesterday was dramatic with many of the main contenders at the first corners in the wet was causing problems for many of those front runners. It's just all kicked off in the dry, even more so than it did yesterday, which is quite ironic. That's Gareth Thomas's car, not quite factory spec, and with the greatest respect, Gareth Thomas's mirrors haven't come off that car, because he almost drove into, unfortunately drove into, I think it was Mark Ellman was involved in that as well. So
yes.
Mark Ellman, who's one of the front runners, so majority of the front runners in both classes have been involved in some kind of skirmish at some point on the opening lap in that sequence. Already now with the car up on its jacks, as we see the camera person kind of run in, that is number 6, I think, and ironically, up behind it is the car that it tangled with, which has probably caused him to come in, which is the 77 of Gareth Thomas. Peter Thompson trying to climb back into the car, but the team frantically were going to work on that one. But in terms of the surviving cars from that, well, the first couple of the cars in that order, at the front of the field, for those who haven't come in, I can see Luke Shaw's up there. I think that's Emma Tomlinson in second place. She's come all the way up where she was. She qualified well, to be fair. She qualified 10th. So from all that, she's come from, looks like 10th to 2nd amongst everything that happened all in front of her. Just, it absolutely kicked off, and she was been one of the main benefactors. Also, I've noticed as well, up there from the back of the field, I'm sure that's about what? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7th. Ali Al-Jafali from what was the back of the grid to 7th. Now, whilst we've got a break there, I did do my homework and have looked at the regulations. So the reason why Harry Gamble and Ali Al-Jafali start at the back is they contravene Championship Regulations 6.13.13, which is, and I quote, during qualifying and races, it is permissible to have available in the pit lane the other 2 nominated tyres to be changed in the event of damage occurring during the sessions. These are the only tyres that will be allowed in pit lane. So my suspicion is they had tyres that they were not permitted to have in the pit lane at the time, or they used tyres they weren't permitted to have. Therefore, they had to go to the back of the grid as a result of convening that regulation. So they obviously have nominated tyres that they are allowed to use during qualifying and races, and they've obviously gone beyond, for whatever reason, using tyres that either they've mistakenly chosen the wrong tyres or simply used tyres that they shouldn't have done, and therefore because of that they had to go right to the back of the grid. Hasn't stopped Ali Al-Jafali. As for Harry Gamble, I can't quite see his car, not sure where he ended up.
5th, I think.
Yes, he's in front of him, in fact, actually. Yeah, so look at the order of the cars, it was actually, looks like the front two from all of that are Luke Shaw and Emma Tomlinson. Julian Wantling is third. Fourth, I'm trying to make out who that is. Fifth is definitely Harry Gamble. Sixth is the 19, which is Ben Cooks. He's up there too as well. Then it's Ali Al-Jafari, and then behind them is cars at 81 behind them, which is 81, which is Phil McGarty. Yeah. So a few cars made up. The only car I can't quite tell, I think, is the car that's technically fourth, but I can't tell exactly who that is. It's behind Julian Wantling.
I believe it could be Paul Livesey, I think.
I think you might be right,
It could be Paul Livesey. Of course, none of this is actually relevant because they'll go back to original grid order for the race restart. But yes, interesting to see who picked their way through that the most. Now, significantly there on screen, look, rolling through is Mike Taylor. Mike Taylor survived all of that. James Nicholas's car, I fear, did not. So that is big news for the championship. Top two drivers in the championship tangling, not for the first time this year. Remember, they tangled at Donington as well earlier on in the season, and they've done so again here at Anglesey, but Taylor gets away with it, whilst unfortunately James Nicholas does not. So James Nicholas, it looks like, will take no further part in this race, and Mike Taylor therefore has a really good opportunity to get some points back on James. Pulls up into pole position then. Taylor's car looks relatively undamaged actually from all of that because he was on the outside. He got spun to the outside going through Rocket out, and he was therefore not in the firing line for other cars when they came barrelling through. Shaw's car looking a little bit wounded, but basically still okay. But the other significant thing, of course, as we said, is that Mark Elman's car is in the garage having repair work done to it, whilst Julian Wantling, his GTA class championship rival, only a point between them at the moment, is lining up back on the grid for the restarted race. So, yeah, both championships, we've got a title contender out, potentially, and a title contender very much still there, ready to take the restart.
What's interesting, of course, the rule is, of course, if they red flag it before the end of 2 laps, the grid has to go back to its original order. The only thing is, though, we won't be missing most of the first 3 rows, unfortunately. We shouldn't laugh and make a joke of it, of course, because it's not nice to see. But James Nicholas and Mike Taylor are involved in that, so they might not take the restart. If they're there, they will. Gareth Thomas was probably may or may not do. Jamie Cordell was involved in that. He might not do. Luke Shaw is the first of the cars that was parked up when it came back through. Mark Elman's a question mark on that and that side of things. Then we've got Julian Wantling, and I think Paul Thomas will get some respite after his spin up at the banking on the opening first lap. Then it's Peter Thompson, who was also involved in that issue as well, so he will have to go back from where he was in the pit lane. And then the next car that's kind of running after that is Emma Tomlinson, so they'll grid them back up in their original order, but I think based on where they should be, essentially it looked like Luke Shaw on his own on the front row of the grid, but it's not, it's him back in row 3.
Mike Taylor is there though. Mike Taylor came back, didn't he? As I was just saying, his car wasn't too badly damaged, it just was delayed and had to sort of filter its way through the queue. So he is there, but yes, no one else in the top 5 really on the grid apart from Luke Shaw.
But that would make quite an interesting sight of him on his own, then a huge gap around him, and then a bit further back to his rear left is going to be Luke Shaw on the 3rd row.
And that's tricky with a rolling start as well. With a standing start, you just tell Luke Shaw, right, you've got to pull up into 5th place on the grid, leave 4 out of 3 empty spots in front of you to Mike Taylor. On a rolling start, it's actually quite difficult to judge exactly where you should be because obviously you're moving, that makes it harder anyway, and he could very easily, I think, just shuffle forward a little bit and probably get a bit closer to the cars ahead. And notice there Paul Thomas waving at somebody, a marshal presumably, but no marshals are paying him much attention right now because they're busy grinning up the back of the field, but I'm presuming that means he stalled his car. I don't think he's going anywhere just yet though, because there's still a bit of clean-up work going on up at the top end of the circuit, and I haven't yet seen James Nicholas's car make it back to the Paddock area, so I think they're still recovering James's car from up on the exit of Rocket. So the restart is probably not imminent, but Paul Thomas still keen. Now there is Nicholas's car. Oh, so he actually made it to the Tom Price straight before needing recovery. We last saw him bouncing back onto the track up at Peel, so he did make it round a few more corners, but unfortunately James Nicholas, championship contender, is going to be taking no further part in the restart of the race. So the marshal does now make it to Paul Thomas's car. What is it that they're talking about? Not entirely sure. Looking out of the window. There. Oh, was a Janetta Junior going down the pit straight. But the cars on the grid are the GT Academy cars. And trying to figure out what's going on with Paul Thomas. There's now an official, I think, of some sort out on the grid. Oh, so I think Paul was gesticulating because he wanted to draw attention to something on Luke Shaw's car, because now the marshal and official have wandered over to Luke's car and they're looking at something on the right-hand side of it. So I think Paul Thomas was trying to point out maybe some loose bodywork, because of course Luke was involved in that contact, wasn't he, at the top of the hill?
Fairly briefly.
Yes, and I think they're going to try and assess whether that needs any repair work, basically. Right, whilst we're waiting for the recovery operation to be complete, let's take a look back, shall we, at exactly what transpired up at the top of the hill, because it all got very messy very quickly, and it was all between the top two in the championship within the rookie class. Anyway, James Nicholas and Mike Taylor.
Side by side for third,
so this was it then, going up the hill into the rocket complex. Taylor in behind Nicholas goes to the outside, but it all kicks off really because Nicholas makes a mistake. He outbrakes himself, slides over the grass, look, and as he bounces back on the road, collides with Mike Taylor. Around goes Taylor, around goes Nicholas. There's nowhere for Caudle or Thomas to go. Luke Shaw into the back of Thomas as well. And then Mark Elman. Where does Mark Elman get damaged? Because he didn't appear to have any contact. Maybe just there as they left shot. Yes, with one of the Tomlinsons, I think that is, isn't it? Maybe Emma Tomlinson, or was it Paul Livesey, perhaps? One of the...
Maybe it was the 6, because the 6 car came in. He's got damaged,
yes.
and also then the other move was then Thomas came across. He went to go round the outside of Thompson, and I think possibly because Thompson had damage on their front, it wasn't the case of Thomas moving over as I initially thought, because I didn't see that contact. I think Thompson's trying to steer, couldn't avoid Thomas, and therefore he's tagged him, and that's sent him round up at the corkscrew. So yeah, several cars involved in that, sadly, but it does potentially give an opportunity. Well, the biggest opportunity it gives is, like it did yesterday, the biggest benefactor, if you want to call him a benefactor, is Mike Taylor, because of course he was the one that benefited from everyone hitting stripe yesterday, and by his, I guess, if you want to call it good fortune, yes, he was involved in that, but he's now finds himself on the front row of the grid with nobody alongside him, nobody on the second row of the grid, nobody directly behind him on the third row of the grid. The closest person is Luke Shaw, and everyone else possibly, in a nice way I can possibly say it, he's probably not going to consider that much of a threat, unless the likes of Ali Al-Jafari and Harry Gamble, who now have to come from all the way from the back of the grid again, potentially have a chance to do so. But there is the shot of Luke Shaw's car, starting what should be 5th, but that's going to be for quite interesting placing when it comes to the rolling start, to kind of hold back in hold position.
Yes, I suspect he will try and take... An experienced driver would try and make an advantage out of that, wouldn't they? Let's be honest. They'd try and get a bit closer to the leader and argue that it was impossible to know exactly where they should have been. But anyway, we'll see what happens. But yeah, Mike Taylor and James Nicholas, this has been an ongoing story in 2024, really, hasn't it, with those two coming to blows. And it's happened again here at Anglesey. So, with James Nicholas's car now back in the paddock area, hopefully that means we're not that far away from getting cars released out onto a green flag lap. I'd imagine we'll get the full 20-minute race in. I can't see any reason really for them shortening it, because we have got plenty of time built into the timetable today, where we can get the race restarted in full, which would be nice to see. So yeah, Mike Taylor, I'm trying to work out now the drop score situation with GT Academy is a little bit complicated, let's say. They don't just drop a couple of races. Oh, no, that would be far too easy to try and work out. What they do instead is they drop, I think, 3 rounds of the championship. So yes, so the total combined scores from the 5 highest point-scoring events, not races, events, will determine the final championship points and positions. Well, bear in mind, over the course of the season, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 events. So essentially, your 2 lowest scoring weekends, you don't have to score, as Mark Elban's Ginetta of many colours lines up on the what is essentially the 3rd row of the grid, so that's good work from them. They've got the SVG Motorsport team getting that car fixed up and back out on the grid. But yes, so that's the reason I think this is a bit complicated with the whole drop score situation, is that because you drop a whole event, not individual rounds, Scott, it is unlikely that they'll drop this one because it's 4 races. So or do they count each day as a separate event? Maybe I suspect maybe that's what they do. But then most other events are triple headers, not double headers. So then this becomes automatically a lower score. It all gets very complicated, and I'm not really looking forward to the final round at Brands Hatch because I'm going to have to do some maths.
goodness forbid doing maths, Andy. Goodness me. So, we're hearing potentially might be a little bit of fluid on circuit, so we'll have to wait and see how they get on. There is supposed to be the said fluid, or if they put some cement dust down them and try and sweep it up as much as they can, so that could be really tricky on the inside line. So the cars now make the way off on the formation lap to get this restart for race number 1 of the day for the GT Academy back underway. And as we mentioned, Mike Taylor will now be unchallenged on the front row of the grid. Those competitors now will be an all-empty spot alongside him on the front row, an all-empty second row. And then row 3 is now complete because Mark Elman's car has been slightly patched up after the contact up at the exit of Rocket and Peel. That now puts him on the third row again, alongside Luke Shaw, whose car also survived that as well. And again, watch out for both Harry Gamble, who is just towards the two cars at the back of the shot here, the back of the field, the white and black machine, Harry Gamble, and the white, green and black car, Valley Al-Jafali. They will be the ones that are going to be picking their way through the order. Also, of course, be aware of the battle that's going on in the AM class. So Mark Elman gets a second bite of the cherry now. He starts from AM class pole again. He's ahead of Julian Wantling and pushing the likes of Paul Thomas, Peter Thompson, and Emma Thompson, who won a race yesterday in race 2. So Sterling driving defensive work, defending off Mark Elman to take her first win in the championship in the academy class. Around this formation. And again, Mike Taylor, almost in the pansies here, but interesting is in terms of positioning. I mean, technically, Luke Shaw can't really go on the front row alongside him because he's got to try and work his way through. This is going to be quite an interesting one. I hope he does go along. So no, they're forming up as they probably should do. So they're giving Mike Taylor the space that he needs. So Mike Taylor on his own on the front row of the grid, Mark Elman and Luke Shaw alongside back on the third row of the grid. Then they are also purposely leaving a gap for the second row where it should have been. So this really should be, in theory, a relatively easy start from Mike Taylor, given where he is with practically nobody around him.
They could probably get away with anticipating the start, I think, couldn't they, from that far back? They could probably accelerate a little bit before the red lights went out, because technically they're not really taking anybody before the race gets underway. But let's see what they decide to do. Off the final corner anyway, and Luke Shaw is behaving himself and will cross the line some distance behind Mike Taylor. So the race gets back underway then, 20 minutes back on the clock. And let's hope for a slightly cleaner run through the first lap this time around. Emma Tomlinson now on the outside line going through target corner, gets muscled out a little bit, but it is Mike Taylor who leads at the banking. It is Luke Shaw in second. It's Mark Elman in third position with that hastily patched up car. And I think Julian Wantling behind. And around now goes Paul Livesey, I think. No, it's Phil McGarty, isn't it? Sorry, the 81 car that's gone around at the banking, thankfully avoided by everybody else. And they make their way up through Church Corner for the first time of asking. One or two of them getting squirrely over the exit curb, but they're all still there. And now hold your breath, everyone, as we head towards the Rocket Complex for the first time. The leading group pretty well spread out, but some of the action further back could get pretty interesting. On the brakes there is Paul Livesey, but on the 31 car. Turning his way through, but a much cleaner run this time around the top end of the circuit. No, it's not, because a round has gone. Harry Cook, is that? No, 44, sorry. Lucy Hodgson around going into Rocket. Lucy thankfully gets the car fired back up and will continue on her way.
She's going to try and spin turn it by flicking it left and then right to get it back and going again down the hill towards the corkscrew. First time there's a green flag at the top of the hill at Crockett, means that she has probably got it underway. So Mike Taylor is on his own, so I think in all fairness the fight might well be. There's battle going on here as Paul Thomas darts out to the inside into the hairpin. Big lock-up, also there's a big dive for Thomas. Big lock-up for Wantling, so that gives Emma Thompson the chance to get up the inside, and she's going to take full advantage. So 2 spots lost in one move there for Julian Wantling. He's now down to 5th position, and just behind him now we've got the recovering number 6 of Peter Thompson. Now battling with that 47. No, that's Harry Gamble, is it? No, that's not. That is 31 that was battling with. So that was Livesey. So Livesey has managed to survive that opening lap as well. So Taylor then 1.8 seconds to the good. There he goes at the back of the shot from Luke Shaw in second place now. Mark Elman, who is leading in that category in the GTA class. 4th is Paul Thomas, now 3rd in the rookie category. Emma Tomlinson up to 2nd in class now. Julian Wantling down to 3rd. And it's Peter Thompson, Paul Livesey, Harry Gamble up to 9th in the back of the grid. And then Ben Cook rounding up the top 10. That's Ali Jafali. He's currently in 12th. And he is 7th in the rookie class. Looking for the move as Harry Gamble was getting squeezed to the inside there, trying to go around the outside of Paul Livesey. I don't think Paul was having any of that. It's around the outside there. That's Mark Elman. So what's happened to Elman? He's dropped behind Paul Thomas now, and now under threat from Emma Tomlinson. So whatever's happened to Paul, either he's nursing some possible damage or an issue from the first lap contact first time, but that really has been hastily patched up in the break between the restart. But an issue that will possibly a legacy of that contact. He's dropping downwards to get the bottom of the top 10.
He didn't get a great run through Church Corner, so that's where Thomas got him. But yeah, he's continuing to lose pace now up at the top end of the circuit, isn't it? And that means that Julian Wadling is not far behind him now. So Mark Elman could be in trouble here from his championship rival. There is Julian Wadling behind the number 3 car, and they are fighting for the GTA Class Championship. Meanwhile, Harry Gamble picking his way through, and Elman goes around. Elman with a spin at the hairpin. Whether that was solo or not, I'm not sure. But Mark Elman's race, unfortunately, unraveling.
It really was. I guess it's the age-old question. Did he jump or was he pushed? With all of that, guess who's charging through? Harry Gamble storming down the inside into the bus stop. He's made about 4 or 5 places in 1 lap, which is extraordinary. Crosses the line. Oops, that's Paul Livesey going for a spin backwards. What on earth is going on in the GT Academy race? They're all off the road at this point in time. Livesey taking a turn to have a spin this time. It's almost like 3 people that spun in 1 lap almost, I think.
Yes,
I think.
it was.
So that's quite intriguing. So that's now Harry Gamble up to 5th. He started the lap in 9th, which is quite extraordinary. So his next target now is Emma Tomlinson, who now leads once again in the GTA category, which is quite excellent. She could be on course. She keeps her pace up. There she is. Could be on course for her 2nd GT Academy win in a row of the weekend.
Well, she's about 3 and a bit seconds up on Julian Wadling, who is several places behind her in the overall running order. So yeah, looking good for Emma Tomlinson at the moment, as the midfield gaggle runs through Rocket once again. Julian Wadling then up ahead on Mark Elman, so he's not leading the class at the moment, Julian, but he'll be pretty satisfied with 2nd position. And turns into Peel Corner. 19 machine of Ben Cook behind, and then Ali Al-Jafari from the back of the grid, remember, so he's not made quite the storming progress on the restart that he did on the initial start to the race, but he is at least inside the top 10, and now on the tail of Ben Cook, heading up the Tom Price straight, peaks to the inside line, had a better run out of turn number 9, and I think he's going to make that move stick quite easily under braking, so Ali Al-Jafari up another position now, past Ben Cook into 8th position. Cook, by the way, running within the Chairman's Cup, as is Julian Wadling and Peter Thompson. So Peter Thompson leading the Chairman's Cup in 6th position. Mike Taylor with the fastest lap. I'll be intrigued to see how that compares to Harry Gamble, using all of the road and quite a bit more off the final corner. Gamble not quite as quick on that lap, and that was his first lap really in clean air. So Gamble with a 1:38.4, Taylor a 38.3 there, so not a lot in it really, but Gamble's chances of catching Mike Taylor, I think, before the race are done, looking pretty slim. He is though on the tail of Emma Tomlinson, the GTA class leader, as they turn through Church Corner once again, and I would not be surprised here to see a move made of into Church.
No, neither me. Harry Campbell's clearly got the faster pace, darts out to the inside line. Remember, I think smartly he's not going to fight it too hard, although she's the best she can keeping the outside line, but ultimately they're not in the same class, so there really is no point to battle it. She's comfortably at the moment several seconds in front in the class by about 4 seconds now, so she's got quite the advantage she needs. She's totally comfortable, but she's got the rest of the race now to run, hopefully run in clear air. The next car she's going to try and deal with will probably be Peter Thompson, car number 6, so he's going to come up onto her relatively quickly, I'd imagine. New gap at the front, once we look at the battle between Al-Jafari, Wantling and Ben Cook, is going to be 3.6, 4 seconds now to the good between Mike Taylor and Luke Shaw. So again, like it was in race 1 yesterday, so all his main rivals hit strife and get involved with each other. It's Mike Taylor who is the big benefactor of that. Will be more vital championship points he takes, particularly when all of them are not scoring, which is the key thing, compared to yesterday when it was his rivals kind of further back and trying to charge through. This time they're not going to score anything, which is the big advantage he would have. Shaw up there in 2nd place, Paul Taylor in 3rd. That's the current rookie top 3. Tomlinson, as we said, still leads the GTA category in 4th, and wait, she's 5th now, because Harry Gamble, of course, got past. Well, look at lap time comparisons between Tomlinson and Wantling. That last time by it was a 1:40.4 compared to a 41.6. So at the moment, Tomlinson, whether it's being lapped or not, has got the pace that she's definitely showing. Not that I considered it was, but yesterday it wasn't a fluke at all. She had look at the lap times. It was genuine pace against Mark Elman. It's genuine pace against Wantling again. So she's doing a fine job.
Yeah, most definitely. Doing well in 5th place overall as well is Emma Tomlinson. Again, yes, they're missing a few, but still doing well. She wasn't involved in all of the carnage at the top of the hill, for which she deserves some credit because she was right in the middle of it all, and have managed to pull her way through nicely into 5th position. Mike Taylor leads the way then, has taken the fastest lap point as well, although in the first sector on this lap, Harry Gamble purple, so fastest of anybody in sector 1, and therefore closing in now on Paul Thomas, who's running in third place. I think I missed that. Paul Thomas running a podium place at the moment, but I haven't lost, I don't know. With Harry Gamble doing his best to try and creep onto his tail. Then you've got number 19 of Ben Cook on the tail of Julian Watling. Both of them in Chairman's Cup battle, but not in the same class. GTA class driver Julian Watling, rookie class driver Ben Cook. Cook struggling to find a way through, and that's Elman, Mark Elman off the road. You have to wonder whether this is as a result, maybe, of the contact that he had on the initial start of the race. I think that's the exit of Rocket, ironically where he had the contact at the start of the race, and wonder whether that damage, which we already suspected he was struggling with, has now taken him out of the race altogether. But that is, again, major drama from a point perspective in the GTA class, Scott.
Yeah, and that'll be a big benefit for that man just going through the shot. Julian Watling, he will gain some good points, which is the biggest benefactor of all, given that she came into this first race 68 points off the lead, certainly the Emma Tomlinson. So she's got, yeah, because Watling and Elman came into this race tied on points. Emma Tomlinson was 68 back, so she'll gain some points back on Elman, and also Watling will now definitively take the championship lead, provided he stays where he is in second place. So that will be a benefit for them. There's Harry Gamble, who is now one place away from taking a step on the overall podium and in the rookie class. Also, Paul Thomas, who, again, I think you should count his lucky stars that he got the restart, because of course he had that spin up at the banking and had to recover back from it initially. Yellow flags flying because of Mark Elman's stationary car on the exit of Rocky out. Back down the hill again they go in this battle for third place. This is where the task starts to become, in theory, a little bit more tougher for Harry Gamble. He's gone through the, if you see what I mean, quote-unquote easier targets, given that he is one of the fastest cars on the grid, so it's not too, I think, disrespectful to mention that given his pace. To the hairpin goes the scrap for third, to the tail. And there is Luke Shaw just in the foreground going past in second place, so both of them are not too far away. I'll double check lap times them last time by before they come across the line. So Shaw did the 39.0, personal best last time for Thomas and for Gamble. 39.0 personal best. Oh, and that's Thomas making Harry Gamble's task much more easier for him, but it almost went very wrong there because Thomas looped it around. Harry Gamble was sure rather bemused but slightly terrified at one point, given that he found the spinning number 12 car in his path, and now Paul Thomas has the agonising task of having to wait for every single other car to go through before he finds a clear spot to go past. This now puts Harry Gamble easily up to third place. It puts Luke Shaw. It now puts Luke Shaw as his next target. As we see here, we switch back to the on-track battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Emma Tomlinson now being chased by two of the rookie class cars, Peter Thompson and Ali Jafali. It'd be quite interesting if potentially he never got the time to do so. It'd be good if Richard can get a chat with Ali Jafali, see if he's related to any of the Al Jafali or Jafali Racing family members. Of course, the only one that comes to mind is Rima Jafali, of course, who is also Saudi. She's had her fair share of F4 and also now doing actually quite well in GT racing these days. She's raced Mercedes quite successfully and had a couple of, I think, AM class wins in places around the world. So if there is some family relation, good to see another member of the Jafali family making its venture into motorsport and twitching another 63 car exiting heel. So Harry Gamble, who we talked about, whilst that's going on in front of us, he now has a much easier task, a much clearer track to start chasing after Luke Shaw. Just under 9 minutes in order to try and catch him.
Indeed so. Ali Jafali now the inside of Thompson, heading towards the right-handed hairpin, I should say, at the end of the Tom Price straight, which again makes that move look very easy. So Ali Jafali's driven very well in this race. Didn't actually benefit quite as much as some of the others from the start of the race. Had to go back to the back of the grid, then sort of got to 10th on the opening lap, I seem to recall, but he's then had to overtake them all individually, get back into 5th position. So good drive from Ali Jafali, and he will chase off after Emma Tomlinson if he can now. Of course, they're not in the same class, so no more points to gain in all likelihood from this race, but still 4th in class and a top 5 overall. That would be very, very happy Ali Jafali after this race, I suspect. Now, the lead gap has been creeping down as we're watching this over the last couple of laps. On the previous 2 laps, Luke Shaw has been between 3 and 4 tenths of a second a lap quicker than Mike Taylor, so 4.2 seconds now is the margin. Remember, we saw this a little bit in yesterday's second race, didn't we? That Mike Taylor's pace seemed to fade a bit as he got to the second half of it. Around has gone Gilbert Verdian up at the Rocket Complex. Gilbert Verdian joins. Now, is that where this lot are coming through now? Yes, it is. There's a yellow flag up at Rocket out. And hopefully Gilbert Verdi and not still stationary in the middle of the road. I can see the yellow flags have gone in now, so yes, and the point I was making yesterday, Mike Taylor in the second half of the race was reeled in the second race, certainly by James Nicholas. Now in very different conditions, I wonder whether we're in for a similar charge from Luke Shaw. Well, on this lap, Taylor responding a bit, at least in the first sector, 2/10 quicker than Luke Shaw. There is Luke heading out of the hairpin, but good to see that he's keeping the pressure up. He's got second place pretty much in the bag because he's, I'll say that, actually, even by doing personal best laps, he still was a 10th of a second slower than Harry Gamble behind him, but barring a disaster, I don't see Harry catching Luke Shaw, but Luke continuing to push on, and by the end of the lap, loses 2.5 tenths to Mike Taylor, so never mind.
And he's lost another half second to Harry Gamble, who's charging the box. So that's now gap closing. What I was going to point out also, we're seeing here, there's Emma Thomason, who I think is about to relinquish on track at least 4th place overall. If it stays as it is, I think we're on course for a double Tomlinson podium, because we've got Julian Watley in second and Amy Tomlinson in 3rd place in class at the moment. So this could be quite a family celebration for the Tomlinsons if they get both of the racing ladies in this class on the podium, which would be quite nice to see for both of them, I'm sure. It'll be quite a nice moment for both of them on the podium. I'm certain that Richard O'Neill will do his ever superb job recovering when we get to it. Down the back straight once again. And this is now Ali Jafali, who is now looking to try and make a move, and they're not so courteous to lane 3, but they are different classes, and I guess in some ways, why should she? It's still for overall position, which is still for a bit of bragging rights on that side, but look at some of the pace they've been setting. Last time by was a personal best for Ali Jafali. He was a full 1.1 seconds quicker than Emma Thompson on that last lap, so it looks as though it's almost a case of when rather if he's going to get past. Though this defence of Mark Owen yesterday was pretty stringent and pretty well done, so I think Ali's about to realise that Emma's not the easiest person to get past in the same class or not, so she's going to put quite a good defence up here. Although Ali does look up the inside and has a peek, unless they're on the radio.
Oh, no.
Radio, no! Spoke too soon, unfortunately. Round goes Emma Tomlinson, and that will give the lead to Julian Watley if she can't get going again very quickly. But there goes Julian. So Julian now takes the lead, and it might beat her on the curve if she's not careful. She's also careful. It might get second place to Amy Tomlinson, which it does. So that's going to be a point of frustration, given that, all right, yes, Emma was defending, but arguably there was kind of no need for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one, that, isn't it? Because Jafali came from a long way back. There wasn't really ever an overlap. He will say that Emma Tomlinson turned into him, but she was just taking her natural racing line, and he was never really alongside. I would be surprised if that's not a penalty, but we'll wait and see. Also, I request permission to retract my previous statement about Luke Shaw having second place in the bag, because Harry Gamble took another 0.3 of a second out of him on that previous lap. He no, there's then gone 2/10 slower than Luke in the first sector, so as I confidently predicted, Luke Shaw should be safe in second position, but they're sort of trading sector times for the time being.
Gamble did set the fastest first sector of the race in that last one,
yes.
The lap, not the one just completed, but the one before that, so certainly proving that he has got good pace and that there might be a chance to catch him. He's now, what's that, 3.5 seconds back, which is interesting.
Did get picked for exceeding track limits on that lap, though, I must point out, so he's on his final warning, I think.
I see. Right, so we'll be very careful on that one. This man, meanwhile, has pretty much had all his rivals around him just fall hit stride for any particular reason. He's now leading the PTA car. This is now also Amy Thomas in second place now, because of that tap in the tail from Ali Al-Jafari. Sadly, Emma Thompson has moved off the top of the podium. She might try and charge back if she can catch up to Paul Livesey in these last couple of laps. But Amy Tomlinson now, who we now ride on board with, is one of our onboard cameras for this race. She is now chasing down Ben Cook overall. This will be for 7th place outright. And just out of interest, I'll look at the pace between the two of them. And Amy Tomlinson was 7/10 quicker on that last lap, so who knows, maybe they ain't over yet.
Yes, well, Amy Tomlinson pushing on, and certainly would like to try and find a way past Ben Cook if she can. How early Ben Cook turns in there to that final turn. Cook would be doing that actually as well, whereas Amy Tomlinson turned a lot later to a more traditional line, and that seemed to benefit her because she was got to the line that time around 1.3 seconds quicker than the car ahead. And continues to close in ever further as they head for the banking once again. 3.9 seconds, by the way, is now the lead gap, so Luke Shaw is almost as close to Mike Taylor now as Harry Gamble is to him. Only 2 3/4 minutes to go, 2 more laps realistically of racing remaining. I don't see any of those leading positions change. Right on board though with Amy Tomlinson, 8th place overall. Good run out of Church Corner, a poor run conversely for Ben Cook, who was all up the curb on corner exit. You can see there just how sharp those two little kinks in the middle of the school straight are. That makes it quite difficult actually to set the car up on the right line into Rocket in, a bit sideways over the curb for Cook. So a couple of little mistakes creeping in here for Ben Cook, and that's just giving Amy Tomlinson the extra incentive that she needs just to convince herself that she's able to get this place. She's definitely closing in. She will have, I think, one lap realistically to try and find a way through and up into 7th place overall.
Whilst that's happening, Emma Thompson's definitely not driving angry, but she's definitely got her tail up because she's trying to close back in on Paul Livesey. And the last lap time we just did, she did a personal best lap time of 1:39.231, and she was 7/10 quicker than Paul Livesey in 3rd place in class. And she's on this lap alone as well. She is a further 4/10 quicker, so she's trying to close in this late stage. It might be too little too late, we'll wait and see. Ben Cook has subsequently, I think for that little wide moment exiting Church, been given a track limits warning. Whilst all that was happening, Mike Taylor, going on to the final lap of the race, has just set the fastest lap also. He's dipped into the 1:37s, 1:37.983. So his charge ain't done yet just yet as they come on to the final lap. Usually one thing in the GTA Club Stones, but because Ben Cook with a huge lock up into the banking, that lost him a significant amount of time. And remember, of course, even if Amy Thompson does get through on this last lap somehow, it's not going to be for change of position. Meanwhile, again, Mike Taylor thinking, where's all my rivals gone? Because just like it was in race 1 yesterday, they've all hit stride, come together with each other. He's just sailed away into the distance. This will be, just as it was yesterday, another race win for Mike. This will certainly help him no end in the championship as he heads up out of the bank, the corkscrew, down towards the Tom Price straight and the hairpin for the final time. And despite the best efforts of Luke Shaw, this will certainly be a fine victory for him. And Harry Gamble also in line for a fine back of the grid to podium finish as well. And also I think it's all just reward, unless something happens with the penalty, for Ali Jafari again. Let's concentrate on the fact that he is 4th, again for the back of the grid, showing his pace also. But for Mike Taylor, pretty much a casual Sunday morning drive here on the Rush Coast.
And he gets one more lap to celebrate with as well, because actually he's going to cross the line with about 16 seconds to go. So one more time around the 2.1 mile Anglesey International Circuit for Mike. And 4.3 second lead he now enjoys over Luke Shaw, who is still 3.3 ahead of Harry Gamble. So I don't think Gamble's going to catch him before the flag. Ali Al-Jafali, as we've said, in a bit of a lonely 4th place now really. Peter Thompson in 5th, Julian Wantling in 6th position. And Ben Cook versus Amy Tomlinson, the other battle that we've really been watching. Well, they're not absolutely nose to tail, but Emma Tomlinson has been caught by Paul Livesey, I can tell you, and Emma Tomlinson. So Emma Tomlinson is fired up and is right on the tail of Livesey for what would be 3rd in class, and they're both catching Amy Tomlinson, who is 2nd in class. That group just heading towards the banking now for the final time.
Emma Tomlinson, another personal best. She was a full second quicker, not personal best, but a full second quicker than Paul Livesey on that lap. 7/10 quicker. First lap, at least the 4 nose to tail. So you've then got in order Ben Cook, Amy Tomlinson, Paul Livesey, and also Emma Tomlinson. This is literally for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the GTA class. So they're all closing up on each other, and they're all closing on Ben Cook, which is quite intriguing. See how this one plays out. If someone's got a chance to get through, they're all going to be watching each other here down towards the Rocket Complex. Up the hill they go, under brakes, and whilst that battle carries on, I can almost call it a little bit too premature. I thought it was the final lap last time. It is now the final lap. And as I mentioned earlier on, that's going to be the top 3 unless something dramatic happens in the last 2 corners. Something dramatic could happen here because it could be an imminent change possibly. Here comes Paul Livesey, having a small look up the inside in towards Peel. Thought about it. Julian Wantling unchallenged in the lead of the class, but these 3 together for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And I think something's going to kick off here, and here it comes. Up the inside he goes, but for the win, Mike Taylor has it all wrapped up.
Yes, indeed he does. So across the line goes Mike Taylor then, claims the victory from Luke Shaw in 2nd position, and Harry Gamble charges from the back of the grid to 3rd position. What's going on here? Paul Livesey did not get past Amy Tomlinson, locks up again into the hairpin. Amy Tomlinson trying to get the run on the exit of the corner, and they're both sort of bottling up now behind Amy Tomlinson, so this could get very interesting into the final corner. Can Amy Tomlinson defend this 2nd place, or is Paul Livesey going to have a big go at the last corner? He thinks about it, but I think that Tomlinson's going to get off the corner well, and yes she does. Sideways, no, they're side by side to the line. 3 abreast at the line. Who got it?
Amy.
The timing screen tells us, as there's carnage into turn 1 nearly, it is going to be Amy Tomlinson, no, Paul Livesey. Paul Livesey got 8th place, 2nd in class by No, by nothing. By absolutely nothing. Paul Livesey is 0.000. Now it resets and Amy Tomlinson moves back ahead 3 times in about 5 seconds there. The result changed on the timing screen, but Amy Tomlinson gets it by 23 thousandths of a second from Livesey behind her and Emma Tomlinson 4th in class. That was a terrific scrap right to the line. And it very nearly ended in tears, but thankfully it didn't.
I thought my eyes didn't see me. As I stood up and watched it, I was absolutely certain it was Amy's nose in front of Paul Livesey by a fraction. So that's why I was slightly confused when I called it and shouted Amy, because that's what I saw out the commentary box window, and I got slightly confused when the time screen called Paul. But it has now reset, and Amy definitely was in 2nd place. I'm not going to call it training, and why I definitely didn't see me, it was in front. But and whilst all that was happening, of course, Julian Wantley completely unchallenged again out in front. Everyone else was fighting behind. Mark Hellman retired also. He takes again a fairly easy GTA class win. And that was a race where those that won the race, all their main rivals, all hit problems of their own, and everyone else thinking, where have they gone? It's incredible. And a fantastic podium finish towards the end. Often you see 3 wide for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but that was magnificent. And that also shows the competitiveness of everyone in that class particularly. And again, it was almost a double Tomlinson podium, but Amy Tomlinson now gets her turn on the podium this time. She gets not just her first podium of the season, but a well-earned 2nd place, only literally just holding it off from Livesey and Emma in the end. Brilliant stuff.
Mike Taylor, who claims the overall and rookie class victory. Luke Shaw comes home in 2nd position, and Harry Gamble in 3rd. Ali Jafari was 4th ahead of Peter Thompson in 5th. Julian Wantley stick wins in the GTA class. With it, he claimed the championship lead on net points anyway. Total points, I should say, before the drop scores are applied. Ben Cook 7th, Amy Tomlinson 8th, Paul Livesey in 9th, Emma Tomlinson 10th, Paul Thomas, Harry Cook, Bill McGarty and Lucy Honchon in position 1 lap down. Gilbert Verdine was 1 lap down. He also had another spin on the last lap. I saw out of the window coming out of Church Corner. Whilst Mark Elman sadly was a non-finisher with James Nicholas, Gareth Thomas and Jamie Cordell all unfortunately taken out in that red flag-inducing incident at the initial start to the race. Hope those teams will get the cars fixed ahead of race number 4 of the weekend to come later on. A lot to unpack and to talk about at the end of what was a very entertaining first race of the day, 3rd of the weekend for the Ginetta GT Academy, that saw Mike Taylor claim another race victory. It is 3 from 3 for Mike this weekend as he well and truly now inserts himself into that championship lead battle, and it'll be really interesting to see what he can do in race 4. Can he do the same again? Remember, it's grid positions for race 4 based upon the 2nd fastest lap times from the race earlier on. And so that means that James Nicholas, if his car is repaired, will be back at the front of the grid. Right then, let's head down to Parc Fermé once again, hear from our podium finishers alongside the one and the only Richard John Neal.
So it's all the threes, isn't it, really? The 33 car takes her 3rd win of the weekend. Mike Taylor. Mike, well done. We meet again.
Yeah, not ideal circumstances, I'm afraid. Not the race we were hoping for, but obviously it's fallen my way on points, so I can't complain at that.
Yeah, it's always a shame to see damage or other things happening, but you come through it. Racing swings and roundabouts, isn't it, to use the cliche?
It's a nightmare, yeah. I'm obviously not sure what happened. It was all sort of behind me at that point, but yeah, I got a bit of a tap, and then I was just heartbroken to see my good buddy Gareth out, but hopefully they can fix it, ready for the next one.
I think we will do. And for you, 4 out of 4, or is it too early to say for that now?
Let's not start on that one. Let's not start. I'm quite happy with...
Sorry, Mike.
Very much. I'm quite happy with 3. Yeah. So they're very good. Yeah, really pleased.
Superb weekend, isn't it? And, you know, Ginetta have picked the right place. Maybe not the right weather. We can't help that, but today's okay.
Nice to have a wet day and then a dry day. It gives everyone a chance, depending on what conditions they prefer. So, yeah, really good fun.
Right on. Well done on win number 3. Well done, Mike. Cheers. Good luck. And Julian Wantley next up. So let's grab a quick word with Julian. I haven't spoken to Julian this weekend. Congratulations. Class win, which is a great way to get Sunday underway.
Yeah, a little bit unexpected, to be honest. I think it was a battle of attrition. Keep out of trouble, I think.
And coming through from yesterday, what were the issues yesterday and how have you overcome those, if there were any?
It was wet.
Do you not like the wet?
I thought I did until I raced yesterday, and then you had a few gearbox problems as well. Obviously, we can roll off a list of excuses, but yeah. So it was better in the dry. We've practiced. I've only been here first time this weekend. We practiced in the dry, so it was nice just to have a dry race.
A lot of people having their first races here, and it can be a drive from, you know, I come from South London, and other people have a lot of miles to go, but it's worth the trip, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been totally surprised. It's a fantastic circuit. It really is. And obviously the backdrop is incredible, and we're staying just up the road. So it's a lovely place to come. I would definitely recommend it. Perhaps not in the weather we had yesterday, but it's a lovely place.
Julian, congratulations on the win. I'm getting the call that we've got the cars on track for the next one. So we'll see you on the podium in a minute, which we will MC for everyone. It is the GT Championship cars on grid now. So let's hand you back to Andy and Scott.
Cars out on the grid for our final race before the lunch break. Then it is the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship that takes us to the lunch break. And after qualifying early on this morning, it's a very familiar sight, really. Mackenzie Douglas lining up on pole position. Luke Garlick alongside him, looking to try and turn around what has been a frustrating weekend, it has to be said, for the Garlick siblings. Row number 2 then of the grid. We've got Connor Garlick, white sharing second row of the grid. Row number 3 will be shared by drumroll, James Taylor and Harry Mangan. Harry Mangan, I think we will see more from him than we did in qualifying. Either that or he's going to prove to be a bit of a wet weather specialist, maybe, because he excelled yesterday in the wet conditions, but he did seem to be a little bit off pace in qualifying earlier on. Matt Shaw and Callum Noble then together on row number 5. And the back of the grid, all on their own, final row, will be Peter Mangan. So, 2 races yesterday for the Ginetta GT Championship. The first of those won by Mackenzie Douglas from Harry Mangan and White. The second one, Douglas from White and James Taylor, after Harry Mangan had a spin partway through the race. But championship-wise, this is one series really where things are not all that tight at the moment. It does look as though Mackenzie Douglas and Brendan White are in pretty good position as far as the championship table is concerned, although as we made the point during qualifying, drop scores, that may well tighten up just a little bit. So we're going to have a pretty interesting championship situation through the second half of the year. But of course, better Mackenzie Douglas and Nick White do this weekend, then they will extend their margin. So down to the final corner, and red lights are on. We've got another rolling start then to kick off our final race before the lunch break. And on the inside line, Mackenzie Douglas hunting for another race victory. Then Mackenzie, 7 times a winner already this year. He begins his pursuit for an 8th with a brilliant start. Leads the field into target corner for the first time, pretty uncontested. Luke Garlick round the outside of Connor Garlick there for second position. Nick White in 4th place as they head for the banking for the first time. They all dive for the inside line, but Connor Garlick outbrakes himself, goes wide, and Nick White is at the inside of him. So side by side for 3rd position. Nick White, as he was yesterday, making a bit of a menace of himself to some of the pro drivers, as he's perfectly entitled to do, and goes at the inside of Connor Garlick around Church Corner. Connor will hang tough around the outside. That gives him the inside line now, heading up towards Rocket for the first time. Some late braking should see him hold on to 3rd position. Is that going to be the case? Yes, it is. So Connor Garlick then hanging on to 3rd, and Nick White slotting in behind Harry Mangan there, launching up the inside of, that was... who was that who went past? James Taylor, wasn't it, that he just managed to sail up the inside of? And then Matt Shaw in behind. I think we might have said James Taylor is not scoring championship points, and he's here just as a guest driver at the moment, but still getting stuck in, or being taken there by Harry Mangan. Round the left-hander they go at turn 9, then onto the Tom Price straight, and Scott McKenna looking to try and make good his escape. Good battle further back though. Mangan bring back under threat now from James Taylor. He's got that inside line into the hairpin, and James Taylor will reclaim that position.
Not the best start to Harry Mangan, it seems. He's still got Matt Shaw on his tail behind him as well, with the gearbox working as it should do. Towards the bus stop to end the first lap. I think it looks as though that Mackenzie Cresswell is... all the names wrong. It's Mackenzie Douglas. Excuses, Mackenzie. So Mackenzie Douglas continues to lead again. He's got a gap of about 8/10 of a second. The 2 Garlicks, Luke and Connor, just trying to chase on. It's Connor with the advantage. In fact, yes, I almost got confused. But so Luke is in 2nd place, but he's got that white back end because he's borrowed it from Connor's car after the damage from yesterday. Which was a mistake to make. Nick White now, of course, is holding station in 4th position now, so he has given out to the Garlicks once more. Behind him, Callum towards the back, Callum Noble and Peter Mangan. So all 9 cars are staying in line astern, nice and even space. They come back through the school back straight to the flat-out right-handed King, come back up toward the top of the hill where that'll help a little bit of braking. But of course, last late braking into this complex is always a fun thing to try and predict. Wind their way out of Rocky's in, through Rocky's out, and back towards Peel again. So Matt Shaw with the kind of orange and pink kind of gradient coloured wheels to go with the orange and pink gradient paint scheme for the RB4 racing car. And then again towards the left-hander at the corkscrew, and back onto the back straight, the Tom Price straight once more. Ooh, quite wide for James Taylor, keeps his foot in. This will at least give Harry Manger the chance to close back in down towards the hairpin. He's got the inside line, might show his nose. Taylor's trying to outbrake himself a little bit, holds on to the place, and now this forces Harry Manger to be stacked up back into Matt Shaw again. So no change there. What I have noticed though, I think Luke Garlick is close back in Mackenzie Douglas, because they're practically nose to tail coming out of the final corner, pulling away also from Conor Garlick. So maybe this race potentially, Andy. Yeah, the gap is down from what it was 8 tenths down to about 4.5 tenths. Maybe Mackenzie want to have it all his own way this time.
That's intriguing, isn't it? Yeah, Luke Garlick didn't seem to have an answer to Mackenzie Douglas in qualifying, and certainly didn't yesterday in the races, but he's absolutely on it there. You can see them nose to tail then heading out of the right-hander at the banking. Up towards Church Corner then for the third time of asking. So Mackenzie Douglas might have a race on his hands here. That's his lap set by Luke Garlick as well last time around. He's had a good run out of Church Corner, picks up a little bit of a slipstream heading up the hill, and could Luke Garlick be about to challenge for the race lead? He's thinking about it, closes in, peeks to the inside, but Mackenzie Douglas just about late enough on the brakes that he sees off that particular challenge. And the left into the right, and off towards Peel Corner they go. Fox Motorsport driver out in front. Zentech Motorsport running the pair of Garlicks, who run second and third in this race, but Luke Garlick suddenly seems like quite a bit the faster of the two Garlick brothers. Not necessarily the case yesterday. They were pretty evenly matched, but I'd say on balance Connor seemed to have the edge, but Luke Garlick now definitely quicker than Connor, and well and truly taking the fight to Mackenzie Douglas. Off towards the hairpin they go. Is there a chance to attack into the hairpin? Not really. Luke Garlick takes a much tighter turn in there, trying to get to the apex first and then sort of square up the exit of the corner. Corner exit, I think Mackenzie Douglas possibly had a slight advantage. Around the final turn they come again, just under half a second between the top two drivers then as they cross the line. And yeah, just over half a second now at the end of that lap. So very little to choose in lap time. Luke Garlick is about as close as he can get now without actually making a move. So it's really now just a case of where is he going to make that move. And if he gets another good run through Church Corner this time, it may well be that there's an opportunity to have a go to Rocket.
Potentially, he's keeping as close as he dares as he comes up towards Church Corner. Being the slipstream, this will give him a great chance to again go for it. And you notice there, Mackenzie Douglas probably the first time all weekend, apart from maybe the start of race 2, having to go off the racing line and defend. He wasn't comfortable letting himself run on the racing line, potentially to give an opportunity for Luke Garlick to steam up the inside. He gets closer into the braking zone, through the entrance of Rocket in, back through Rocket out once more. Power again using all the curve on the exit. Garlic again. One thing you'll be pleased about, so too will Connor, is it's a much better racing start to their day rather than being back in 5th and 6th yesterday, struggling for pace. But they're setting qualifying afterwards. It's a brand new day, it's a brand new set of basically meeting in some cases for the Sunday, with qualifying in 2 races. So another chance for them to essentially hit the reset button. They did so in qualifying with some fine results, getting up there towards the front. Cresswell there was a bit wayward on the middle part of the corner. He wasn't quite comfortable turning in the first time. Had to have a second bite of the cherry, and again it invites Luke Garlick to get a little bit closer down the back straight towards the bus stop. Conor Garlick trying to go with them. There's Nick White in 4th place, still leading the AM category from James Taylor. And then Harry Mangan, who is kind of having a similar sort of day to the Garlicks had yesterday. Not really on the same sort of radar as it's like their fortunes have completely done a complete swap. It's now the Garlicks that have the pace in the dry. Mangan not as quick as we saw him yesterday.
No, that's definitely not the case, is it? So he's some way adrift even of the AM front runners, Nick White and James Taylor, who themselves are separated by a handful of seconds. And this is the battle we focusing on, we'd say, at the front of the field, as Luke Garlick chases down Mackenzie Douglas towards Rocket Corner. The gap just creeping out slightly. It was 4 tenths, then it was 5 tenths, now it's 6 tenths at the end of the previous lap. Garlick closing right back in though as they turn through Rocket in. But is he going to be able to make the move anywhere? If he's going to do it, it has to be a decisive one, but I think the sooner he can have a bit of a lunge, the better, because if he lets Mackenzie Douglas sort of get into his rhythm here, it's difficult, I think, to get past him. Also worth pointing out that Conor Garlick just did the fastest first sector of anybody, so Conor Garlick in 3rd position, perhaps just slowly starting to creep back up towards these two. He was just under 2 seconds back at the beginning of the lap from the race lead, that is. They just see a glimpse of him in the background, so Conor Garlick might just make this a three-way fight for the race lead before much longer. Out to the hairpin then, down towards the final corner. And Mackenzie Douglas with, I'd say, an ever-increasing margin now. Let's see, it was 6/10 of a second across the line. They go actually back down to half a second. He didn't get a great run off that final turn. Did Mackenzie Douglas took a bit too much of that exit curve. Lost momentum out across the start-finish line. Out to the right-hander at the banking they go again. Mackenzie Douglas climbing the curb. Just a bit of understeer creeping into Mackenzie Douglas's car. They are limited, remember, on tyres that they can use over the weekend, but because this is a fresh event essentially today, they'll have been given, I would imagine, new tyres. Not using some tyres at all yesterday anyway, but I don't know, just the dry setup on Douglas's car just doesn't seem to be working quite as well as the wet one, does it? Again, has to defend into Rocket, couldn't quite get the car turned through the left-hander. That puts him offline then into the right. Head towards Peel, and now Luke Garlick, the one dipping two wheels out onto the grass. But Luke Garlick is certainly putting the pressure on here, and if there is a small mistake even from Mackenzie Douglas, he will pounce. But Mackenzie seems quick enough in the key areas of the track, doesn't he, that he's not really under any pressure heading into the big braking zones up at Rocket, here in the hairpin. Garlick can close in, but ultimately not quite get close enough to actually make an overtake. Now towards the final corner, they head once again. And Mackenzie Douglas then about to start another lap. We're nearly halfway through this race, and still only half a second or so between them. Any of the battles going on further down the order? The answer, I think, is not really. They're all pretty much holding station, aren't they? Gaps, if anything, growing between other cars further down the order. So realistically, this is the fight worth watching for the race lead. Luke Garlick, as close as he can get, Scott, just can't get within striking range at the right parts of the track, can he?
But the key thing is he's keeping him honest. He's not allowing him to kind of relax and anything. He's keeping him there, and he's saying that he's also having a look up the inside. He had a small dart to the inside. That's why that's called just putting himself in his mirrors, thinking, I'm still here. I'm still kind of, you know, haven't gone away just yet. I'm still keeping you honest here as much as possible. And this is now a chance for Garlick to keep the pressure up. And of course, Conor Garlick in third place. We'll be hoping that these two, if they do start to scrap, he'll be the big benefactor, because he will be drawn into this battle and make it a three-car scrap for the lead rather than just a one-on-one duel. There is Conor Garlick in third position. Of course, those who've been following the season will know that one of his best drives of the season, in fact, I think the best drive of the season he had, was a brilliant lights and flag drive he had, basically, well, almost from back to front. He started from the back of the grid, but elected or made an early switch to dry tyres, what was predominantly at that point a mainly wet track that was drying. And the first couple of laps, it felt like it was the wrong decision. But then as the circuit started to carry on drying, he then started to really pick up the pace. He was several seconds faster than everyone else. Managed to at least include carving his way past his brother and teammate Luke, and eventually went on to win that race. And will probably be seen as one of, if not the driver of his season, so one of the driver of the season, potentially. That Nick White going through the first corner. There was a bit of bodywork rubbing on the rear tyre. There was a tiny bit of the smoke or steam for the back of that car exiting turn one. It may be just because the car's quite low down. It might have been some bodywork rubbing, but hopefully it's nothing more serious than that.
Yeah, I did spot that. It doesn't seem to be there now, does it? So I think it is just the bodywork rubbing on a tyre or something. Maybe about a hint of it, perhaps, or are my eyes deceiving me as it heads up the hill towards Rocket? Certainly he's not slowing down anyway, so the bike looks pretty safe, doesn't he, in the lead of the class right now. Set to fairly significantly extend his championship margin in the GTA class. 4 minutes to go in this race then. That lead gap overall now up to nearly a second, so Luke Garlick, I think, is just now starting to fade away a little bit from Mackenzie Douglas. Not interestingly back into the clutches of Conor Garlick. Conor Garlick not really able to get on terms with him. So pretty static, I think, now at the front of the field. But Luke Garlick, crucially, still has that fastest lap point. So Mackenzie Douglas has at no point been able to get down to that 32.1. In fact, Mackenzie Douglas only has the third fastest lap time of the race. Both of the Garlicks have gone quicker than the race leader. But that, again, is not always the be-all and end-all, is it, Scott? Sometimes just being quick over one lap in a race doesn't really help you. It's all about being consistent and managing the tyres. And ironically, actually, when they did need to be quicker than him over one lap in qualifying, they weren't able to do that either. So Mackenzie Douglas really seems to have all bases covered.
I think the saying comes to mind, one squad doesn't make a summer, in terms of that sort of thing. It doesn't, one quick lap doesn't necessarily make you a fast driver, doesn't necessarily make you, whatever the phrase is. But in any case, Luke Garlick is just, he's not biding his time, he's pushing as hard as he needs to. Just in the hope that it kind of puts Mackenzie Douglas off a little bit enough that it gives him the opportunity to try and squeeze past. But Luke is certainly just driving not overly hard, he's just driving it still within himself and within the limit of the car enough so that he's not double overdriving it really, but Garlick is doing the same, keeping it nice and neat and tidy. He's almost letting Mackenzie Douglas worry about controlling the pace here. But there's nothing really that he's been able to do at the moment that's put Mackenzie off. He's simply just been able to calmly go about his race, even though he's about a second back. Unless maybe Luke is just biding his time to just maybe go on a later attack and saving his tyres ever so slightly better than the man in front of him. Quick checking with that battle going on for AM class. So it's still Nick White, who is now comfortably 5 seconds ahead of James Taylor, and Matt Shaw looks like he's on course for third place. That would be a nice respite for him after he wasn't able to get out for race 2 due to gearbox issues that developed in race 1 yesterday. And he's able to get himself back on decent enough pace, of course ahead of Callum Noble and Peter Mangan, so they're quite comfortably ahead of them. He will score another class podium, but right now, so far this weekend and indeed for this season, and it's just all about Mackenzie Douglas. He's the man unquestionably to beat. It seems as though no matter who tries to beat him in this race, it's a rare occasion when he's not first place.
Well, yes, this would be win number 8, as I said earlier on in the race. If he can bring it home, he would 2 of the 3 races at Alton Park at the start of the year. Interestingly, he didn't win either of the races at Silverstone, but then has won every race since, all 3 at Donington. The first 2 here at Anglesey, likely the third one going his way as well. So the only other drivers to have won, well, that race at Alton Park, Connor Garlick won, and then at Silverstone, Connor won the second race, Luke won the first race. So those 3 that fill out the top 3 positions in this race are the ones who have been doing all of the winning so far. And is that going to keep on being the case through the rest of the season? If it is, then Mackenzie Douglas will win the championship at a canter, which is really what I expected at the start of the year, because the Garlicks really were taking the fight to him, but it was Donington last time out where really things started to turn around. The number 24 car started to do all of its winning. There is Nick White, who has had actually an even more successful season than Mackenzie Douglas. 9 race wins within his class so far. Out of the 10 races that we've had so far, the only race he didn't win was the very first one of the season for Nick White back at Alton Park, where he finished a disastrous second place to Matt Shaw. Matt has not won a race since, so 139 points it was between them, 140 essentially, because Nick White got pole position points as well. Tried to make the point earlier on that he was dropping a lot more points than Matt Shaw, nearly 100 points more than Matt Shaw. But in the end, I don't think it's really going to tighten things up all that much, is it? Nick White just looks imperious, and arguably, I think, Scott, you could say is as quick as the pros now, really. I mean, he's sort of 9 times out of 10 will keep pace with the likes of Luke and Connor Garlick in most different kinds of conditions. So next year, we can see what he decides to go and do, but certainly he's learned a lot from his Ginetta racing so far, and it made him a very, very competent driver.
Certainly has. He proved even yesterday battling Harry Mangan how he can mix it with the pro class drivers. Nick White certainly, I've got a feeling that he probably will move up to pro class next year. I need to remember how it works, and if he elects to go to AM class, it's depending on kind of if they literally are races in a process as for career-wise. It's simply just do it because they are. I'm using the word amateur because they're more enthusiasts on the good. They like going racing because they enjoy it for fun. But Nick White's certainly proving he's every bit as quick a driver as some of the more career-minded pro drivers, which is good to see. Of course, he can still choose to do so, go forwards and become a quite handy amp driver. You see him in the likes of going forward, potentially he decides to go into the GT4 ranks or GT Championship. There's that kind of steam or smoke again. I think it must be the rear right rubbing on the wheel arch, possibly, so because it only happens at that corner. It's happened 2 or 3 times now, so if it does happen again. Speaking of Nick White, his last lap actually was about nearly half a second quicker than that of Conor Garlick. So he's closing in on an overall 3rd place. He won't have any difference on Conor finishing 3rd in class anyway. Even if Nick White gets past, he'll certainly try and defend, I guess, just to keep the bragging rights of being 3rd overall. And the lead gap, as I mentioned, and also that has stayed static because both Douglas and Garlick did pretty much the same lap time in favour of Douglas by a couple of hundreds. They both did a 1:32.2, so they're going to hold on at that point. Nick White turns his way out of Peel Corner and down the hill towards the corkscrew. This is on lap 12. We've still got a minute and 50 to go, so they're going to go on to their final lap of the race. Against Douglas in line for win number 8 in the season.
Yes, he is. Must be a frustrating race, this, for Luke Garlick, really, because he's only ever been about a 10th a lap slower, really, than Mackenzie Douglas, but just so frustrating seeing Mackenzie getting smaller and smaller and smaller out in front of him, and just not been able to keep pace, and he'll be regretting, probably. He'll be thinking back, because I know how racing drivers think, he'll be thinking back to those early laps, and could I have thrown it up the inside into Rocket? Should I have been a bit more aggressive through the first few corners? Because as it turned out, as I suspected, that was his one and only chance, really, to get through. He just wasn't able to take advantage of that. Now, Nick White, I would say, is getting quite a bit closer here to Conor Garlick. Yes, he is. He was 4/10 quicker on the previous lap. So Conor Garlick's pace fading. Nick White in a 33.3, matching the race leader on that previous lap. So Nick White, again, to my point, every bit as quick as the pro drivers, matching to the 10th and the 2nd, Mackenzie Douglas out in front, and will have this last lap of the race to try and find a way up past Conor Garlick for 3rd.
May well do. Whilst that happens, we'll continue to watch the fight for the lead. He's running out of time for Luke Garlick. I think he might well be settling for 2nd place. Not that any driver does so purposely, unless they're doing so just purely for championship points and to keep out of trouble. But Luke Garlick looks as though that he will have to settle for the runner-up spot, but he can still take one small victory. He's beating brother Collins. That'll be another one notched up on his battle between the two of them. As they come out off the Tom Price, onto the Tom Price straight and down towards the hairpin for the last time. Mackenzie Douglas, there is absolutely no stopping this man, is there? Pretty much he's been dominant so far. It'll be his 8th win of the season. At the moment, he owns the Welsh coast by the RSC at Anglesey. I think there's no surprise that he quite likes this track. He said so in qualifying. I think he's vindicating that. Brilliant drive once more.
Continuing to have the time of his life here, isn't he, in North Wales. Claims another win, his 3rd of the weekend. Luke Garlick in the end, 2.7 seconds back. In 2nd, it's just about Conor Garlick, who comes home in 3rd ahead of Nick White, who claims the victory in the AM class. But Nick White with another really good lap time there at the end of the race of 33.5 for the last 3 or 4 laps, really. He was quite comfortably the 2nd fastest driver on the track. So he's got one more chance to try and take the fight to the pros later on this afternoon. James Taylor, his nearest AM class rival, comes across the line some 9 seconds further back in 5th place overall, ahead of Harry Mancham, Matt Shaw, Callum Noble and Peter Mangan there, bringing up the rear. So, one of those races, I think, that probably the drivers will say was a lot more intense than it looked from outside the cars, maybe. Certainly for those top 2, because they were trading lap times, and it was only when Luke Garlick, I think, backed off on the final lap, really, that the gap seemed to grow beyond about 1.3 seconds. So those two definitely had an awful lot of fun, chasing each other down, trading those sector times and lap times. And in the end, Mackenzie Douglas coming out on top to claim now that 8th victory of the season. Very, very pleased with that. Luke Garlick in 2nd place, significantly taking some more points out of his brother Conor. He was 19 points ahead of Conor going into that race in the battle for 2nd place in the championship. It is, though, Mackenzie Douglas who wins our 3rd Ginetta GT Championship race of the weekend here at Anglesey, 1st of day 2 of Ginetta G-Fest. Another race victory helps him along in the championship. Douglas the winner then here at Anglesey. Luke Garlick 2nd, Conor Garlick 3rd. Nick White comes home in 4th position. James Taylor 5th ahead of Harry Mangan. Matt Shaw, Callum Noble and Peter Mangan at the back of the field. This lap went away in the end of Luke Garlick, though, in 2nd place as he pursued Mackenzie Douglas in the first part of the race. But After that, though, Mackenzie Douglas able to assert his authority and clear to victory. So that is part one of the day done, but we have got more racing action to come later on this afternoon, with all three of our Ginetta Championships back out again. The Janetta Junior Championship, followed by the GT Academy and the Pro Time Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship itself. We are heading into a lunch break now, albeit slightly delayed by about 15 minutes or so. Whether they're going to shorten that lunch break or not, I don't know. There's no real need to, I suppose. There's plenty of time this afternoon. We'll try and get an update on that as and when we can, but in the meantime, through the lunch break, Richard John Neal is going to be, I think, digging out a few stories from up and down the pit lane, hoping that they're all a bit more hospitable towards him, keep the garage doors up this time around. And hopefully they will, we will have a bit of feedback from them. We'll also hear, I'm sure, from the top three drivers at the end of that GT Championship race fairly shortly as well. Big thank you to everyone for tuning in to the Ginetta G-Fest, and to those of you here trackside. I know you're hearing our commentary as well. We do appreciate you coming along on what's not exactly been a lovely summer's weekend here in North Wales. The weather conditions slightly better today, but yeah, still the Anglesey motor racing fans are a hardy bunch. Get a lot of people travelling over here from northwest of England and perhaps further afield as well, because it is a truly unique place to come and watch motor racing. Ginetta Championships here, bringing a bit of prestige with them as well. These are championships that have raced on the biggest packages in UK motorsport, and coming over to the Isle of Anglesey is a pretty special treat. So for Anglesey and for the drivers, who, as we've heard, pretty much unanimously are all enjoying what has been a very, very popular event, this, the Ginetta G-Fest. So we'll have our podium interviews very shortly. The Janetta GT Championship drivers with 2 podiums to be conducted by Richard John Neal, the Pro class, which will double up as the overall podium, and the AM class podium, where Matt Shaw will be back on the podium after that gearbox issue that he had yesterday, which is important for him, actually, because championship-wise, Matt Shaw second in the AM Championship, and he'd been caught by Peter Mangan slightly. Peter Mangan 33 points back only coming into today. So, yeah, Matt Shaw picking up some very valuable championship points there, then, as we head to the final race of the weekend. So, hoping that we are nearly ready to head down to Parc Fermé then and hear from our podium finishers. In fact, as many drivers as Richard John Neal has time to try and chat to. So let's head down there once more then to Parc Fermé and join Richard John Neal.
Well, that's the last race before our lunch break. We're going to grab the guys and get them on the podium and do some podium interviews by way of a change. So Morgan Douglas is just popping the winners' hats out to everyone. Shall we, I'll tell you what, I might go and grab a quick word with Mackenzie while we round everybody up. As I say, we have got time to do this now, so let's have a quick shift round. I shall tell you what, though, we've got the winning drivers up there. So Morgan, can we get them over to the podium? And then it'll be slightly more ordered and organised that way if we do things. So we'll get them over, and we'll start off with our AM class podium as well. Sorry, making everybody run. Are we all right on the results as well? Podium's all prepared for us. So what we'll do is we'll do a 3, 2, 1 of each category, and then we'll have a natter with each of the drivers as well. So in third position in the AM class is Matt Shaw. Can we have a renter crowd over as well? And we'll have a bit of... I'm going to go and have a word with Matt already. Morgan wanted to give you the trophy, I think. Well done. Decent race.
Sorry. Don't know, really. It was pretty steady out there. A little bit boring in parts, to be fair.
Podium's good, though.
Well, yeah. Not that many drives on the grid, though.
One more race to go here at Anglesey. What's the experience been like so far?
It's been good. It's seen more numbers, really. Yeah. Make more of a race of it.
That will come, I'm sure, once everyone gets to see what's going on here. Well done on the third.
Thank you.
So let's go to the second position in the AM class, and that goes to James Taylor. Well done, James. Congratulations, James. We'll grab a quick word with James as well. Great stuff. Saw you in another make of car. I can't talk about a different meeting. We probably can, but are you enjoying yourself this weekend? Obviously, I guess that's a silly question. You've got a podium.
Yeah, no, I'm having a fantastic time this weekend. I just feel really lucky to be here. I'm covering this for Evo magazine. I'm a journalist for Evo and writing a feature about the Janetta GT Pro car. We did a couple of rounds of GT Academy last year, so then we're carrying on the story this time. So yeah, really, really happy.
2 festivals on the bounce, and Anglesey is a terrific circuit. Is that something you get to frequent a lot with Evo?
We do actually come and do photo shoots here sometimes, and we have an Evo lap time leaderboard of some of the fastest road cars, which we do here on the corkscrew layout. So when the sun's shining, it's the most photogenic track in the country, isn't it? And when the sun's not shining, it's a little bit more grey, but we've had a bit of both this weekend.
Well, it's great to welcome you back into the Ginetta fold after last year's fest as well. Hopefully make it 3 on the bounce.
I'll give it a go. Why not?
There's the go. So hopefully Ginetta invite you. James Taylor in P2 in the AM class, and our winner is Nick White. Congratulations, Nick. We'll grab a quick word. He'll be getting fed up with talking to me after this. Now I've got to go here because I'm so short. Anyway, another great win. 1 more to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have asked more so far this weekend. Yeah, catching up Connor at the end. Maybe should have pushed a bit harder a bit sooner, but no, good result.
Save that for race 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's it.
Anything gone wrong at all for you this weekend? Obviously, we've had the celebrations, but any things that you might have wanted to change car-wise or driver-wise?
No, I think everything's gone as planned. We did a bit of testing here a few months ago. Had similar weather variations, so we're in a good position, and yeah, we'll look forward to the last race.
Nice one, Nick. Many congratulations. Here's the podium. We'll get the guys back up for the photo opportunity. Top step, Ginetta type huddle. There we go. Well done, guys. That's our AM class podium. Next, we look forward to our overall podium. And, well, it's all changing around, isn't it? Certainly as far as P2 and 3 goes. Welcome along to 3rd place on the podium, Connor Garlick. Congratulations, Connor. A couple of pictures being taken. Try not to gate crash too much. And, Connor, I think it's the first time I've managed to do a podium interview with you. So, great for me. Well done.
Yeah, definitely a bit of better luck than yesterday. Glad to be on the podium.
Great to turn these things around, isn't it? I suppose better having any negativity on day 1 and go away with positives. Looking forward to the next event, which is Snetterton.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to Snetterton. Should hopefully be a nice dry weekend and should be fun.
We hope so too. Well done. Good to see you on the podium. Congratulations on 3rd position. 2nd position, some brotherly love in evidence, I think. Luke Garlick 2nd. Come on, Luke. Well done. Grab a quick word with Luke, and again, being short in the first place doesn't help. But Luke, great to see you. Well done, 2nd place, and getting in the direction, you and your brother in the direction that you need to go.
Yeah, already more points than yesterday, so only on the up from here, hopefully, and then going to challenge for the race win in the next race, and then go from there.
That's what we like to hear. Good chance of winning?
I hope so.
Always.
Always.
Well done, Luke. Congratulations, Luke Garlick, 2nd position, and our race winner once again, Mackenzie Douglas. Well done, Mackenzie. A few quick snaps before we jump in on camera, and then we'll get the group pictures done immediately afterwards. Mackenzie, perfect weekend again so far.
Yeah, it's been pretty spot on. That win didn't come so easy. I mean, Luke gave me a good little challenge. I think he went new with the spare 2 tyres that we have this weekend, so wasn't easy, but managed to manage the tyres and then come through the win, so happy.
Championships are never easy, are they? You can't get complacent.
Obviously not, no, and this won't be easy, but keep the momentum going, as I've said, and it should be good.
OK, look forward to seeing you for race 4. Well done on the win in race 3. I'm going to depart the podium, leave you for the group shots. Let's give it up again for our 3 podium finishers here. I'll hand you back to the commentary box for a little rundown on things, and I look forward to the afternoon. But from your podium, Mackenzie Douglas, Luke and Connor Garlick, it's back to Andy and Scott in the commentary box.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard. Good work, as always, down on the ground here at Anglesey. Well, we're into our lunch break now here on day 2 of G-Fest, and we will have more racing action to come, as I said, later on. A reminder that we're running a little bit behind time. I haven't actually heard officially what time we're restarting after lunch. Whether we're going to go late, I'd imagine we probably will. 14:25, thank you very much, which is... yes, about right, isn't it? 15 minutes back from where it should have been. So we've got a bit of time, about 50 minutes or so before our next race, which will be for the Ginetta Junior Championship. Then the Janetta GT Academy and the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship will conclude the third ever Ginetta G-Fest. We had 2 last year, one at Silverstone, one up at Cadwell Park. We've moved to Anglesey this year. I wonder whether they're going to take it to lots of different places over the years, or have they now found a home here on this North Welsh island, which has become an increasingly popular place to come racing actually over recent years. Like I said, it was always a bit of a hidden gem in motorsport, still continues to be so to an extent, but more people now do seem to be cottoning on to the fact that this is actually a really, really good place to hold on to come and enjoy some racing. So yeah, it's a good place to come and race, and we've enjoyed some really good racing already here earlier on today. Let's remind ourselves, shall we, of some of that racing that we've had already today then, courtesy of the 3 Ginetta categories in attendance at G-Fest. The Janetta GT Championship then, who have just completed their 3rd race of the weekend. It was a race that saw Mackenzie Douglas out in front, and Luke Garlick slotting into 2nd place with Conor Garlick in 3rd, and that was actually the way that it stayed until the flag, although Luke Garlick did his best in the early stages to try and go after the race leader. Nick White was almost up into 3rd position ahead of Conor Garlick. You sense that if he'd have gone past Conor Garlick on that first lap, Conor would have struggled to get him back, because Nick White was really rapid in that opening race of the day. Meanwhile, James Taylor slipped up the inside of Harry Mangan, but Harry did eventually manage to get that position back briefly, but it was James Taylor who fended him off until the flag. Luke Garlick in the early laps, snapping at the heels of Mackenzie Douglas, desperately trying to find a way into the race lead, but the Fox Motorsport driver would not be beaten and managed to hold on to the flag to claim win number 3 of the weekend, win number 8 of the season, and extends fairly significantly his championship lead. So Mackenzie Douglas, the man on form then, so far this weekend at Anglesey, but with one more race to come, you never know. We could see a slight difference in that race. You do feel that if either of the Garlicks could get past him on the opening lap, that maybe it would be a slightly different story. That, of course, is not going to prove easy to do, but they're going to give it a good go, I'm sure, in the early stages. So that will be an interesting race. The Janetta Juniors were certainly on form, weren't they? Lots to talk about after that race, and lots of repair work going on, I'd imagine, in the Paddock area amongst Janetta GT Academy teams. And speaking of Janetta GT Academy, in a moment or two I think we can take a look back at the highlights of their race earlier on in the day. It was certainly an eventful one. Not necessarily for all the right reasons, it must be said, but gave us plenty to talk about, and saw once again the championship table twist and turn ever so slightly, as what was going into the race a very tight set of championship battles became suddenly a little bit more one-sided, certainly in one of the classes more so than the other, but a very jumbled up order in both classes, both the GTA class and in the rookie class. Have seen the championship situation change quite significantly. Well, let's remind ourselves exactly how it changed with highlights of race 1 of the day. So, the Ginetta GT Academy's first race on the Sunday at G-Fest saw James Nicholas start from pole position, but as was the case in both races earlier on this weekend, he was under pressure right from the start by Mike Taylor, who got alongside him and got the lead away through the first couple of corners, except it only really came when they came up towards Rocket for the first time of asking. He was hounding James Nicholas, who ran wide, got onto the grass coming out of Rocket in, and as he bounced back onto the road, carnage. He tangled with Mike Taylor, spun into the path of Jamie Cordell and Gareth Thomas and Luke Shaw. Mark Ellman later picked up some damage as well, and that was, in the end of their race. This brought about a red flag and a race stoppage, but more significantly, it was another tangle between James Nicholas and Mike Taylor after they did exactly the same thing on the first lap at Donington Park earlier on in the season. Considering the amount of contact that a few drivers suffered in that, it was remarkable that so many of them made it out for the race restart, which took place after the red flag. Gareth Thomas was actually subsequently nerfed into another spin by Peter Thompson immediately after that incident. Cars were eventually brought around to a red flag and then a race restart, which saw Taylor back on the front row of the grid, and from there he never looked back. Luke Shaw slotted into second position. Mark Ellman was initially third, but that car, having been patched together under the red flag after its bit of contact at the start, never looked all that competitive. Phil McGarty had a spin up at the banking, and that dropped him to the back of the field. There was also drama up at Rocket for Lucy Hodgson, who was tapped into a spin also. As I said, Mark Ellman's car looked like it wasn't really handling as it should do. Almost certainly it had sustained some damage from the contact on 2 or 3 different corners of the car at the initial start of the race. And meanwhile, Harry Gamble was carving his way through the order, dodging spinning Mark Ellman's as well. Mark had a spin all on his own, we think, up at the hairpin at the end of the Tom Price straight. Harry Gamble then got himself up ahead of Julian Wantling, and Gamble left in his wake another spin, this time Paul Livesey, who got it wrong going into the final corner. Harry Gamble's next target was one of the Tomlinsons, Emma Tomlinson this was. He pulled up alongside Emma going up the back straight and managed to break through, and Harry Gamble would eventually manage to finish on the podium. Pretty remarkable, really, given the fact he started from the back after a qualifying disqualification. Mark Ellman's race unfortunately came to an end when his car pulled over to the side of the road, whilst towards the front, the next target for Harry Gamble was the number 12 machine, which had a big rotation coming out of the final corner. Paul Thomas in the end making Harry Gamble's job much easier to move through into third position. Gilbert Verdian had a couple of spins through the middle part of the race. Ali Jafali challenging Emma Tomlinson. That went wrong as well in the end as they went through the right-hander at the hairpin. And then it all kicked off in the battle within the GTA runners. Amy Tomlinson battling with Paul Livesey and Emma Tomlinson to the flag. That was the order they finished, but when you see them come across the line, you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell that because they were super close together. This was the run through the hairpin. Livesey locking up, trying to defend from Emma Tomlinson. Almost got into the back of Amy Tomlinson, who was then slow off the corner, and ended up having to go very defensive into the final turn. Paul Livesey was certainly throwing everything at it, tried to get to the inside going into the corner, couldn't do it, but Amy Tomlinson now braked herself, ran wide over the exit curb. Livesey went to the inside, Emma to the outside. It was 3 abreast at the line, and it was somehow Amy Tomlinson who managed to hang on to the place, and just about by 23 thousandths of a second managed to stay ahead. So, the highlights from that GT Academy race just about fitting into, what, 4 or 5 minute VT, but it was really a lot more than that was going on. It was a proper race, that. Ginetta GT Academy can often be described as the liveliest of the 3 Ginetta categories, sometimes more so even than the juniors, which is saying something, but the GT Academy drivers on top form this weekend, and, you know, sometimes it all goes wrong, but it's easy to forget sometimes, I think, that they are all very inexperienced drivers. They have not spent a lot of time out on racetracks, let alone in wheel-to-wheel combat, and that's why sometimes a little bit of over-exuberance can slip in. Right, speaking of over-exuberance, let's take a look back at what happened in the Janetta Junior race a little bit earlier on this morning. Their 3rd race of the weekend, the first ever Janetta Junior race around here in dry conditions. Let's take a look back at some of the action. So So it was Jeff Hall who led the field away from pole position with his teammate Chase Fernandez in behind. And Fernandez was desperate to try and score some good points after a bit of a disastrous Saturday for the man who came into the weekend third place in the championship points. He slotted into second place heading around the first lap. It was a fairly calm run through the first few corners. That didn't last long though. Alfie Slater got it all wrong going up the hill into Rocket. He collided with Isaac Phelps and around they both went in front of the pack. It was a minor miracle that nobody else got into them, but it did knock them both to the tail end of the field. And they then began a recovery drive back up through the order. With all of that, Henry Jocelyn was also tapped into a spin. The championship leader also therefore on the comeback trail as he tried to dig his way out of a potential hole with some of the big championship rivals looking set to score reasonably well. It was Ethan Jeff Hall though pulling out in front, much as he did in the first race yesterday. Really into a fairly unassailable lead. Jude Peters made a move at the inside of Felix Livesey, son of Paul Livesey, who we saw out in the GT Academy race earlier on. He bounced over the grass, did Livesey, but thankfully avoided colliding with the car ahead. Chase Fernandez's second place was under real threat from his teammate Marcus Sater. Marcus Sater won the second race yesterday and wanted to try and get one step higher on the podium in the third race of the weekend. But Chase Fernandez, understandably, wasn't going to make that easy for him. Further back, there was a good battle going on just towards the back of the top 10, led in the mid part of the race by Nicholas Ellis, although he would eventually lose a few positions to the likes of Ruben Dan and Torin Bird. Whilst further back, a couple of recovery drives were ongoing. This was a nice move up the inside into the hairpin. The number 75 car was the one making the move. That was Colin Cronin. Sadly, Colin would be the one driver not to reach the finish of the race, despite a couple of others having issues. Matisa Mabunda off at the final corner. Holly Mile had left her rear bumper on the side of the road coming out of Church Corner, whilst Henry Jocelyn was up the inside of Tommy Grummer Hill and now beginning to close in on the top 10 finishing positions. The battle for second place, I should say, started to kick off mid-race as Marcus Sater got fed up of sitting behind his teammate Chase Fernandez, made the move for second through the first corner, and Chase had no choice but to dutifully sit him behind and then begin defending from the two cars behind him. And this became the real battle of the second half of the race as Fernandez tried desperately to hang on to third position, trying to keep Archie Clark and James Shotton behind. James Shotton was looking for his first podium in the category, and he muscled his way up alongside Archie Clark, trying to get fourth place away, heading out of the hairpin. Chase Fernandez didn't really know which side of the road to go to defend, and for the time being at least kept them behind. That was a spin for Colin Cronin. He went off on the banking, but unfortunately was never able to rejoin, whilst Chase Fernandez got into the side of Archie Clark in the late running, allowing James Shotton to get alongside the pair of them. He tried to go around the outside through the second part of Rocket, but that didn't quite pay off, and by the time they came off the hairpin, Clark was back up the inside of him as Shotton had been at the same part of the track only a few laps earlier. Clark then found himself on the outside of the final corner. On the last lap of the race, though, we saw one of the best bits of racecraft all weekend long as Fernandez once again was busy defending from Shotton into Rocket in. Shotton took the wide line through the second part of Rocket. On that lap, actually not able to gain the place, but on the last lap of the race, he would make his move stick. Lap after lap, Fernandez was under pressure heading towards the top of the hill. The final lap was no different. Archie Clark almost dragged clear. Fernandez desperately late on the brakes, rattled up the inside of him, and James Shotton teed them up perfectly, took a wide line deliberately into the second part of Rocket, nipped up the inside, and claimed his first podium in the class. It was not the first win of the season, though, for Ethan Jeff Hall. That was his fourth victory of 2024 to get himself properly back into championship contention. Second place went the way of Marcus Sater, while James Shotton managed to fend off a resurgent Charlie Hart for third position. Charlie Hart bringing his way through into fourth place on the final lap. So that was a reminder of some of the action from this morning's races. We've still, as I said, got 3 more races to come later on this afternoon, one apiece for each of the 3 categories here. And it will be those juniors that actually kickstart our afternoon's racing in half an hour or so. Right then, whilst we've been enjoying all of that, Richard John Neal has been relocating himself down in the pit lane and is ready to take us through our lunch break now by chatting to a few characters of the Ginetta Racing paddock. Richard, over to you.
Well, Ginetta is a huge operation and offers many opportunities to come and get involved in racing, one of which is Want to Race. And I've actually twisted the arm of Alan Muggleston to come and talk to us about once. Alan, thank you for joining us. Dave Charlesworth, I know, is busy repairing a car from earlier on, so you drew the short straw, but thank you for that. Tell us a little bit about Want to Race. What's the background?
Well, as you know, Richard, L&T Automotive encompasses the 4 different elements. Ginetta as a manufacturer, Blyton Park as a test track, which we operate for Ginetta and other customers. You've been there many times with a scholarship. Simtrack, which is based at in the factory, and then Want to Race, which is effectively the factory team. As much as Lawrence doesn't want a true factory team, the Want to Race operates closely affiliated with Ginetta, obviously, out of our premises at Blyton Park. And the whole concept of Want to Race was to be able to give the opportunities to the man in the street that wanted to go racing, didn't know how to do it, so they can come to Want to Race via Ginetta, have a training program put in place by our head factory driver Mike Simpson. They get taken through their ARDs, they get their race cars prepared, transported to the race circuits, a full crew of mechanics which are factory affiliated. So everything is put in place for them to jump in and succeed and learn how to be better, not just as racing drivers but as racecraft, as technical setup, with working with race engineers like myself and Nick, who's here. And the whole Want to Race concept is so that we can, or they can, come in as completely raw, not knowing anything about it, and leave at the end of a year, 2 years, 3 years, and move on to do other things like Ravi and Darren have in British GT, and Darren now in the World Endurance Championship. So it's really a training team whilst we are competing for race wins and championship wins. It's all about making sure that the people that come through the team have got the best grounding possible.
The drivers don't have to move up the ladder, do they? They can stay within the Ginetta family if they want to. I know Lawrence isn't that keen on the Ginetta family term, but you can stay with the Formula, you can race in the GT. It's not necessarily, about what some of the drivers you were saying have done, moving right the way up the ladder. You don't have to do that.
No, not at all. Obviously, GTA in its own right has the rookie class and then the GTA class and the chairman's class for the not quite so sprightly young gentleman. And in its own right, it's a full championship that you can do year on, year out, and do it for as long as you like. And then obviously we have GTP, which is the next step up. It's the same car but on slicks with a bit more power and traction control. ABS, so it prepares you again for the next level of racing. But that in itself is its own championship, and you can stay 10, 20, 30 years if you fancy. So yeah, absolutely, the Ginetta brand is there as a race series, and all power to Lawrence for creating the Ginetta brand that we've got now. He's put a lot of effort, time and money into giving British motorsport a leg up with the Janetta Juniors and the Super Cup, and now the GTA and the GTP, and indeed the GT4s that we've run in British GT and European GT, the P3s, the LMP1 program that we went through, the World Endurance Championship, all play to Lawrence really, and his passion and his dedication. But you're absolutely right, Ginetta in itself, despite it being a family, is actually a serious race team and a serious race championship.
Over and above the racing that Ginetta provide, one of the points I made to Lawrence chatting to him earlier on was extending racing. Me as a journalist covering racing, I meet people through the scholarship over the years. I think I've done 7 or 8 years with you guys doing the scholarship. And the drivers that I meet in the scholarship, they don't necessarily all go through Ginetta. I'll meet them in a Fiesta Championship or an MR2 or racing, and you come through and I make that connection. Once you've made the connection with those people, it's there for life, right the way through their racing ladder. Anytime they rock up, they'll come and talk to me because they've met me there. So that's like 60 young people a year that come through the scholarship, in addition to all those racing drivers that you get on the grid. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, the Janetta Junior series and the scholarship, for me, are the best thing that's happened in British motorsport for several decades. The scholarship especially, the 3 days that we host the scholarship at Blyton are magical. I can't say any other word for it, because you see some of the kids come through. Some of them come and they're not eligible, old enough to actually do the championship. They come for the experience to come back the following year. But you see some of the kids come through, they've done very little. Maybe a touch of karting, bit of sim racing, very little on the first day, and you can tell they're very, very raw. But turn that rawness into speed with a bit of coaching over the first day, manage to scrape through for the finals day, and then quite often are in the top 5 at the end of the finals day, because their speed of learning, their ability to adapt at 14, 15 years old is just incredible. And we've seen, as you well know, Richard, we've seen some alumni from there go on to, well, Lando Norris being the prime example, go on to Formula One. We've seen Will Tregurtha and Stuart Middleton, both scholarship contenders. Stuart won the scholarship and went through juniors, would have not been racing without the scholarship. Went on to be British GT champion in a Ginetta, went on to be European GT vice champion in a Ginetta, and a factory Trofeo driver for Lamborghini. He's moved on right through the ranks, all due in part, or mainly in part, to the fact that he won the scholarship. Without that, he wouldn't have been a racing driver of any make. So we've seen the Janetta Junior ladder, both the scholarship and the championship, produce incredible drivers, gone on to do, well, the highest parts of motorsport that you can get, World Endurance Championship, Formula One. Absolutely fantastic to see. And you do see people come through, the older people come through the Janetta GTA, particularly Darren Lung, who's, you know, had huge success, put a lot of time and effort into building himself into a proper racing driver, for want of a better word, and he's now, well, won the British GT Championship last year and doing WEC this year. And likewise, as you said before, we see people that are stalwarts of Ginetta class. You know, Colin White springs to mind. He's been around a long while. He's raced Ginettas. He still races Ginettas in endurance championships. He's come and done some GTP rounds. You know, and it's great to see that people don't really want to go away, because it is such a, you know, if you look outside of what Ginetta is, there is not a great deal that will anywhere else that will give you that sort of support, that sort of bang for buck in terms of the car. And Want to Race is the starting point for all that for a lot of people.
So take us through the process. So somebody's heard about it, maybe watched a little bit of a chat with you or seen an advert. It's pick up the phone, make a call, drop an email. What's the first thing that happens with them?
Yeah, literally it is that. Get in touch with Ginetta via Kelly Edmond or Mike Simpson. They'll follow that up. We have what's called taster days for the GTA, whereby you can literally book 2 20-minute or 2 40-minute sessions at Blyton or elsewhere when the Ginetta are running a car or two for 1 or 2 people, and they'll get instruction in the car, they'll get details about the championship, they'll get information on budgets, all that, and then you can go further than that and have what they call driver development program, which is where instead of booking a 20-minute slot, you have a day or 2 or 4 or 5 or 10 days over the course of a month where you'll get involved in test days. Ginetta will coach you through those test days, and then to move on from there, given the budget, given the resource, and given the will to want to, if you decide that you're actually quite good at this and you quite enjoy it, then the next step is taking your ARDS test, getting a race license, having more instruction, going testing, going racing. And all of that is taken care of by primarily Kelly, but Rachel and Mike and the rest of the people at Ginetta. And that filters through not just Want to Race, but as you can see this year, there's rookies amongst the other teams in the paddock. And that's all fed from Ginetta. So the initial point of contact is Ginetta. Want to Race is Ginetta's factory arm, for want of a better word. And then the other teams in the paddock also have rookies and non-rookies, which they may find, they may come via Ginetta, but all of it ends up with the championship that you see here. You know, it's a super competitive championship this year. Great to see completely raw people racing at this pace. I mean, to give you some example, we've had the factory drivers and some very quick European GT drivers drive the GTAs, and they drive a coach here. You'll see most of them around the paddock. And the driver coaches often will get in the GTA to set a baseline time, a little bit of data, a little bit of video for the rookies. And we've got to a stage now where those very good top-level drivers are only about 7/10 or so quicker than the rookies. So that shows you the level that they're at in half a season. Right. It is incredibly intense, and there's a lot of training happening, a lot of detailed analysis happening, both from the engineering side with Nick and I, right through the driver side, right through the how to conduct yourself in front of people like you. You know, it is a full training program, but the quality this year is outstanding.
It's been amazing to watch the drivers this weekend. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you, Alan, for giving us that run through, and enjoy the rest of the weekend, and we'll catch up with you soon at Brighton.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thanks, Alan. Alan Muggleston joining us there. We've also got James Taylor, who is here. We spoke to James on the podium. Thanks again, Alan. Really appreciate that. You might have heard during the chat with Alan that we've got the call for the juniors to come through. So I think the plan is we're going to grab a word with James, and then we've got a pre-recorded interview that we did with Lawrence Tomlinson. So we'll take that, and then we'll go down to the holding area for the Janetta Junior Championship for their final race of the weekend. But James, lovely to see you again.
Yeah, you too.
Without the pressure of the podium interview.
Indeed,
and so tell us a little bit more about your role at Evo.
Yeah, so I'm deputy editor at Evo magazine. Obviously we're predominantly about road cars, but we do cover a lot of motorsport stories as well, and we had a bit of a project with Ginetta last year where we took part in 2 rounds of the GT Academy series to have the experience of running that, and that the car was kind of ours for a few months. So myself and my colleague Yusuf Ashraf, we both took part in a few races each. Yusuf was very quick, I must say.
Did he beat you?
He did set a faster time than me, actually, I must say.
You don't hang about.
Thank you. Yeah, no, this weekend's gone better than I dared hope. So it's a step up to GT Pro this weekend to learn more about that car. Yeah. So I should say a big thank you to the Want to Race team before I forget. Meant to do it on the podium. So Ginetta's in-house team has been looking after me this weekend, and Charlotte and Amelia, the 2 mechanics on the car, have done such a great job of prepping the car all weekend.
Feeding back to Alan that we've just spoken to on the engineering side?
Yeah, absolutely. The car, it's such a nice thing to drive, and it responds really well to every change you make to it. It's quite a challenging circuit, this one, because it's so abrasive. You chew through tyres really quickly, so you're kind of constantly adjusting the setup of the car to suit. But the guys that Want to Race know more than I do about that, so I've been leaning on their expertise a little bit. But yeah, this will be in print, I think, about 2 months' time in Evo, and we'll have a story all about the GT Pro.
Are the dates on the cover, are they sort of a month ahead? Because I know in the old days you used to do that.
Yeah, that's right. So you're always working at least 1 month ahead, ideally 2 or 3 months ahead. But you know how the car world is. Everything changes so fast.
We want everyone to go out and buy all of the copies.
Absolutely, of course. Yeah. And subscriptions on the Evo website. All there. So yeah, it'll be normally it's a 1 or 2 month lead time before things appear in the mag.
Well, that's great. Well done again on the podium. Lovely. Thanks for the chat, and we hope everyone does get out and buy Evo. James Taylor from Evo magazine chatting to us. Thanks for the chat. We're going to tee up and have a word with Lawrence Tomlinson, which we recorded after the GT Academy race. So we'll go to that, and then when we come back from Lawrence's interview, we'll be in the holding area, hopefully grabbing a few words with some of the Janetta Juniors who are getting ready for their 4th and final race of the weekend here at G-Fest on Anglesey. Delighted to be joined by Ginetta Chairman Lawrence Tomlinson. Lawrence, wonderful to be at a Ginetta G-Fest event. I remember you having a group event at Rockingham many years ago. It's something you try and do every year, isn't it?
Yeah, we do, and it's just nice to get everybody together and have a really fun weekend, because we get all the track time, loads of practice for everybody, because most of our categories are people who are trying to improve the racing, and we just have some really fun weekend.
Reflecting on the year, I mean, obviously everyone at Ginetta proud that Lando, who came through from it's an old story, but wasn't it great to see Lando getting that first Grand Prix win?
Lando who?
Exactly, but it's the ladder is there, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's a really great interview with Lando. He's having a pizza with his mates, and he's in Formula One, all sat there, and he gets interviewed, and they say, "What was your favourite racing?" Obviously, he's done all the categories, and he said, "Janetta Juniors," so which made us all very happy here at Ginetta. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully he'll do really well this weekend. But I've just come back from Spa, and we've had. If you look at the 57 car GT4 grid, we've got Ginetta's running in that very competitively. But if you look at the grid, there's just so many Janetta Juniors winning there. Tom Leben, Josh Ratcliffe. They won GT4 in the McLaren. They had a double pole and a double win on a 57 car grid. And as you go down the grid, it's just full of Ginetta drivers. So for me, it's fantastic that Ginetta bring people into motorsport, but they can follow their dreams and become really good professional drivers. SRO have some amazing events now. and we're just proud to be a part of the SRO package and see all these young drivers doing so well.
As well as the young drivers, and it's always been a thing for Ginetta, bringing people of not mature years, but non-youngsters, could be middle-aged drivers, older drivers coming in, getting their chance to come and get in this amazing machinery and move from having a dream to actually getting out on track and racing.
Well, obviously everybody's young compared to me, so these days it feels a bit that way. But yeah, you can come into Ginetta at any age. I mean, we've got people on the grid who are well past 60, who just want to go and do some racing and enjoy their weekends and progress as far as they can. And the machinery we provide is great to teach people how to improve their driving and move up. So you come into GTA, you got the rookies, then you do another year, then you go to GTP, you're on similar times to a GT4 with really good value racing on slicks and ABS traction control. Your next step then is into Janetta GT4 in the British GT or European GT4 or anywhere in the world now. You can race one of our GT4 cars with the new generation. And we're just going to be, I think, the first people to have the new Generation 3 LMP3 on track. So, the world's your lobster with Ginetta.
Absolutely right. You could probably catch a few off the coast here on Anglesey. Great venue for a standalone meeting.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, I remember coming racing here in, I think, 2002 when Martin Pfaff owned Ginetta and I was racing in a G27 on the old circuit. You used to come down the top from Radar into a big loop, and if you didn't get it right, you just felt like you were going into the ocean. But the facility here now is amazing. And, it's... If you get the weather here, it is one of the most spectacular circuits in the world to race on.
Well, it's great that we're here, and pleasure for me to come back and be reacquainted with everyone at Ginetta. I hope you, your teams and your officials enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thanks very much. Cheers. Bye.
So great to hear from Lawrence Tomlinson there then, the man behind it all in a way, and still takes such a huge interest in not only Ginetta as a brand, but the motorsport side of things as well. And good to have him here at Anglesey as well. Right then, back to Richard now, this time in assembly area ahead of the beginnings of our afternoon's racing action with the Janetta Juniors.
Well, the holding area is building up here, ready for the final Janetta Junior race of the weekend. I'd like to say how much pleasure it gives to talk to Alicia Bomelsky. Unfortunately, it doesn't, but we're old sparring partners. Alicia, you won the Janetta Junior Scholarship 3 years ago, and now racing in GB4, race winner as well in GB4. Does this make you nostalgic coming back into the Ginetta paddock?
Oh, absolutely. It's our holiday this weekend, to be honest. We've just come to support the team and obviously watch Ginetta. Ginetta are the whole reason that I even got into car racing in the first place as a result of the scholarship win back in 2021, which gave me a fully funded season in 2022. So just full credit to Ginetta. I can't thank them enough for the opportunity that they gave me those years ago. And then spent the last 2 years, as you mentioned, in Janetta Juniors. Such a great breeding ground for young drivers to learn the racecraft and really just develop the skills. No closer racing than you get here. Extremely difficult cars to drive, obviously being on road tyres rather than the slicks, so it's just a perfect place to learn really. So I'm glad to be here under no pressure, which is a nice change from me. I'm normally have a lot of nerves going on, whereas I don't now for a change. But no, just really nice to be back and supporting the guys.
You started off, I think you did a season with Prep Tech and then switched over to Elite, and you're still with Elite in GB4. And coaching any of the drivers or giving advice?
Not really, no, not yet. I'm not good enough for that yet. But no, just supporting, just seeing how it all goes on. Obviously, I'm in the debriefs, looking at the data and everything, but just no, not for me quite yet. But no, just focusing on my year so far in GB4 this season. Still with Elite Motorsport, as you mentioned. Having a successful season so far, won the opening round of the year, as you mentioned. We've been on the podium in every round since as well, so had quite a bit of bad luck as well equally, but no, learning all the time, so we're always progressing. So yeah, fingers crossed we can get into coaching at some point, but just focusing on myself for now. So
there's a great bit of footage I saw floating around social media of was it the car was broken and you were like drifting through the chicane? Talk us through that.
Yeah, so In the race 2 at Donington Park, I had some contact at the start of the race, which was...
Was that your fault?
No, it wasn't for a change, actually. It was unavoidable from my side. So I had significant suspension damage, which meant that my car was crabbing from the opening lap. And it was already a wet race. It was sort of greasy conditions, which made it already awkward for us as drivers to get around the circuit. But I just thought, you know, if I can get the car to the end of the race and salvage any points, then I will do so. So I was waiting for a mechanical flag, had to call me in the pits, but it didn't come. So I just thought, oh, I'll just keep focused, keep doing the best job I can. So falling down the order, but just kept my head down. And to be honest, the car control that the Janetta Junior equipped me with, that totally came into effect when I was driving the GB4. That's the only reason that I managed to keep the car on the black stuff on the tarmac. So yeah, it was an interesting race, not how I wanted it to go, but good for the fans. So I did it for you guys, so you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, belated thank you for that. In terms of the inevitable question we ask when we get to talk to female drivers, are you finding that you're inspiring do young girls come up and say, yeah, I want to do what you're doing? Are you seeing more of that now?
Yeah, they do, to be honest. Obviously, it is a hot rising topic, females in motorsport, and I think the main thing is the whole ethos behind what we should be doing is trying to get a female at the top level of motorsport, I think, to create that role model. Because sort of when I was 5-6 years old before I got into motorsport, I didn't even realise that it was an avenue that was available to me. So I can't say I was sad that I didn't think I could get into motorsport. I just simply didn't realise, you know, having Formula 1 on the TV, just male mechanics, male drivers, male engineers, there's just no visibility really of the females. So I think it's really important to try and get a role model at the top level, which is obviously what I'm trying to do, progress up the ranks and give that visibility to the young females looking up, so they do realise that should they want to, it's an equal path that's available to them as there are males. But as well, I'm also a true believer that when the helmet goes on, the car doesn't have a gender, and I think that we're all out there fighting for the same.
They do. Some people name them.
Well, maybe sometimes. I know mine was John the other year, but no, we're all out there fighting for the same thing. So I think we should all just be really treated equally and just given the same equipment, and the best person will win, whether that's male or female.
Again, Alicia, going back to social media, I saw a thing recently where physicality was discussed about F2 being difficult for females right now. Do you think that will change?
To be honest, I don't see that as an issue. I don't think that's a limiting factor. Obviously, we know that males naturally are stronger than females, but the way I see it is that the world's strongest female will be stronger than Lewis Hamilton and stronger than the Formula 1 guys. I think potentially we might have to put more effort in and more hours in the gym to make the same fitness level. But I think if you're willing to succeed and willing to put the effort in, then I don't see any reason why it can't be done. So I think just need to stop complaining and get on with it, really. Is this my idea with that?
That's what my wife says to me as well. Stop complaining, Richard, and get on with it. But hey, so rest of the season, how does that look for you? What have you got next up?
Yeah, so we're roughly about halfway through the championship now. We've done the first 3 rounds of the season, got 4 to go. We're at Snetterton in 2 weeks' time for the next round. British GT package again. I'm racing in GB4, but it's on the same weekend as Janetta Juniors, racing as support to British GT. So fingers crossed we can come away with another win. Still looking at the title fight for me. I'm running about 4th in the championship, but it is quite close, so it's all still to play for. So just got my head down, keep progressing, keep learning, and try and get the results as best as possible.
And have you got supporting you financially this year? Any sponsors you wanted to throw a quick one out to?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only reason I'm on the grid this year is solely down to sponsors. So I'd like to say a huge thank you to Lamplight Media, Entire Race Engineering, and the compliance guys for all their support this year and getting me on the grid. And into next year as well, they've been extremely supportive, and they're multi-year sponsors as well. So it's been great to have them down at races and to see them supporting me and have their logo on the car. So just a huge thank you to them.
Alicia, it's been quite nice talking to you today, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good to see you. Cheers, Alicia. Great banter always with Alicia. I'm going to have a word with Nick Ellis, who's down here. And he was saying, no, don't interview me, don't interview me. You know what we're going to, because thank you very much. I know when I was talking to Holly earlier on, she said no, and I respected that, but I did catch up with her afterwards. So, Nick, first of all, tell us a little bit about your background, if you would.
Okay, so I was brought up in the Isle of Man, and I started karting in just after COVID, around 2021. I took my journey over to the UK at the middle of 2021, okay. And then 2022 I had a season in the JKC karting. I came 3rd, and then 2023 we had a go at the British, and now we're here.
So are you a Manxman by birth?
Yes, I am.
Oh, brilliant. Well, I didn't know that. So this is why we do the interviews, we learn stuff. Well, what karting is there available out there for youngsters to get started?
So there's a kart track up at the north in Derby. It's just called Derby Kart Track, and it's up there with one of my favourites. It's a really good kart track to start learning at.
And what was it attracted you to Ginetta's? Was it sort of budget-wise, or thinking, yeah, I want to go car racing?
We knew we wanted to go car racing. We knew we wanted to progress in the future, but we didn't quite know where, and some people helped us guide us here today.
Oh, that's good. Summary of the weekend so far?
Just making the best out of a bad situation, really.
What's gone wrong?
Qualifying yesterday, both of our lap times got deleted, so...
Is that track limits?
Yeah. So yeah, just making the best out of a bad situation. I think we made 10 places in each race or something like that. So
that's great progress. And this is your first year. This is rookie year, isn't it, for you?
It's my rookie year.
Some drivers are more rookie than others in the rookie category, aren't they?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I'm going to let you enjoy it. Thank you for the chat.
Yeah.
That wasn't too bad, was it?
No, it wasn't awful.
Very good. Thanks, mate. Really appreciate that. Thanks for your time. I don't know if the engineer is going to get back in. We'll shut him in now and locked him in. So that is that. Let's go and have a walk down a little bit further. This is where everybody, it's just quite funny, isn't it? Because you get people shying away. Should we have a word with Jim? Jim's not trying to look. We've got a thumbs up. Here we go. We've spoken to Jude a couple of times. Jim, great to see you. How are you doing? How's the team?
Yeah, very good shape actually. Jude's had the best weekend of the year for him, and in the GTAs we're going extremely well as well.
Busy weekend for you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very quick fire this weekend with a quick turnaround between, because we're running cars in both championships. So it keeps it really exciting. I guess like the karting, they say that's quick fire, and this is very much the same. So the guys are all now sort of swapping amongst cars to get everything done in time. But it's exciting, it's challenging, and we're enjoying it.
We're enjoying it too. The engines are firing up. I don't know if you need a quick word with Jude before he goes. Probably not.
All good to go. He knows what he's got to do. Just win.
Great to work with Jade as well for ITV. That's been a real pleasure. In case you didn't know, this is Jade's dad. So
you can imagine I'm not very proud, eh?
She's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, really good.
She's getting a lot of good feedback, and I'm really proud of her. She'd like to see her behind the steering wheel, of course, but you know, we live in hope, and hopefully she can find some funding moving forward. But in the meantime, she did a great job and a real asset, I think, to the ITV crew.
Well, as I said when she joined, the grid's loss is very much our gain. So, you brought them up well, mate. Well done, Jim.
Pleasure.
Jim, lovely to talk to you. Jim, I don't know if we've got any more time to do any more because the engines are running up. I'm probably getting in the way of drivers now, but as soon as they start moving, I'll disappear out of the way. We spoke to Colin Cronin, we've spoken to James Shotton. We did have a quick chat with Alfie Clark yesterday. Out front, we've got the R Racing boys. We've got Chase Fernandez. Chase always has a little cheeky look for the camera, but he might just be focused on what's going on. Then we've got Ethan Jeff Hall, who is 2 wins to 1 at the moment over Marcus Sato. You can see just over there. There is Ethan in the 25 car. I'm not going to stick a microphone in his chops now because I think they are literally just getting ready to go out. If we can go across, actually, I can see Steph Saw, and this will complete a story from yesterday if we can do it. So, Steph, are you all right for a... Oh, no, it's the mic again. We didn't finish the story you said about the broken car from Anglesey, but I was going to go back to say that was disappointment after your podium at Brands Hatch, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, definitely. Obviously, Brand started off really well, got podium, made places in every single race, and then Croft made places again, and then, yeah, he just went downwards, so it's a bit of a shame, but on to the next one now.
But talking to you here in your capacity as engineer with R Racing, how the guys obviously doing really well. How do they interact and feedback to you?
Really well. Obviously, we each have our own driver as a mechanic. I run Alfie Slater, hence the Velas and Harden on my Fiesta. They feedback to us. We then feedback to the team. They feedback to Nathan, Jamie, Chris, Matt, and Phil, who do a great job to then come back to us with setup changes and any other bits we need to know.
That's good stuff. I'll let you focus on the race. Thanks for finishing our story with us, but we left it abruptly yesterday. Steph Saw, good luck with the Fiesta racing. Jack, and I'm going to stick a mic in you with the prep tech guys. Is Henry still in the lead of the championship?
I'm not actually. I think so, yeah. It's all very close at the moment.
Has it been a frustrating weekend for you guys?
Thursday and Friday was good. Yesterday could have been better. Today, obviously, yeah, so far. So we'll go again in this last race and hopefully pick up another podium.
And you're racing yourself, so you're doing Brisker F2 now, which is national stock car racing, isn't it? Single-seater, open wheel, bumpers all the way around, not for the faint-hearted.
Definitely not. It's full contact, full on. Yeah.
When are you next out?
Possibly the 20th of July at Taunton.
It's a long way to go, isn't it?
It's not too bad for me. It's all right.
Jack, thanks for having a chat with us. Good luck to you and the Prep Tech guys. So we've had a Prep Tech moment, we've had an elite moment with Alicia, and we've had a moment with R Racing as well, haven't we, with Steph Saw. Now, I'm hesitating at the moment because are we waiting for them to go out, just seeing if our track marshal has got the get-go. I don't think we have just yet. So we'll go back towards I'm going to Johnny wander around down to this end again, and we'll just have a look at the cars that are off towards the back of the grid. MDD, relatively new team into the championship, McKenna Developments. You might know the name of Ben and Scott McKenna, who've been racing in the Ginetta GT Championship this year. So great to see them on the grid with the juniors. Pace Motorsport, Pace Performance over there as well. We spoke to Mallory and Mabunda earlier on. His brother is there as well. Tom Ingram Hill. We haven't had a chat with Tom yet, so if we've got time, I'm going to grab a quick word with Tom. Are you okay to get going on? This is what we like, a nice enthusiastic thumbs up from Tom Ingram. Tom, how's the weekend going for you?
It was really good yesterday, but had a bit of a messy qualifying, so we've had to start 18 both times. Finished the last one like 12th or 13th, hoping a little bit of a top 10, they'll come back.
So place is made up, and that's not the easiest thing to do, A, at Anglesey and B, in juniors, because it is very close.
Yeah, it's very close, and especially here at Anglesey, it's quite a hard track to overtake, and through this whole weekend, everyone's been in really close to each other.
What were the issues that put you further back on the grid from qualifying this morning?
There was a bit of the greasy conditions, and it kind of caught us out, and there was a bit of a scrappy, just like a little bit uncommitment to the track, and but like that would just come with experience, as I'm a first-year driver.
And it's quite tight, isn't it? Is it just a handful of laps, isn't it, that you get?
Yeah, it's so tight, especially with 3 laps on the format. But it's great that like it's so close, and it's quite hard because it just shows that like in the future you will get better.
That's what it's about, isn't it, in the debut? Yeah. Who's your driver coach?
Phil. Well, I've had Phil Glue. I've had a bunch of people at our racing, but everyone at our racing is so good, and they've been helping.
Were you party to Phil's birthday celebrations on Friday?
Saw him in the pub yesterday.
He's a good, obviously worked with Phil. He's a great guy, really insightful, and I know he's brought some really good youngsters. I thought we were going to go racing, but they just cut the engine, so that gives you a little bit more time to prep. What sort of things, what sort of routines do you do? Do you have any sort of superstition that you go through before you get in a race car?
Yeah, I think every racing driver does. Like, I think it's like the gloves going over the top here is quite like nice. Like it keeps like your brain in check. It's kind of checklist, and it keeps your mind off kind of the adrenaline and the nerves before the race. But like we've had people at our racing who've helping us with like warming up, like doing the light tap reaction ones, and that's been really good.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Some people do juggling, don't they, and stuff like that. Do you find that helps?
I think it does. I think it just puts yourself in like a mindset which is like good there, like you're quite strong.
I'm going to ask you a really stupid question now. We were talking about, you've got a double-barreled name, which, invokes memories, well, not memories, invokes thoughts of 2 of the top touring car drivers at the moment. How often do you get asked about that?
I get asked a lot about Tom Ingram. Not as much about Jake Hill, but I do know who both they are, and I did go to British Touring Car 1 race. I met them both, and they're really nice guys.
They are both nice guys. Tom, a big character. Jake, really cool as cucumber. He's got the championship lead, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've been watching it. I think I watched the last round of Thruxton, as it was quite local to myself, so I could basically hear it. But I was watching on the TV. Tom Ingram got pole on the first day, so I was quite happy about that. Missed a couple of races, but it was quite good that there was quite strong racing there.
Did you actually introduce yourself to Tom Ingram as Tom Ingram Hill?
Yeah, he did. He thought that was quite funny.
He'd probably take you under his wing, knowing Tom. He's a bit of a character. Look, thanks for chatting to us. It was a great chat. Good luck for the race. Lovely to see you. Tom Ingram Hill. Let's pop the door shut as we did that. I'll do it again. Just to make doubly sure, the cars are actually now going out on to their formation lap. Thank you to everybody for the chats that we have had down here in the junior holding area. It's been great. We'll hand you back to Scott and Andy for the rundown on the grid.
Thank you, Richard. Sterling job, as always, down there in the assembly area as we now prepare to go racing again in the afternoon sessions. Then the Janetta Junior Championships, 4th and final race of the weekend. And if it's half as exciting as that one earlier on today was, we are in for a treat then with an interesting grid set up. And actually many of the same storylines, I suspect, from race number 3 of the weekend earlier on, set to play out again here with a bunch of similar drivers all starting towards the pointy end of the grid. And it is going to be Ethan Jeff Hall then who will start from the pole position. Chase Fernandez, his R Racing teammate, will be next. And we momentarily will take a look at how the rest of the grid lines up. But the main story really is to watch what Henry Josselin can do, because Henry Josselin, I think it's fair to say, didn't really have a great time of it in the race earlier on today, having got tapped into a spin going through the Rocket Complex. And I think it's fair to say Scott Woodward will be quite keen to bounce back from that.
I'd say so, yeah, definitely, particularly if he's going to be trying to score some great points. If you look at the championship actually now, Ethan Jeff Hall now leads the championship. He's taken over from Henry Josselin, looking at the updated table, and he now has a lead of 5 points, where it's now actually tied between Henry Josselin and Charlie Hart. So that race really did turn things a little bit on its head now, as Ethan Jeff Hall, I think it might well be possible. I think he's in the championship for the first time this year,
so.
I think.
Yeah.
So that means he's up there as well. And Marcus Sater, despite winning, is still set in 4th position at the moment, ahead of Isaac Phelps. And as for Chase Fernandez, well, we don't talk about Chase Fernandez's race, kind of he won't at least, but he gets a bit of respite here with this front row start, because of course he got his second fastest qualifying time, which is still good enough to put him on the front row of the grid. So hopefully he can steer clear of his teammates, steer clear of any trouble this time, and actually get himself into the mix. But he did have that kind of period in the race where he was strong in the first half, and then whether it was a legacy of any of the first lap contact, or whether just the tyres went off or something else, he just started lacking pace going in that second half of the race, and he eventually ended up with a 6th place finish. So got some work to do to try and redeem himself there as the Ginetta G56 GTR safety car heads off the grid, off the formation lap. And again, it makes a pleasant viewing for R Racing, because they've got another front row lockout there, guys, along with, of course, second place there, guys, also looks like to Marcus Sater and Isaac Phelps. So this is going to be another hopefully strong race for R Racing if they can keep their boys in front.
Indeed so. Well, they're starting at the front anyway, so they've got a good chance of netting some scores for good championship points. Will they be able, Motorsport will be able to put a bit of a fight back? It's not been their weekend really so far. And the best of their cars starts 4th on the grid. At the front of the grid, though, it is Ethan Jeff Hall with Chase Fernandez alongside. Yet to score a podium this weekend, Chase Fernandez. Then we've got on row number 2, Marcus Sater and Isaac Phelps. R Racing car ahead of the Elite Motorsport machine. Then row number 3 for Henry Josselin and Archie Clark. So Henry Josselin was the championship leader for much of the year. Unfortunately now slipping down in the points table to 2nd. Starts from the inside of row number 3. Row for Charlie Hart, who for a long time has been his championship rival really this year, with Colin Cronin, starting alongside him. Then Alfie Slater and James Shotton. They're sharing the 5th row of the grid. James Shotton first podium finish in the championship earlier today. Row 7 for Torrin Byrne and Ruben Dan. They are lining up together, and then row number 8, I should say, is where we find. No, first on row 7 is where we find Jude Peters and Felix Livesey. Alf Davis and Nicholas Ellis are next together on row number 9. Row 10 for Ethan Carney and Tiso Babunda. They complete the top 20. So had a spin in the earlier race final corner. Then we've got Tom Ingram-Hill, who we just heard from, and James Ellis completing the top 20 on the grid. Row number 11 for Jack Robinson and Ollie Mile, Harry Moss and Mallory Mabunda back on the field. So 24 cars then on the grid. 20 minutes on the clock, 35 championship points up for grabs for the race winner, plus a bonus point for the fastest lap, plus a bonus point for the pole position, which of course has once again gone the way of Ethan Jeff Hall. But can he now claim a 4th victory from 4? Become the first driver to do that 4-race sweep. There's still a chance that Mackenzie Douglas could do that a little bit later on in the GT Championship race as well. And in fact, Mike Taylor in GT Academy, we could end up having the same drivers winning all 4 races across all 3 categories, but we're a long way away from that. The red lights then about to go on. The grid has been set, and it's Ethan Jeff Hall versus Chase Fernandez on the front row of the grid. Chase Fernandez, what can he do? Can he get himself a podium at the very least to complete his weekend, and maybe even take the fight to Ethan Jeff Hall for the race victory? The red lights go on, they go out now, and a bit of a jump was that from Marcus Sater maybe. He seemed to go very, very quickly, but in the end doesn't really gain an advantage from it. Slots in line behind his 2 R Racing teammates, but he certainly seemed to jump quite dramatically before anyone else appeared to move. Anyway, we'll let the clerk on the course look into that afterwards. Meanwhile, the race leaders turn into the banking for the first time, all in grid order, all in single file, but do not be conned into thinking that they're all going to take it easy and behave themselves on the opening lap, because they did behave themselves until they got to Rocket earlier on today, and that's the area on the circuit that we're about to head towards. Out of Church, the slipstream starts to collect everyone back together, and this could be Chase Fernandez's opportunity maybe to have a go for the race lead. Then he's in the slipstream, heading up the hill. Is he going to pull out and make the challenge? We're right on board here, meanwhile, with Isaac Phelps, who is in 4th position, looking to try and find a way up the inside of Marcus Sater, which he does. Fernandez is sideways in front of us, but Isaac Phelps has gone through into 3rd position, runs wide on the exit of Rocket, but that's fine. Gives him the inside line for the right-hander, Henry Jocelyn coming through with him as well. And just as in the race earlier on today, Scott Woodward, Marcus Sater's opening lap has left a little to be desired.
Tell you what, I was looking through my hands at Isaac Phelps diving up the inside there. He almost just about missed Chase Fernandez, and that was interesting. But I did notice, I think, Ethan Jeff Hall going down the back straight. I noticed him, I think, in car. He was kind of signalling to Chase, work with me, let's go. He was kind of saying, don't fight me this time, because you know what happened at the beginning of race 3 earlier on. But he's now trying to go with him, and they are starting to try and work together, because Ethan Jeff Hall's pulling away, Chase going with him. As for the 3rd R Racing car, you can see for yourself here, he's defending like crazy with Marky Clark. They're around the outside. Has gone Charlie Hart to his teammates, the 2 Elite Motorsport cars, rather than going on the attack. They're now defending from each other. They head down the back straight towards the bus stop once again. Top 2 of the R Racing cars trying to pull away. Side by side for position here between Charlie Hart in silver on the left. In blue, it's Archie Clark as Charlie Hart moves his way up into place by the end of the first lap. And it will be the end of lap number 1. Ethan Jeff Hall looking for his 3rd race win of the weekend. Chase Fernandez holding steady in 2nd place. He's just under a second behind. And Isaac Phelps up to 3rd with that daring move up the inside into Rocket. 4th for Henry Jocelyn, 5th for Marcus Sater. Then Hart, Clark, Cronin, James Shott and Alfie Slater rounding out the top 10. All calm and collected so far. I emphasise the words so far as they go on to lap number 2.
Well, reasonably so, yes, although that was a pretty lively run through Rocket the first time. What will the 2nd lap look like up at the top end of the circuit? Well, certainly for the race lead, Ethan Jeff Hall already starting to make his escape again, isn't he? He has just been the pace setter this weekend, apart from that sort of mysterious 2nd race, which I think I erroneously just said that he won. Of course he didn't, did he? It was actually Marcus Sater who came through to win that race. He'll have to go some to win this one. That was Henry Jocelyn locking up at the top of the hill and nearly getting into the back of Isaac Phelps. Thankfully avoided the contact by the looks of it. They're both still there. He is helping Isaac Phelps through the 2nd part of the Rocket complex. Isaac just parking the car on the apex, not wanting to leave the door open, and manages to keep Jocelyn at bay. So Ethan Jeff Hall leads, then 2nd Fernandez, then a gap back to Phelps, Jocelyn, Sater, Hart, Clark, Cronin, Shotton, Slater, Ruben Dan and Felix Livesey, all in a long line. And in fact that is also now Colin Cronin, I think, who's dropped back, hasn't he? Yeah, Colin Cronin was in 8th at the start of the lap. He's lost a handful of places since then. Towards the hairpin we go there for the 2nd time, and Henry Jocelyn on the attack, trying now to build a challenge against Isaac Phelps. He nips to the inside line, late on the brakes, and not for the first time this weekend. Henry Jocelyn shows how it's done when it comes to late braking manoeuvres.
Really smart move up the inside, judged that to perfection. And Isaac Phelps now almost helpless. He's trying to come back at him, but both of them have got to be careful of Marcus Sater, who's closing behind. And this is pretty much, this is now Prep Tech versus Elite versus R Racing, a 3-team battle here as they come out of the bus stop for the 2nd time. The 2 R Racing cars in front trying to pull away here. Now the interesting thing is going to be, now that Joss is in 3rd place, can he start to bridge the gap to the top 2 in front? And also, will he bring Isaac Phelps with him if he decides to work together? I can already tell you the answer is probably no, but he's going up the inside anyway to the banking. Thought about it, he saw what Henry Jocelyn did to how Marcus Sater to him and thought, anything you can do, I can maybe do better. He's now wheel to wheel, almost rubbing body panels up towards the right-hander at Church Corner. He has the inside line for the right-hander, and back through into 3rd place he goes. Jocelyn won't give this one up, but Isaac Phelps shows him the curb and the edge of the road, and now Jocelyn goes back to being the hunter. He's in the slipstream. Where's he going? Left and right, tries to dart out, but Phelps has that covered. Meanwhile, Marcus Sater under threat from the Elite Motorsport Massive. He's got Charlie Hart and Archie Clark in the mix. We're on board now with Marcus Sater in 67. He's got the perfect grandstand view of the fight for 3rd place. He's right on the rear bumper of Henry Jocelyn. He's hugging that inside curb all the way through Rocket out and back through Peel. They'll grab another gear on that sequential gearbox, punch down it once more to get into the right-hander. As he stays in gear to hold momentum. And now down just past the crowd of people on the left-hand side. Good to see a good group of people watching trackside here at Anglesey. Good to see a few people watching in the mix. We get a really nice view here of the Anglesey Circuit in a proper race situation. Out of the corkscrew, over the crest down the Tom Price straight, and this group for 3rd place is starting to get longer and longer and longer now, because you've also got Clark, Shotton, Slater, and Ruben Dan's not too far away either. Side by side for Slater, going past Archie Clark. James Shotton's making moves also. He is now up past Alfie Slater. He's also up past Archie Clark. So Clark's been the one that's lost a couple of places now, both to Slater and to Shotton. And of course, Shotton took his first podium of the season earlier on in race number 3. Clark coming back at him down the inside to make a move. And what will be, looks like, I think, 8th or 9th position. Little love tap on the exit, thanks for that, and through he goes. So Ethan Jeff Hall, meanwhile, oblivious to this, 2 seconds to the good ahead of Fernandez, but it's now Phelps versus Jocelyn versus Sater. And I'll say it again, while they fight each other, easier it is for the top 2 to make a break.
Well, I think the moment that I realised it was going to be an R-Racing 1-2 in this race was when Isaac Phelps and Henry Jocelyn started battling a lap ago at this very part of the circuit. As soon as Phelps went back up the inside of Jocelyn, there was no chance they were going to keep up with the leaders, and again they will go side by side now into Church Corner with Jocelyn on the inside line, and we get a grandstand view here courtesy of Marcus Sater, who will get the run on the pair of them. Chooses, interestingly, not to go 3 abreast and instead gives the bumper to Henry Jocelyn and pushes him through. So a nice bit of bump drafting there from Marcus Sater, who shovels Henry Jocelyn up the hill and will move through into 4th position, then moves over to cover from Isaac Phelps, who was presumably still somewhere to the left. Jocelyn's outbraked himself, though, and Sater goes through. So, well, Henry Jocelyn will have arrived at that corner a little bit faster than he's used to, because, of course, he was being given that assistance, wasn't he, from Marcus Sater, and just managed to miss his braking point. So as they go into Peel Corner, it is Sater 3rd, Jocelyn 4th. It is then Isaac Phelps in 5th, Charlie Hart 6th, James Shotton 7th, Archie Clark is 8th, 9th Harvey Slater, and Ruben Dan completing the top 10 as they drop downhill towards turn 9 once more. But Isaac Phelps and Henry Jocelyn, neither of them really coming out of that one well, and it's Marcus Sater who's back onto the podium places.
And Colin Crone and Felix Livesey are making this a real, what's this now? There's almost like a 10-car drain for the podium spots. The top 5, and Jocelyn narrowly misses the back end of Sater's car, but slips up the inside just as he did to Phelps a couple of laps ago. Phelps might take advantage, almost gives him the hit check, which Sater gives him back. Don't come past me, thank you very much. He gets now the draft from Jocelyn. That's keeping Will to Will. It's almost 3 abreast as Jocelyn covers the outside line. He goes down towards the bus stop. Under brakes also, we've got a battle between James Shotton going round the outside of Charlie Hart. It's all action stations here for 3rd place backwards. We're back on board with Sater. He now gives the push to him to Isaac Phelps as he goes through the left-hander at target, and now back towards the banking now on lap 5. And down the hill towards the braking zone again, takes the outside run. It's all action behind them for what looks like 6th position. Charlie Hart is almost the cork in the bottle here. James Shotton holding on round the outside of Archie Clark. You've also got Alfie Slater and Ruben Dan, Colin Cronin and Felix Livesey. G. Peters will be in the next group. He's heading up that group, which is including him and Torrin Byrne. And now that fight for 3rd place is now 3 of them in a row down towards the complex at Rocket. Again in the slipstream is Sater, but it looks like Phelps is getting the draft here from Henry Jocelyn. He goes to the inside line. It's going to be side by side again towards Rocket, who is last of the late breakers. Sater watches on as he punches down the gears. Jocelyn holds the place. In fact, this is the view from Clark. This is Isaac Phelps, excuse me. This is now watching Sater as they come out to Rocket in and Rocket out. So he changed onboard cameras, forgive me. But down towards Peel. This is now the view that Phelps has as he watches Jocelyn get a little oversteery through Peel. This is almost getting pretty to go so worse. James Shotton with damage on the left rear.
Well, yes, although the smoke then disappears, so I think it's a bit similar to what we saw, I think, in White, wasn't it, in the last GT race, where the bodywork's just slightly rubbing on the left rear corner, but only under extreme load, so he should be all right. Henry Jocelyn then hanging on for now for 3rd position. 10-second time penalties, by the way, for cars 20 and 67. Well, 67 is Marcus Sater, so Marcus Sater being given a 10-second time penalty for being out of position at the start. The 20... is Mabunda, isn't it? Further down the order. So they've both been given 10-second penalties. They'll be added on at the end of the race, and they will unfortunately drop down the order as a result, particularly Sater, who is on the tail of Henry Jocelyn in the battle for 3rd place, but with a 10-second penalty now hanging over him. He'll probably be blissfully unaware of that for the time being, but that will unfortunately drop him out of this battle, unless, of course, he can clear Henry Jocelyn and then start to get his head down and get away. But pulling 10 seconds on this group is not going to be easy to do. That being said, that's exactly what Ethan Jeff Hall has done. He is 3 seconds clear of Chase Fernandez and 8 seconds clear of Henry Jocelyn in 3rd position. I cannot remember, Scott, the last time I saw a Janetta Junior weekend where one driver has dominated quite so completely. I know he didn't win the second race yesterday, but the races that Ethan Jeff Hall has won, as we see Marcus Sater gesticulating to Henry Jocelyn that he wants to keep working together here, but the races that Ethan Jeff Hall has won, he's won in such commanding fashion. Oh, big spin out of Church Corner, I've just seen out of the window, and that was for the number 45 car, and that was Jack Robinson. He's rejoining now, but he spun right in front of a big pack of cars, just caught that out of the corner of my eye, ran too wide onto the curbs, lost control and was very, very lucky not to get collected by anybody else. For the third time, Scott, I'll try and make this point. The races that Ethan Jeff Hall has won this weekend, he has done so in dominant fashion. That is not something you see a lot of in this championship.
It isn't, and it's usually quite close-knit, as you can see, the battle for third place, but it's all about, in any kind of championship, the harder that group of cars fights each other, it's easy for the cars behind to make that group bigger and the cars in front to kind of drive unchallenged, and therefore they can run their own race without having to look in their mirrors, which is exactly what James Shotton and co are doing, heading down towards the hairpin here. He's being almost practically assaulted by a massive group of elite motorsport cars. The only ringer in that is Alfie Slater. Running out wide is James Shotton. He's now continuing on in 7th place. He's in that next group now, which are fighting over pretty much 6th and 7th position. In fact, he's into 6th now, past Charlie Hart. So this is a group here is now the 2 elite cars again going to combat. This is Archie Clark, who was up there in the first 4 or 5 places. He's dropped back in this first half of the race. He's now coming under threat from his teammate Ruben Dan, who's having, I think, one of his best races today, also within the top 10, the young Australian. Target now, also on the tail of them still are both Felix Livesey and Colin Cronin. Livesey using all the curb on the exit there to hold on to 11th place. Wind their way through the banking now once again. This is on lap 7, up towards Church Corner now. Gap in the lead is now 3.4 seconds, and a further 5 seconds back from Fernandez to Jocelyn. And Jocelyn himself, of course, is still enthralled in that 3-car fight on the road, at least, between himself, Sater and Phelps, but of course with the 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start, Sater was not in this. Another one trying to work together. His third one, Felix Livesey. He's signaling to Cronin. Again, don't fight me, work with me, and let's try and catch and work our way through this pack, which is still being headed by James Shotton. Bit of a cork in the bottle here is James.
Yeah, with Charlie Hart stuck behind. So again, Charlie not having a brilliant race here, is he, in 7th position. Glad, I think, to see the back of Anglesey. But as we've seen with Chase Fernandez, if you can get to the front of the group, then you can still turn the weekend around, which is what he looks like he's set to do with a 2nd place finish at least. 5-second time penalty for Ruben Dan, by the way. That's for exceeding track limits. I don't think that's the last we'll hear of that. I've noticed a lot of drivers again running wide coming out of Church Corner in particular. So I would not be surprised if we get a couple more penalties before the race is done. 7.5 minutes to go, and that is a late move and a lovely move up the inside by Alfie Slater. Gets past Charlie Hart for 7th place. So Alfie Slater past Charlie Hart going into the hairpin. So that is the R Racing driver gaining a position. And now Charlie Hart trying to come back at him into the final corner, but not able to get to the inside line. So Slater defends the inside. Hart looks maybe for the better exit from the corner, but can't quite do that either. So Charlie Hart, just for whatever reason, struggling a little bit for confidence under braking maybe. That was a very late lunge, admittedly, from Alfie Slater, but it was a clean move. And now, as they head through the banking, Charlie Hart coming under pressure from his Elite Motorsport teammate Archie Clark, who's a bit further down the order in this one than he was in race number 1 earlier on today. And Church Corner then, up over the curb they go. Again there, Clark maybe a little bit too wide over the exit curve. Side by side off in the distance, that was Jocelyn and Sater, or Sater and Phelps. It was Sater and Phelps side by side. Isaac Phelps trying to take 4th place away from Marcus Sater. And Marcus Sater slipping through, or defending I should say, successfully there on the inside line. And so Marcus Sater then up into, or staying in 4th place. Isaac Phelps tried his best there to get through, but could not quite make the move stick. Black and white warning flag now for Holly Mile, the latest driver to be pinged for exceeding track limits. Alfie Slater slides wide over the exit curb. Here comes Phelps then on the tail of Sater once again. And really doubly frustrating this, Scott, isn't it, for Phelps? Because, oh, well, he gets into the back of Marcus Sater, displays his frustration and gets up alongside him. But the point I was about to make is that Sater is physically there in front of him on the track, but actually isn't really on the corrected times. But anyway, none of that matters now. Phelps has gone through with a robust move, but ultimately a fairly effective one up at the hairpin. In fact, no, he's backed off and let him get through. So Marcus Sater will come out of the final corner, still in 4th place.
But you really get to tell the driver whether he's got penalty not to pass somebody if he wants to. That's certainly be the case now. Cars 19 and 23 with more of the track limits. 19 is another one of the Mabundas. That is Mallory Mabunda. And 23 is, if I look down the order, is Holly Miles. She's been given warnings also. So 2 cars towards the bottom of the field also being pinged for track limits, and they might get penalties if they carry on. It's that kind of second group of cars we talk about it, really big group of cars in fact, behind the battle that's going on between Now I think this is going to be, yeah, this is Jocelyn, Sater, Phelps. Also James Shotton's in there as well. This is Archie Clark, who's all the road and a bit more as he comes off the exit of Church Corner. This is Charlie Hart lining up Freddie Slater for a move here. He's got for company. Meanwhile, on track position change again between this is Phelps and Sater. Sater doesn't want to give it up too much, but that's a really nice move. And look at James Shotton once again. He did this in race number 2. And he's out of the Rocket Complex on towards Peel, but he's broken away from that group of cars that are now scrapping over what has become 7th position. And Henry Jostler's trying to run away here, of course, in 3rd place. Here's the scrap for 7th. Technically almost a net 6th in some cases for really, because between Slater, Hart, Clark and Ruben Dan, because Ruben Dan also has that 5-second penalty for track limits also. Charlie Hart shows his nose on the inside through the corkscrew, and now as they go over the crest down the Tom Price straight, Slater going to defensive mode here as Hart fences the outside line. Is he going to make a late switch? He does. He thinks about it, but again, Slater parks that car neatly on the apex. Almost that breaks himself on the exit, and Hart sees the gap and goes for it. He might get a bit of a push from his 2 teammates here because both Ruben Dan and Archie Clark are right behind him. This is now a 12-wheeled Elite Motorsport e-Ginetta here as they come down towards bus stop once more, and this is now a bit of a catch-22 for Hart. He's got to defend from Clark and Dan, but attacks Slater at the same time, and right now he's got basically has to have 2 eyes at the front of his head, 2 eyes in the back of his head to try and look around at what's going on.
Meanwhile, Marcus Sater and Isaac Phelps were side by side going out of turn 1, and someone ended up on the grass. I think it might have been Phelps, who's now stuck on the outside line again, going into the right hand. In fact, Shotton, isn't it? James Shotton round the outside, picking up a place, but I'm pretty sure Isaac Phelps was the one who ended up getting elbowed out wide onto the grass there. We ride on board with Isaac Phelps then, who's got a face full of Ginetta. Which way does he go? Well, he gets a bit of an opposite lock there through the apex at Church Corner. He's got Shotton to his left, but at the moment, a bit of a gap in front of him, but that means he's got no slipstream. So how is this all going to pan out? They go up to the top of the hill at Rocket. James Shotton is still somewhere to our left, hidden by the timing graphic. Onto the brakes they go. Marcus Sater, I think, will come out of this ahead, at least going into the corner. What about Shotton versus Phelps behind him? It looks as though Shotton's going to try and tough it out around the outside and rock it out, but that's not ultimately going to work. And then look at this going on behind. That was James Shotton, Alfie Slater, Charlie Hart and the rest all swapping paint and swapping positions as they headed for Rockets out and into Peel. Ruben Dan there on the outside of Felix Livesey gets elbowed out into the dirt as well. It's all getting a bit physical. You can tell it's the last race of the weekend. And then they've got a little bit of time to repair these cars now ahead of the next round of the championship at Snetterton. Still James Shotton and Isaac Phelps are side by side. That's got to be half a lap now, those two have been door handle to door handle, maybe 3/4 of a lap as they head towards the chicane, debating 4th place.
Yep, and it's now Shotton getting the inside run. Look at that, Phelps look for the undercut, but you saw that Shotton parked it neatly on corner exit and denied him the opportunity. Phelps will come back at him because he's really going defensive right to the inside line. You ain't coming down the inside this time, Isaac. You want to get past, you do it a long way. He's again gone back to the racing line because he knows that Isaac won't come that far back, or at least Isaac will try and Isaac might sit there and go, "You think I won't do it? Try me." As he comes on to the last lap of the race. It's the last lap of the weekend for Ginetta. It's a shame because they've had 4 fantastic races so far, and of course still got a minute and a half to go in this one, which is could be anything that happens next. Harry Moss, who's further back, he is down in 19th with a 5-second track limits penalty also. Again, as that battle continues to go on for 5th and 6th position, 7th place back, which is also just as enthralling. As we've seen, it's still Alfie Slater holding on at the moment. This is the driver's view here from on board on screen here, which is Isaac Phelps. Still watching James Shotton. He's now got the chance to get the run here over the curb. Careful not to get too much track limits. Behind them, I can see out the window, Slater's under threat from Charlie Hart on the inside line. So where do you look? 2 big battles. Here is that scrap between Slater and Hart. Shows him the edge of the road on the inside line. Slater goes defensive. He's practically pushing him up the hill. Looks to the outside for the switch back, and here comes Archie Clark on the outside. 3 of them. Slater goes deep into the corner. It's now side by side between the Elite Motorsport teammates. Still on the inside, getting the push on the back of Slater from Hart. And now it's going to be Clark finds himself right out onto the grass, and here comes Felix Livesey from nowhere. He's got past Ruben Dan. Also now up the inside of Archie Clark. He's following Charlie Hart through, elbows him out wide, and here comes Ruben Dan. It's going to be elementary because he's got a 5-second penalty, but who cares? He's back up the inside. Takes 2 places for the price of 1 on track. Up the inside again, huge lock up from Livesey. Very scrawny on the rear end as he holds onto the place around the inside through the right hand. Onto the cross again goes Ruben Dan. Rally crossing his way back onto the circuit. Whilst all this is happening, this man's been barely even seen, as is Chase Fernandez. Rara Racing are in dreamland at the moment. It's going to be a 1-2 for them. As for third and fourth place backwards, it's anyone's guess.
Indeed, so the checkered flag is waved then a few seconds early. I wondered if they'd give him another lap, but no, Ethan Jeff Hall claims his third win from 4 races this weekend. Chase Fernandez comes home in second position. Henry Jocelyn in third place. And then look at this, heading for the final corner. All wide has gone James Shotton. James Shotton's got it all wrong in the last corner. No, Isaac Phelps goes through. So too will Alfie Slater and possibly even... was that Charlie Hart? It was Charlie Hart. So Charlie Hart gets back into 6th, Shotton ends up 7th. Felix Livesey, Archie Clark, Colin Cronin complete the top 10 of another breathless Janetta Junior race. It may not have been the battle for the lead, but my word, that was some top quality racing from all involved.
That was Letisa Mabundo breaking himself into the final corner as well.
He's not been enjoying that final corner, has he? Had a spin there earlier on today as well. So
one key thing I will point out as well, of course, 10-second penalty for Marcus Sater after that false out of position start. He finished on the road, what was it, 5th or 6th? The penalties knocked him down to 15th. That would certainly be a, well, it won't be a drop score, probably one of his worst weekends, at least one of his worst events that will take away, but that's not going to help him too much in the championship. That's an understatement.
Yes, I'm pretty sure juniors it is still individual races that you could drop, so it might well become one of his drop scores. I'm figuring it all out before Snetterton. There's far too much maths to work out right now. But anyway, Ethan Jeff Hall gets the win. That I can work out means that he's in an even better position in the championship now than he was going into that race. Chase Fernandez finishing in second position, finally getting a podium from Anglesey with Henry Jocelyn in third. Isaac Phelps and Alfie Slater completing the top 5 with Charlie Hart and James Shott next. Then it was Felix Livesey, Archie Clark and Colin Cronin completing the top 10. Jude Peters was 11th ahead of Nicholas Ellis, Alfie Davis and Torrin Byrne. And then in 15th position, Marcus Sater, after that 10-second time penalty was applied. Ruben Dan also had a penalty for track limits. He was 16th ahead of Tommy Broomhill, Ethan Carney, Harry Moss and Holly Mile completing the top 20. James Ellis was next ahead of Jack Robinson, and then 2 Mabundas at the back after a couple of little dramas. So, Janetta Juniors on top form this weekend, it must be said. Could rain or shine, they put on a good show for us. And nice to see them all touring back to the pit lane, all as one big pack to deposit themselves in Park Hermé in front of Richard John Neal. But yeah, really enjoyed the Ford Janetta Junior racing this weekend.
For a first experience content on them, they have absolutely excelled, met my expectations and more. They've been brilliant, and it just proves why they are one of the top junior championships in the UK. And I will say on behalf of BRSC, we are thoroughly delighted, not just for juniors, but everyone, to have Janetta on board for this year and beyond. Of course, it's been a really wonderful partnership to forge between the two, and as far as I can tell, everything is going wonderfully. And again, big thank you to Lawrence Tomlinson, to Kenny Edmonds, and to everyone involved in Janetta for allowing BRSC to come on board and to forge this partnership for 2024 and beyond, and to work alongside them in all 3 championships and to help make them the best they can be and continue to make them 3 great standard championships. And yeah, great stuff from the juniors, of course, going forwards, and hoping for all the same for Snetterton onwards. Brilliant stuff.
Indeed. So yeah, really good racing. The second half of the season is going to be fascinating, isn't it, in the Janetta Junior Championship? And I look forward to being there every step of the way. Right then, let's head down once more to Park Fermé and hear from our podium finishers.
Yeah, we've got a bit of an R-racing party again, as we've had in the Janetta Juniors over the course of the 2 days here. Ethan Jeff Hall makes it 3-1 to Marcus Sater, who had that penalty. But we've got Alfie Slater getting a first ever rookie podium as well, greeted by Steph Saw. Let's grab a quick word with Ethan as he gets the... Ethan, that is, as near as damn it, it's going to be a perfect weekend. Obviously, Marcus got 1 win, but 3 wins and loads of points.
Yeah, it's great. Obviously, double pole both days, and then 3 wins and a 2nd place, so it's really good. Marcus, my teammate, won the other race, and he drove really well. But yeah, it's been a great weekend.
Plenty to take forward to the next outing. Snetterton next time up?
Yeah, it should be good next time there, and we'll see what happens.
We look forward to seeing you there. Well done on a splendid weekend. Many congratulations, and thanks for chatting to us on all the podiums.
Thank you ever so much. Cheers.
Nice one, Ethan. Well done. I was looking around because I want to grab a quick word with Alfie Slater, and apologies to P2 and 3. Alfie, we haven't had a chance to have a chat this weekend, but the guys there, the R-Racing guys, saying he's as fast, if not faster, than his brother. Well done on the podium, by the way. On the win, sorry.
Thank you. I like to think so. I mean, I hope I'll be better than him, but he is also pretty good himself, so it'll be hard to beat, but I can't not try for it, so I'm going to do as best I can in this category.
Talk us through that first rookie podium.
Yeah, it was really good. Probably the first time we've really put a race together. Just had some crashes before, so just decided that I'll just stay calm and no stress, just see how it goes. And then went well. Obviously, Shotton, very fast. Congratulations to him. He was really quick. I had to defend for like 6 laps straight. It was, yeah, Charlie almost.
Morgan's got a hat for you there.
Oh, thank you very much. Feels good to have one.
There we go. First of many times on the podium, I hope, for car racing for you.
Yeah, me too.
Congratulations, mate. Pleasure to have done that today. Well done. And to have grabbed the interview. Right, OK, we might have a little bit of time to talk to Chase Fernandez, who took 2nd position. And apologies for jumping down onto the rookie podium, but that was an important moment for Ginetta. There we go. Chase, let's grab a quick word. You can take the picture if you want. We'll do it after. Chase, well done. P2. Obviously, you wanted another win this weekend, but some solid points today.
Great points. Couldn't have been happier with today. Obviously, we had a bit of a slow one yesterday, but we brought it back, and obviously we've got a result. Now I'm wearing a hat, which means I get a nice trophy at the end of the day.
And a bottle of non-alcoholic bubbly.
Non-alcoholic.
What happens to that? Do you drink that or do you share it?
Mainly gets sprayed everywhere, which I've just forgotten, so I'm going to have to relearn how to undo it all. It takes a bit of time, but spray it everywhere, give it a bit of a drink. And
we haven't had any spraying on the podium so far yet this weekend. Is that going to happen now?
I reckon we can be the first to do that. We can make a bit of a mess.
Fair warning for cameraman there and camera lenses for sticky stuff. Snetterton next. Do you like Snet?
Love Snet. We were there last year and obviously I had a few fastest laps and we were hunting down. Obviously I wasn't with the R Racing boys back then, but we were hunting them down and we had a great time there last year. Hopefully we can just do the same again and come away with some decent results.
Chase, mega job. We've got the academy runners going out, so I'm going to have to cut it short. See you on the podium in a moment or two. Chase Fernandez takes 2nd position. His teammate Ethan Jeff Hall with his 3rd win of the season. We also grabbed a quick word with Alfie Slater, who took 3rd on the rookie podium. The rookie win going to Ethan Jeff Hall from Isaac Phelps. Let's go back up to the commentary box and look forward to the final GT Academy race of the weekend. As ever, Scott and Andy.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, GT Academy cars are out on the grid, and the good news, or the first bit of good news, is that we have James Nicholas on pole position. That's good news for James because he's on pole position, but also for us because we want to see him take the fight to the likes of Mike Taylor in this one after the pair tangled on the opening lap of the race earlier on today. Mike Taylor eventually able to survive that tangle to reclaim pole position for the restart after the red flag and claim the race victory. Well, is he going to be there at the end of this race? Because I would argue James Nicholas has had the pace in all 3 races so far to win a race and hasn't managed to do it, and from a championship perspective could really do with doing that, because as it stands, Harry Gamble leads the way now in the Rookie Class Championship from Mike Taylor, who is 2nd on 15 points further back, who is 9 points then ahead of James Nicholas in 3rd. So that's how the championship standings look. It does not make for great viewing if your name is James Nicholas, but let's see what he's able to achieve then from this 4th and final race of the weekend. Cars then are about to be released, being released onto their green flag lap, and James Nicholas lights the rear tyres up as he carries good speed off at the start of the lap. Tries just to generate some heat in the tyres and position himself well for the race ahead. I don't think he's some punch at the start of the car, but her car is positioned at the end of the pit lane anyway. So we'll see whether or not she's able to take up her place at the back of the grid. The grid that is headed by James Nicholas, as I said, with Mike Taylor up alongside him on that front row of the grid. Mike has really challenged James through the first few corners of every race so far. I'm sure he'll do the same again in this one. Gareth Thomas, meanwhile, should be 3rd. Is Gareth Thomas in 3rd position? I don't think he is. I think it's going to be... No, he is there. Sorry, beg your pardon, with Luke Shaw alongside, and Gareth Thomas's car doesn't look anything like what it did earlier on. So I think they've replaced most of the body panels on that number 77 car. Then Jamie Cordell has no Mark Elman alongside him on row number 3, so that's a shame for Mark, who's up there battling for the lead of the GTA Clash Championship. He looks to be a non-starter. Julian Watley will now have, once again, an advantage in the GTA Class. He starts 7th alongside Thomas. Then into the top 10 on the grid, Peter Thompson and Emma Tomlinson, who were part of that thrilling finish in the race earlier on today. Then it is Paul Livesey with Amy Tomlinson for company on row number 6. Second row grid then for Ben Cook, Phil Bugatti, The 8th row is where you should find Lucy Hodgson, but Lucy Hodgson's going to be starting for the pit lane by the looks of it, so Harry Cook will have that 8th row all to himself. Then we head on to the 9th row, where Gilbert Verdian and Harry Gamble are lining up alongside each other, and then right at the back of the grid we will have Ali Al-Jafali starting from the rear, but again he's having a really good pace this weekend, so watch for him to make some good progress up the order. So, stage is set here, isn't it, for what should be a very entertaining race, I think, between James Nicholas and Mike Taylor. James Nicholas is not going to want to let Mike have this all his own way. He will definitely be trying to put pressure on Mike, get some points back, and just hold on to the lead, quite frankly, because every race so far he's led into turn 1 and not managed to lead out of the first couple of corners. But what time he did, he got it all up at Rocket and ended up colliding with Mike Taylor anyway. So let's hope for a cleaner race this time, but hopefully just as exciting one then. Across the line they go, and a bit of smoke in the background, but James Nicholas does get a good start, and Mike Taylor, I don't think will be able to challenge him this time as they round turn 1. Oh, yes, he can, goes back round the outside. So James Nicholas still was quite slow through the first corner, and Mike Taylor will lead as they go into the banking. So Mike Taylor then with the advantage, James Nicholas in second. That is Gareth Thomas's rebuilt car in third position, with Luke Shaw fourth and Jamie Cordle, another good start for Jamie Cordle, up into the top 5. So out through Church Corner they go then, up the back straight for the first time, and James Nicholas under threat now, look from Gareth Thomas. So Gareth Thomas coming up to challenge for second position as they head for Rocket. They hit the brakes. Cordle's coming through as well. It's all unravelling again for James Nicholas, down to 4th position now. So Jamie Cordle up into 3rd place. And James Nicholas maybe just a little bit too tentative on cold tyres. I don't know, but he seems to be just not really have the confidence in the car, does he, on this opening lap of the race? Caught a glimpse there of Harry Gamble coming round the outside, but James Nicholas Scott is down to 4th, and it could even become 5th before too much longer as Luke Shaw applies the pressure heading down the hill.
It's not the first open lap he envisioned, because he's certainly dropping back and he is falling into the clutch. So Luke Shaw, you're absolutely right, and also the tail of him too, well, was Paul Thomas, but he's running wide on the exit of the left-hander at the corkscrew and rally crossing his way back onto the circuit. Down towards the hairpin for the first time. Right Taylor trying to pull away, lock up from Jamie Cordle. That will give James Nicholas an invitation to try and come back, in which he does try and pull alongside. Doesn't get just enough traction, but he'll try and get himself alongside down towards the bus stop, tucks back in to get the slipstream. And again, just puts himself in Jamie's mirrors, looking to try and make a move here. End of the first lap. With a huge lock up again for Cordle. That's going to compromise his exit again. Away with their sideways for Gareth Thomas. Everyone's getting a bit nervous on cold tyres on this opening lap, on the final lap of the final race of the weekend. Over left-hander, up at target, over the curb goes Jamie Cordle again. James Nicholas goes on the attack once more, and not comfortable with that number 70, that 51 car. He's locking up all over the place, whereas to every single corner. Now he's under threat again from both Nicholas and Luke Shaw, who's on the attack as well. Whilst that's going on, quick nod to the opening lap for the GTA cars as we go on board with Luke Shaw watching the back of James Nicholas's car. It's Julian Wantling who leads, only just by 0.3 per second from Emma Tomlinson in second place, with Paul Livesley in third, then Amy Tomlinson and Phil McGarty rounding up the top 5 as we get the view here from Luke Shaw watching the battle for third place between himself, James Nicholas and Jamie Cordle. I wonder if maybe the brake bias is a bit sort of set at a wrong setting, or just he's pushing a bit too hard to try and hold on. Because every time he hits that brake pedal, it's almost like he's hitting it too hard and just kind of getting a bit desperate to stay in front, when he's got James Nicholas, one of the fastest guys on the grid, hunting him down to try and get back up the order. Yeah, and again there, Jamie Cordle outbraked himself into Rocket, didn't he? Meanwhile, Emma Tomlinson up the inside of Julian Wantling and bringing with her Harry Gamble as well. So Harry Gamble is now well inside the top 10. That will be about 8th place maybe that he's in now. I think if he gets past Emma Tomlinson, which he should do shortly, that would be 7th place. Luke Shaw jinking up the inside of James Nicholas at the hairpin. That is now 4th place for Luke Shaw, and all the way down into 5th for Nicholas. So I'm not sure what's going on with James. Maybe that car, remember it was only a couple of hours ago that it was involved in quite a big bit of contact with Rocket. I wonder whether maybe it has not been fully fixed, but maybe they've not quite got it in its proper condition. So to speed, Luke Shaw almost into the back of Cordle that time, going out of the final turn, as once again Jamie Cordle got it all wrong. So Scott's definitely right. Struggling to get that car stopped is Jamie Cordle for whatever reason. Another one locking up in the distance, Gareth Thomas as well. So lots of them seemingly struggling under braking, and now Shaw is up the inside of Cordle for third and does go through at the banking. So it is Mike Taylor the leader, Gareth Thomas second, Luke Shaw now up into third position, Cordle fourth, Nicholas fifth, and James Nicholas now trying to get the run off Church Corner
to challenge Caudle heading up the hill. He's pulling out of the slipstream maybe a little bit too early there, I would say. Gets to the inside line through the kinks on the school straight, but ultimately not able to draw level before the braking zone. In the braking zone, though, he is much later on the brakes than Caudle, who tries to turn in, only to find the Union flag liveried car occupying that inside line. So James Nicholas does go through into 4th position, and the fight back begins.
But he's running out of time given the fact he wasted almost about 2 laps stuck behind Jamie Caudle and then battling with Luke Shaw, so he really has to get a move on here if he wants to do so. Meanwhile, checking back, this is Harry Gamble just hassling the back of our GTA class leader, which of course is Emma Tomlinson. She's looking for her 2nd win of the weekend. Came close, but she was leading until she got nerfed in the rear quarter by Ali Al-Jafari up at the hairpin. I don't know if there was any repercussions after that, but even so, Amy Tomlinson had to settle for finishing just off the podium, and now she's in the same way which Ali. This is how it happened last time. Credit to she's defending her place, but at the same time doesn't really need to because she's not in the same class as this car. She only wants just the overall position. Gamble now on the attack. He knows he has to pick up as many cars as he can as quickly as possible. Same scenario as earlier on, starting towards the back and then trying to really just pick off the cars one by one. It seems though he's found his first rather more difficult adversary in Emma Tomlinson. Meanwhile, that is Paul Livesey looking up the inside of Peter Thompson, and that would have been for another position, and that would have been for 9th position. No change in class because they're both running in different categories. It'll be the rookie class for Thompson and the GTA class for Livesey. Back now, this is James Caudle, who is now coming under pressure from Paul Thomas. He's having, I think, arguably his best race of the weekend so far. He's certainly running fairly strongly here, holding up there in what is currently 6th position. And Harry Gamble will want to join this battle if he can get past Emma Tomlinson. But he might just leave the door open here, as Harry Gamble does let go later on the brakes, up the inside the rocket. Sweet and simple as you like. Well, I say that, he runs wide and messes up the exit. Oh, and gets to the back of Emma Thompson again! Oh, Emma Thompson cannot by any luck today. Through goes Wantling, through goes her sister Amy, through goes Julian Wantling. With Wantling's there, in fact, he's dropped back several places. What happened here? I'm not quite sure. But now, Livesey who now leads that category, but Amy Tomlinson just minding her own business battling, and it's cars not in her class that are causing her problems. It was Ali Al-Jafari in race 1, and now Harry Gamble in race 2.
Yeah, that was just the tiniest of taps, wasn't it? But just a really unfortunate moment, really, going through that second part of the rocket complex. And unfortunately, it's Emma Tomlinson who comes out of it worst, ends up pointing the wrong way. You have to know whether that might be looked into after the race, although it's worth pointing out that Ali Jafari did get a penalty for the contact actually with Emma in the previous race. So yes, the form book would suggest perhaps Harry Gamble might fall foul of that now himself. So out of the final corner they go. There is the aforementioned Ali Jafari running in 10th position right now. 11th position, in fact, sorry. Overtaken by Emma Tomlinson, I think. No, sorry, it was 10th place right the first time. Leaders then through the right-hander at Church. Well, actually, the battle for 3rd place, this, isn't it? Luke Shaw versus James Nicholas. So James Nicholas struggling actually to stay with Luke Shaw, I would say. Mike Taylor enjoys a 3.1 second lead at the moment over Gareth Thomas in 2nd place. It's then a further 3.5 seconds back to this battle for 3rd. James Nicholas will not be particularly satisfied with the way that his Anglesey weekend has gone, and he would love to salvage at least a podium to put a bit of a smile on his face on the long drive home.
Yeah, whilst that's happening, let's see if he can get a podium. Jamie Caudle's number 51 car still smoking under brakes as he hits that middle pedal, so not quite comfortable enough. James Nicholas, I think you're absolutely right. We'd love to get another podium, of course. He did pick up that 2nd place behind Mike Taylor in race 2 yesterday. So we're hoping he can find a way past Luke. It'll be certainly some kind of comfort, but he just seems to have had pretty much rough starts to all 4 races, and had to really battle his way back through in all of them. He's kind of had what he'll feel as unnecessary extra work, when all he wants is just one race victory. And Mike Taylor, he's actually currently on course to pretty much take, what is it, all 4 of them, because he's won both yesterday, won today, so he could be taking a clean sweep of Anglesey. At the moment so far, the only driver to do so. We've still got the GT Championship with Mackenzie Douglas coming up, and of course even Jeff Hall missed out on a clean sweep after Marcus Slater took the victory yesterday. And as we talk about that, Mike Taylor, of course, has just set the new fastest lap of the race, 1:38.080. He is now 4 seconds clear of Gareth Thomas, who's just there in the background going through the banking. As they battle for 3rd and 4th position carries on. Jamie Caudle still 5th, but it's Paul Thomas in 6th. Harry Gamble up to 7th now, past Peter Thompson, and it's now Paul Livesey and Ali Jafari, and Julian Wantling is still 2nd in GTA, and then Emma Tomlinson recovering after that tap in the tail from Harry Gamble at Rocket out is down to 12th ahead of her sister Amy Tomlinson, so they'll be battling amongst each other, and then we might have the pace advantage here. James Nicholas looking very wayward under brakes there. He thought about a move, he considered it, going towards Rocket, but then sat back at the last minute and thought, I'll try and get it anchored up and try a couple of corners later. But Luke Shaw, what he's doing there, there's parking on the apex, then there's that, because he really literally stopped the car right on the apex of the corner. But just to frustrate James Nicholas or not, I'm not sure. But James is now closest he's ever been to Luke Shaw here, trying to get back past him as a big dive up the inside into the corkscrew if he can make that stick. He was really to the inside line, but Luke Shaw sweeps back around on the proper racing line and carries on. So just a sense of a little bit of desperation seeking in for James there, because he looks to the inside. He was thinking about a move that really was never really on. He just wants a good result here, and I think that's some frustration setting in. I think he's got the pace to win a race, just hasn't had the good fortune or luck at all this weekend.
No, I think I agree with you there, but he was getting a bit desperate, far too far to the inside line there into turn 9. But he was never going to be able to carry the speed through the corner, and had to throw the anchors out, park the car, and allows Luke Shaw to stay ahead, although Luke is now sideways up over the curb coming off the final corner. And so James Nicholas once again tries to peek to the inside line, can't quite do it into target, but again, by showing his nose, what he is doing is spooking Luke Shaw a little bit. Every time he's done that, Luke has missed the apex for the next corner. So that might just yield a mistake at some point. We've got a new fastest lap set by Harry Gamble, incidentally, 1:39.284, as he pursues Jamie Cord, who will be his next victim in 5th position. James Nicholas here looking to try and fight his way onto the podium then. The hill they go. Now he's closer this time in towards Rocket, and we saw him show his nose a lap ago. This time he fully commits to the move. If he gets that car stopped, it's a lovely move, and he does get it stopped, and James Nicholas up into 3rd place. That is how you overtake someone on the brakes.
Definitely, and no parking on the apex of Rocket out either from James Nicholas required. Straight through, and away he goes. So that means that is him up to 3rd place. He's now been released to try and chase after Gareth Thomas. He's got just under half the race to try and do it. Unless Luke Shaw tries to come back at him here down through the corkscrew, which he's thinking about. As he turns his way out through a tiny bit wide exiting of the corkscrew, but he's got this covered so far. Whilst that's happening, the battle for the GTA class is starting to compress a little bit, because Ali Jafari's got past Paul Livesey. He still leads by about 5 seconds from Julian Watling, but Emma Tomlinson trying to come back at them is only about 4 tenths behind, so there could be a change for 2nd in class there, as Harry Gamble goes squeezing up the inside of, yes, Jamie Cordell. So that's him through. Cordell will try and come back at him. He's not quite finished here, is he? He's going down the back straight towards the bus stop in the tow, but he might have to capitulate and let him go here because he's trying as hard as he is. Harry Gamble, meanwhile, gets a warning for track limits also. That's how hard he's pushing. Nice laps doing track limits. There goes Paul Thomas, then Peter Thompson and Ali Jafari. And behind them is the GTA class leader Paul Livesey, so he's now going to try and hold on to their coattails. Meanwhile, just keep an eye on that gap between Watling and Emma Tomlinson. They're still 5 seconds behind. In fact, they're just together now, I think, going down towards the banking. So Julian's car in white and blue. Emma Tomlinson has a little look up at the inside. Speculative there from Emma, but she's going to get back on the power and hold on to the toe. She might have a good chance to get him exiting Church Corner and on the run towards Rocket if she can stay where she is. So cars 3 and 47 now, nose to tail together. This is for 11th and 12th overall, but 2nd and 3rd in GTA. There they go. And now go through here. So Julian Watling then in car 3, 47 Tomlinson. Emma's really lining him up here. Looking to the inside for the kink towards School Straight. Up towards Rockets, to cross. Beautiful move. Did she get it stopped at the complex? The answer is yes, just about. That was a really lovely move for Emma Tomlinson. Proper textbook. She went up the inside line. She didn't really defend it too much that rush, but she almost kind of spooked it a bit coming from that far back. That was genuinely one of the moves of the weekend. That was brilliant.
Yeah, well, if anything, he over-defended, really. He went so far to the left that he had to brake so much earlier than Emma Tomlinson, and sort of made it easy for her, really. So Emma Tomlinson swept through on the outside line and does claim 2nd in the class. But Julian Watling, too concerned about that because he's not got to worry about Mark Elden in this race, at least, who, of course, is his big GTA Class Championship rival. Yes, he wants to score as many points as he possibly can to take full advantage of Mark's misfortunes, but not necessarily the end of the world. So what he won't want to do is fall too far down the order, though, and of course with Amy Tomlinson now looming in his mirrors. Oh no, a spin there in the final corner, and that involved Ali Jafari.
And Livesey.
Oh, it is, yes, you're right, absolutely. So that is Livesey, the class leader, bouncing his way back on the road. Here comes Tomlinson to try and get the lead of the class. It was Peter Thompson who got tapped into the spin, and Thompson with the rear suspension broken. That car crabbing towards us. I fear that Jafali might have some more steering damage as well, not for the first time today. But and Livesey also maybe, he's sideways. But this is now the battle for the GTA class lead, so we might yet get a recreation of that really close finish we had in the race earlier on today, because Emma Tomlinson, having moved into second place in the class, suddenly sees a chance to get the lead.
It's all come back to her, isn't it? After the tap of the tail of Rocket out, and we thought their race was possibly done, it's all come back to her in terms of fortune. Would she do the same as she did to Wantling? She's thinking about it, she's close, look up the inside, she's going for it. Inside line, Livesey sweeps across. Ali Jafali's car might be struggling a bit here through the complex. Emma Tomlinson, I think, struggled for a gear there for a second, because she was trying to figure out what to do, and then eventually got the car back properly going again. So she's back on the tail of Livesey, and Ali Jafali's car carries on. Peter Thompson, meanwhile, sadly is out of the race. That car crabbing and was destined not to go any further, so unfortunately he's pulled it off up the road. Not quite sure exactly where, but he has off and out of the race. And that's the corkscrew once again. So Tomlinson now senses the chance to take her second win of the weekend. Down towards the hairpin once again. Wantling keeping a watching brief just behind, and Amy Tomlinson's not too far behind either. She's right there, possibly taking third place. It could be an actual first proper, I think at least, double podium for the Tomlinsons. If Emma can pick herself up into third place past Wantling. Again, like you said, Andy, you might not fight too hard, given that Mark Elman, his chief rival, is not going to be there. Someone going touring to pit lane very slowly might be that Verdian coming to pit lane, car number 2. He's just touring very slowly. Lap cars by. Livesey runs wide next to the final corner, and through goes Emma Tomlinson. So a mistake from Livesey. So twice that final corner, whether it's his making or not, has fallen foul of Paul Livesey and through into the GTA lead. Goes Emma Tomlinson. She now has 4.5 minutes to defend that to go on to take her second GTA class win of the weekend.
Yep, she's driving well, isn't she? She deserved this class win if she could get it. Through Church Corner then, trying to get away from Livesey, and further up the road, by the way, Jamie Cordell, I think, battling with Paul Thomas for 6th position. Just caught that out of the corner of my eye, heading up and over the hill into Rocket Corner. I think that Jamie Cordell just managed to keep Paul Thomas at bay. The fact that they're battling at all suggests that Cordell's car is, again, not quite at 100% health after its various dramas earlier on in the day. But Emma Tomlinson driving well. There is the Jamie Cordell, Paul Thomas scrap for 6th position, making its way through Peel down towards turn number 9. And as they drop downhill through the left-hander, Paul is applying the pressure, but not as of yet able to find a way through. See the bodywork a little bit loose on the front of Cordell's car, so he's had a touch in this race as well, hasn't he? Or perhaps the tape that they applied to that car pre-race hasn't quite held. Quite a few of these front-running GT Academy cars being held together by gaffer tape hopes and prayers this afternoon, after a few of them got involved in the incidents earlier on today. That break. I also think what Jamie's also done in this race is flat spotted a tyre at one point or another, because he keeps on locking up, doesn't he, into the hairpins. So I wonder whether he has flat spotted a tyre. That obviously will be robbing him confidence and therefore of lap time as well. To the banking he goes, with Thomas continuing to apply the pressure. Towards Church Corner they head then. Cordell actually now starting to get away, not really under the same amount of pressure that he was earlier on when we first come to this battle. He'll disappear up the hill. Behind them, by the way, I can tell you that Emma Tomlinson is getting away now from Paul Livesey. In fact, Emma is catching this man, Ali Jafali. Now, this could get interesting, couldn't it? I don't know.
Read my mind.
I don't know if Emma... Oh, hello, that's... sideways for Jamie Cordell, and that's going to open the door nicely for Paul Thomas, who gets to the inside into Peel Corner and eventually makes the move stick. So that wasn't even under braking, that for Cordell. He's got it wrong under power, and I think in general, really, those tyres perhaps are just crying enough now. So he loses the place in the end, then does snatch the brakes, going downhill into turn 9. And I don't think there's going to be any way that he can come back at Paul Thomas. But yes, Emma Tomlinson catching Ali Jafali. She's already got the lead of the GTA class in hand. I don't know whether she holds a grudge. But if she does, we might be about to find out, because she probably does owe Ali Jafali one, doesn't she, after their contact that they had earlier on. Yes, Ali was penalised for it, but you know what racing drivers are like. They like to exact their revenge in person if they can. And the really good ones have all got ways of doing it without actually ever breaking a rule, without ever getting themselves in trouble. They've got a real knack for getting their revenge on people without it affecting them negatively. So we'll see. Perhaps I'm doing Emma a disservice. Maybe they've had a handshake and they've made up in the paddock afterwards. But if they are in a battle, it could get very entertaining indeed.
It could, certainly. I think it might be on the second to last lap, and in fact, there we go. Very simple position change. Yeah, nothing to worry about.
Well,
through she went.
Ali Jafali was very wide at turn 1, and I don't know how he got very wide, but in my mind, I'm going to pretend that he was assisted out wide by Emma Tomlinson. It was probably a squeaky clean move, but anyway, she has gone through, and you can sort of see why, because Jafali's car is clearly not as it should be.
Yeah, there's a little bit of trim that's hanging underneath the rear wheel, the front wheel arch, I think, for whatever reason, but Tomlinson genuinely having her best weekend of the season so far. She's currently now in 8th position overall, which is good. One thing I was going to mention whilst it was happening, I noticed that the gap between 2nd and 3rd has come down to 2 seconds, because James Nicholas has been trying to consistently lap a little bit quicker each time. It's a tenth quicker this time, but it was some 4 or 5 seconds. Now brought it down to 2 seconds with about a lap and a half to go at this point. So as we come to the, I'm going to presume, I think might be the final lap of the second last lap of the race. In fact, no, this is the last lap of the race now going on to it, because going past the commentary box now has been Mike Taylor. So we'll go on to one more tour of the international circuit. There is Mike. Apologies to Mike and his fans, we've forgotten about him. He's so far out in front enjoying himself, and he is now on course to take a clean sweep of all 4 races at this point. And James Nicholas has pushed, you can tell. How can you tell? New fastest lap of the race. He's brought the gap down in 1 lap from 2 seconds to 1.2. So he really is pushing on. New fastest lap for him was a 1 minute, well, it says a 1 minute 38.268, but I mean, that's now, the fastest lap is still with Mike Taylor, 138.0. As for Tomlinson versus Jafali, I have a feeling they're saying, that will certainly help him. Karma's come round to help Emma in some cases. All due respect to Ali, it's a 5-second track limits penalty for Ali Jafali, so that means he is now going to be pushed back 5 seconds in the order anyway to come out of the banking. I hope he realises he's got a 5-second penalty, because if not that he wanted to, if anything happens now, that would be a bit bittersweet, I think, in some cases. But let's be positive. Jafali will keep on his toes and keep on the pressure all the way to the end, I'm sure. Time has hit 0, so it's definitely the last lap of the race as Jafali gets closer and closer and closer up towards Rocket Corner. Will he try to attack here? He's thinking about it. He's going for it. What happened last time, Ali? Into the complex. They touch again. And they somehow survive it this time. Emma Tomlinson gets probably firmly shut the door and said, you did it once, not again, and just held the place very firmly. Stood her ground and it keeps the position. It's still not for any change of position now. This could be a change in the last corner, but to the checkered flag comes the man they've all had to try and beat. 4 out of 4. What a weekend in Wales.
Yep, Mike Taylor gets all 4 race victories here at Anglesey and does so in dominant fashion. Second place goes to Gareth Thomas, and a credit to the team for getting that car out there at all after the state it was in race number 2. James Nicholas has to settle for 3rd, a weekend of what could have been, I think, really, for the erstwhile championship leader, with Luke Shaw and Harry Gamble 4th and 5th position. Then it should be Paul Thomas still ahead of Jamie Cordell. Yes, it is. There's a gap actually between them now as they head for the final turn. Emma Tomlinson, I think, has got herself out of striking range now from what's left of Ali Jafali's car, which sort of rattles and clanks its way through the final corner. Emma Tomlinson victorious in the GTA class, and Paul Livesey comes home in 2nd place. Jafali's penalty, meanwhile, dropping him all the way down to 12th position in the end after that track limits 5-second penalty was applied. So, it was a pretty entertaining race back in the pack. Necessarily all that lively for the race winner in the end, but Mike Taylor, I think, will accept that. He'll be pretty pleased to have had a clean and uneventful run to the race victory for a change, because it certainly wasn't a easy and straightforward run to the victory earlier on today, was it? But 4 wins from 4, and he will now be, well, on net points. How many points did he just take out of Harry Gamble? Well, Gamble was only 5th, wasn't he? So that will actually put Mike Taylor into the points lead now. He came into the weekend 3rd points, some way back, I think 40-odd points off the lead, and he's going to leave here with the championship advantage. So really, really strong weekend that for Mike Taylor. I'm hoping very much so now that he can keep that momentum going to Snetterton in the next rounds of the championship. last few drivers just coming home then at the end of their fourth and final race of the weekend. And I'm sure we'll have some very happy drivers to greet Richard John Neal down in Park Ferme before too much longer. And Mike Taylor in particular is going to be the most satisfied of them all. Then Mike Taylor, for the fourth time this weekend, is a winner in the Ginetta GT Academy. So Taylor the winner, Gareth Thomas then comes home in second place, James Nicholas third ahead of Luke Shaw and Harry Gamble, with Paul Thomas in sixth and James Paul in seventh. Eighth was Emma Tomlinson, ninth Paul Lindsay and 10th for Julian Montling. Amy Tomlinson was 11th ahead of Annie Chafali, Ben Cook and Phil Fagati. 15th place then for Harry Cook, 16th Lucy Hodgson, 17th place was Gilbert Verdian. And in 18th position, we have Peter Thompson, who unfortunately was not running at the flag. So, a dramatic race for the Ginetta GT Academy then, and we look forward to more drama in their the final race, I should say, of the weekend coming up very shortly. That will be, of course, for the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. But yes, an eventful day, an eventful weekend, but ultimately a successful one, I think, here. This third ever Ginetta G-Fest, the first time it's ever been here at Anglesey, and it's been a big success, I would say. Some drivers perhaps have had more of a success than others. One of the drivers who's had a lot more success than others is Mike Taylor, though. 4 times a winner this weekend is Mike Taylor. Let's see what he thinks about that as he catches up with Richard.
Cast your mind back to yesterday. It was showery. You were all in the nice warm and dry, and we were getting wet here. But we've got a repeat result effectively, 1 and 2 here. It's Mike Taylor and Gareth Thomas, 1 and 2. So we're going to whiz over. Let's go and join them. Let's go and have a quick natter with the two brothers again. This is where we.
Yes. Fantastic.
Well done, guys. Mike, congratulations. I've spoken to you enough. I'm going to have a Gareth. Come here. Sorry, this is good camaraderie here, isn't it? So another PT.
I know, it's given to him. No, he's earned it today. That was a very good start to finish. I can only remember the start. Bit on here, but yeah, it was difficult. I think James struggled. I got past him, he dropped off. Yeah. But yeah, you managed to get out. I've just rebuilt that. Something's off at the back. Tracking, we only just got out, so the tracking was off at the rear, something or other. So it was maintained. The tyres went off instant, pretty much. But it was, I could see the gap. I had the pit board maintaining the gap, and then James come from nowhere. I don't know where he came from, P5 or something or other, from to the front or to the back of me. But yeah, I think one more lap, it would have been close. We'd have got more TV time.
That's always the driver thing. If it was one more lap, I would have done it. But for the prescribed race, you got it. You beat it.
Fantastic. No, thank you very much.
Enjoyed your weekend?
Very good, apart from bittersweet. You know, I had 3 podiums now, but had a big shunt in the second race, or the first race this morning. But it is what it is. You know, that's racing, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, I've had fun.
Good advert for Want to Race. We were talking to them earlier on and getting a bit of background for anyone that wants to come in. And I guess you guys would recommend that.
100%. It's We've looked at a lot of categories. This is by far one of the best. But you're with a proper team, proper car. But the next step up is great. You can go to the next step up, which is a big step. And after that, you can go on to more relative things. It's great. But then this year is very, very competitive. There must be 10 of us that are very good. So yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Well done, Gareth. It's been great to meet you this week. Mike, I'm going to let you get a word in now, because 4 wins out of 4. How about? Thank you, Gareth. Well done.
Yeah, fantastic. Thankfully, you didn't jinx it last time, so I'm grateful for that.
Not normally known for not jinxing.
I had a really strong start, took advantage of that, and just got straight into the lead and thought, I'm going to push. Gareth did an amazing job with just a freshly rebuilt car to push me. I really was putting every little bit on the line to try and build a gap, and then it was just a case of maintaining that gap and watching James, because I knew James was coming back through. But great fun.
How do you follow a weekend like this?
I'm not sure. I've had some string of bad luck. I've created my own bad luck, but this weekend it's all come back to me, and I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful.
Top job, Mike. Been a pleasure to interview you on the podium this weekend. Very well done.
Very much.
Congratulations. We'll see you next time. I think now, have we got time to? Yeah, the GTA runners haven't gone out, so let's have a quick look down here. We've still got time. Should we have a word with Emma? Good race.
Coming to me.
Good race.
It was a really good race. I enjoyed it in the end. Many carnage at the front though, but yeah, we got there in the end. Had a few overtakes, a few times to make up. So Yeah, it hasn't been smooth sailing this weekend, to be honest with you.
High points to take away?
I think one of the main points to take away is that I get pretty fired up when I get spun around, and if I can channel that at the start, that would be good. So yeah, no, really good weekend to be fair. Really loved it, great track. So yeah, more of that to come.
Nice one. Sorry to interrupt the chat with the team. Well done. Thanks and well done for a great weekend. Right, Morgan's there. I think we're going to start dragging the people down towards the podium. So let us, we have got GT prototype GTs on track. So we'll conduct the podium ceremonies down here and get back to the comms box in the meantime and talk to Scott and Andy for the last race, sadly, of the 2024 G-Fest here at Anglesey. Back to you guys.
There is a certain irony, I think, to the fact that we've got to our final race of the weekend, and for the first time I look out of the window and there's blue sky and the sun is shining just in time for us all to pack up and go home. So
what's that? I've never seen that before.
I had forgotten what it looked like, I have to say. But yes, this is our final race of the weekend here at the Ginetta G-Fest. It's the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, and perhaps an opportunity for another driver, a second driver, to claim 4 wins from 4 here at Anglesey this weekend, with Mackenzie Douglas aiming for 4th race victory. And in fact, Nick White also 4 wins from 4 as he aims to win the AM class for the time as well. Well, the cars are out onto their green flag lap then, ahead of our final 20-minute race of the day. And for this one, will Mackenzie Douglas have to fight off some of the others behind him, or is he going to cruise home to another fairly comfortable race victory, as really has been the case in all 3 races so far this weekend? Well, he starts at the right place to do so. He's on pole position. His second fastest lap time was half a second nearly quicker than Luke Garner, who will line up alongside him on row 1. Race 2 then is shared by Nick White and Connor Garlick. Nick White led early on in one of the races yesterday, the AM class leader. Connor Garlick company on number 2. Row number 3 then is where you find Shaw and James Taylor. And James Taylor looking to try and get a strong result to end his weekend. Row 4 then for Harry Mangian and Callum Noble. And back on the grid will be Peter Mangian on his own on row number 5. Cars then winding their way around on this green flag lap, and well, what do we reckon, Scott? Another win for Mackenzie Douglas. I mean, you really wouldn't bet against it, would you? It is where the smart money lies, but I think the Garlicks have realised, haven't they, if they're going to beat him, it has to be done on the opening lap. If they get a chance to get past him on the first lap, I expect them to come out all guns blazing.
You'd expect so, and of course, particularly he wants that whole potential of taking a clean sweep. We've just seen Mike Taylor do it in the GT Academy, so he'll certainly want to try and be the second driver to take a clean sweep. So we've got the opportunity to do it here from the front row of the grid. Of course, watch for those 2 Garlicks, Luke and Chloe. We know how quick they can be when they're really on form. And of course, again, I think Nick White might be the dark horse again. If his car's in good form and he is able to hook it all up together in this last race of the weekend, he might well cause a surprise to him. He did so, causing Harry Mangian some headaches in the wet in race 1 yesterday. And of course, we can't forget about Harry Mangian. It's kind of his fortunes, he's traded his fortunes with the Garlicks, hasn't he? Because they had rough fortunes yesterday, he was looking pretty good, and now it's all been kind of going not his way this time by, but he can come back through from 7th on the grid if he can. Last race of the weekend, all set to get underway.
Out of the final corner they head then, the red lights will be extinguished, and we're away in racing for the last time this weekend here in Anglesey. And it is a good start by Luke Garlick, in fairness, on the outside line into target corner, but I don't think he's able to take the fight really to Mackenzie Douglas. Nick White slotting into 3rd, is he? Out wide goes James Taylor, bounces down the grass, loses a couple of positions, but thankfully doesn't lose control and manages to rejoin the circuit before they arrive at turn number 2. Round the banked right-handed they go, they're down towards Church for the first time, and Luke Garlick might have one chance and one chance only to get the lead away. Out of Church corner then onto the back straight, and he's not really close enough, is he? If anything, Nick White and Connor Garlick closing in behind him. Up the hill they go, and yes, it is going to be Mackenzie Douglas with the lead. Here comes Connor Garlick attacking Nick White, who moves to the middle of the road to cover as they all descend upon Rocket. Luke Garlick outbrakes himself, runs out wide, and can Nick White close the door? I think he might be able to, so Nick White sweeps round the outside through the second part of Rocket. Luke Garlick will try and get back to the inside into Peel corner, of that I'm sure, but Nick White I think will fend him off. He's out wide though on the dirty side of the road, and as they drop downhill towards turn number 9, yes, Nick White just about still in front, so Nick White with the second position, and that to say it, probably means Mackenzie Douglas will win the race, but for second place, we could be in for a real showdown here, Scott.
Really could. It's now 5 of them for second place. A good start for Harry Mannion. He's up now into P6. It's now Luke Carlick, which to make the switch back and get around Nick White if he can. I told to watch for him. He was the dark horse from 4th on the grid. He's picked his way past both of the Garlicks, as you can see. Luke trying to fight his way back. All this is benefiting Mackenzie Douglas. He's trying to steam his way up the road and try and hold on as Luke Garlick looks down the outside. Tried to go for the switchback, but Nick White had his car parked right on the apex, and that might have compromised his exit, because here comes Luke again, up the inside towards target corner. He forces the issue this time by. White tries to shut the door, keeps it round the outside, holds on, goes over the curb. Conor Garlick very wide. This is also Matt Shaw and Harry Mannion. It's now 5 for second place. Mackenzie Douglas, though, already 2.3 seconds up the road and pretty much sailing away to take his 4th win of the weekend. He's on course for this clean sweep, because everyone else is fighting amongst each other too hard.
Yeah, well, exactly. Nick White knows that if he can just fend off the Garlicks for a few laps before things settle down, it might work in his favour. That's Conor Garlick making his life easier by going a long way off the road out of Church Corner, and Conor Garlick will rejoin, but with a grille full of grass. And unfortunately, right down the order, his team, I'm pretty sure, are going to be waiting to greet him down in the pit lane. The Zentech Motorsport team watching with their heads in their hands on the pit wall, as unfortunately Conor Garlick got it all wrong. Now, up at the top of the circuit, what can his teammate and brother, Luke Garlick, do? Round Peel Corner they come then, over the hill towards the left-hander at the turn number 9, the top of the corkscrew. Nick White second then, Luke Garlick third, Matt Shaw up into 4th place now, ahead of Harry Mannion and Callum Noble. It's the battle you can see on your screen now, accelerating out of the left-hander down the Tom Price straight. Callum Noble to the outside of Harry Mannion, but Mannion late enough on the brakes, on the inside line, manages to hang on for now. But yeah, dramatic stuff there. Conor Garlick. Is Conor Garlick going to be heading in? He's coming down into the final corner now. He will be watching those engine temperatures intently, but no, stays out. He's staying out for now. So Conor Garlick then is not going to pit. Now, I'm getting a look at the front of Conor Garlick's car to see what state that grille is in. Peter Mannion there was moving out of his way dutifully as they went into turn number 1. But if Conor Garlick's car isn't likely to overheat, then he could still make some good progress here, because the whole pack, really, Scott, is just right there in front of him, and they're all still battling.
They are, so that's a bit of a saving grace for him after his mistake. All the way through the right-hander. There is Callum Noble ahead of James Taylor, of course, doing his bit for Evo magazine. City's keeping in touch with the group here that's battling in the midfield. Garlick again, he's only 4/10 off Peter Mannion. I can't imagine, all due respect to Peter's going to be that difficult to try and get around. There's tail through Rocket. First part, and now through Rocket out. It's great for some of the camera angles we've had this weekend to show you slightly different camera angles that we might not have normally seen from angles. So it gives you a really good idea of some of the elevation changes, the way this circuit wanders and meanders its way around the kind of the hills around here on the Irish coast, on the Welsh coast of the Irish Sea. Board now with James Taylor, of course, our man from Evo, on board with him, looking at the back of Callum Noble's car. That will be for 6th position. On the brakes now, this is for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. It's Matt Shaw at IB for racing car number 33. So we've got the right colour scheme for it, for the time of year and for the place it's advertising. Down the hill towards the bus stop once again. Harry Mannion would actually love to get something like at least a good top 5, at least a podium, to round off what's been a bit of a mixed weekend for him. He started the weekend with a podium as James Taylor runs a little too wide on the exit there of the bus stop and loses a couple of car lengths. Conor Garlick, meanwhile, has pitted. In the pit there's come Conor Garlick, so I'm afraid his weekend has taken, the end of his weekend has taken a very sharp nosedive. And unfortunately, that car's going to have to be get all the grass scooped out the front before he carries on.
And he's left behind him a puddle of steaming fluid, and that will be radiator fluid, I would imagine. The car was overheating very much so with the grass that was covering the grille, and as he drove off, the team were urgently telling him, don't go too quickly, don't go too quickly, because of course if he goes straight back up to speed again, the temperature won't have had time to cool down yet, so he's going to have to take it easy for a couple of laps before upping the pace again. That's a shame. Conor Garlick then out of contention for a good result. Now, Harry Mannion on the tail of Matt Shaw here as they go through Rocket out, and Mannion might have just got himself an overlap here into Peel. No, not quite. Matt Shaw managing to close the door. So this, of course, is now the battle for 4th position. And Harry Mannion showing a little bit more of a glimmer, maybe, of the pace that he had yesterday. As they head through the left-hander at turn 9, out onto the back straight. With Mannion peeking to the inside at the hairpin, he's just a bit too far back. So Matt Shaw He's defending well here. We haven't really mentioned Matt Shaw that much this weekend, have we really, Scott? He's had a bit of an anonymous weekend, but here he is, up in 4th position, second in class as well. Remember, he's also running in the AM class alongside the likes of Nick White, and has a good opportunity here maybe to at least pick up a class podium at the end of what's been a very up and down weekend.
Yeah, that will certainly be the case. He's going to try and push as hard as he dares. Noble's trying to give Harry Mansion a bit of a headache here if he can. Harry Mansion, of course, is on course for a class podium in 3rd place. As the pack makes its way down towards Church Corner, all 4 still together. And Matt Shaw's got this one in contention. You're absolutely right, yeah, class podium will really go his way off. It's been a very tumultuous up and down weekend with the gearbox issues, getting that repaired and being looking better on form. Callum Noble's looking at the races. We've seen him for a while. On board with him, he's looking to the outside the moment of Harry Mansion, who is keeping a very defensive line in towards the first part of Rocket. And they're not in the same class, but again, this will be for track position and for a bit of pride between them. He's come back towards Peel Corner. Callum Noble again just running a little deeper. He's looking for that undercut, but of course what he's also doing, that running late, is inviting the opportunity for James Taylor to slip through on the inside also. If he can manage this one. Through the right-hander and up the hill. For the Tom Price straight they go, up through the gears again. Matt Shaw has this one pretty much under control. As we look at this, the top 3 look relatively comfortable at this point in time. Mackenzie Douglas again, 4.7 seconds to the good. Let's see if there's any possible close in between. No, there isn't, between White and Garlick, because the last lap was a personal best all round for White and Garlick, but White's best lap was 1.2 seconds quicker. On that last lap, they've stabilised at 133.6 each. So keep an eye on that. So going back through the stop. Another lap is on lap 6, towards half distance in the final race of the weekend. And this quartet here, and it's pretty evenly matched. There's no one really making any big moves, apart from Callum Noble trying to have a look at Harry Mansion. Everyone seems to be very evenly matched at this point, and it's Matt Shaw controlling the pace. It's kind of everyone else running to him, to his pace at the moment, not really making too many moves.
It seems to be the case, really, doesn't it? We've seen a bit of that today in the dry conditions and, in fact, yesterday in the wet, really, where these drivers are all so evenly matched that it is difficult to get an advantage over each other, and you've got to be prepared to make a bit of a robust move at times in order to gain some track position. Matt Shaw is the one trying to defend that track position though. 4th position he sits as they turn into Peel Corner for the 6th time of asking. Callum Noble as well, good to see Callum Noble joining in the fun as well in this race. He's been relatively untroubled this weekend, hasn't really got himself involved in too many shenanigans, but he would now like to get stuck into this battle, I would imagine, as we move towards half race distance then. Is he going to have a peek to the inside of Harry Mansion at the hairpin? No, Harry later on the brakes. They are just dropping James Taylor now. Don't forget, James had a grassy moment of his own earlier on. I wonder whether he's maybe managing some engine temperature warning lights as well. They head towards the final corner. This little group all still in the same order. Callum Noble just breaking himself ever so slightly in the 3rd of the cars in shot. Manages to keep it within track limits. And ahead of the field, Mackenzie Douglas 5.5 seconds now clear of Nick White, who is 1.3 seconds clear of Luke Garlick. Luke Garlick only 3/1000ths of a second quicker than Nick White that time, and he was a similar sort of margin faster on the lap before as well, so really not able to close in on Nick White right now. And we've actually seen from Nick, haven't we, that he's got quicker generally as the races have gone on, rather than fading away. So I think Nick in 2nd position is looking more and more secure by the lap.
He is. Push on 1.3 between them at the moment in time. Last time by, yeah, very just evenly matched in terms of pace. And overall change there between them. Mansion, meanwhile, all over the back of Matt Shaw here under braking. He's brought Callum Noble with him, so the one car drivers can't last as Mansion gets a little tap in the tail coming through Rocket out. These 3 are all very evenly matched and all net close together here. Mansion stuck in that catch-22 situation. He's got to keep one eye pressuring Matt Shaw, but also another eye behind him, defending from Callum Noble, who is certainly letting him know he's there, giving a small little nudge a couple of corners ago. Down the hill again. Noble's close to Manager. The Manager is to Shaw, and he's thinking about it, just speculatively putting himself into Harry's mirrors, trying to put him off for a second. It almost worked, because he was a tiny bit deeper into the apex at the hairpin than he normally would be. James Taylor just keeping a watching brief, looking on in 7th place behind in the white car, on board with Noble. This is his driver's view, just closing and under braking through the bus stop. Little twitch of the rear end there for Manjin mid-corner. He's trying to keep that power down as much as he can. Now into the last 9 minutes of the race of the day and of the weekend here at Anglesey. And a good run through target corner there for Callum. He's having a look at it again. He's looking racier, and Harry Manjin is kind of more focused on what's behind him, what's in front, because he's keeping enough pace to allow Matt Shaw to not get away too far. But his priority more now at the moment is what's behind him rather than what's in front.
I agree with that. I think Harry Manjin just doesn't want to lose a place here, does he? When actually, really, he should try to push forward and try to get away from these AM drivers with whom he doesn't really need to be battling. But it shows that even though they're in the AM class, they are certainly not slow drivers, are they? And more than capable of taking the fight to the pros, as we've seen many a time already this season. Nick White on the previous lap was actually fractionally quicker, a couple of tenths quicker than Luke Garlick, so that gap just creeping out ever so slightly. Over the hill comes this fourth placed Gaggle. And Matt Shaw holding on to fourth position, second in class, that is. Slightly ominous looking cloud overhead there as they went out of turn number 9. Hopefully any rain in the area will wait another 7.5 minutes or so before arriving, because we'd like to see this race finish unimpeded by the weather. Matt Shaw stretching away slightly from Harry Manjin that time as they head down to the final turn. Now that time around, Luke Garlick was quicker than Nick White by about 0.3 of a second, so that gap down to about 1 second now between White and Garlick. Again, not for class position, for overall position, and I'm sure Luke Garlick would like to have a go at getting past Nick White before the race is over, so we'll keep an eye on that, as we also keep an eye to the battle that makes its way around the banking this time around. It is the 9th lap of the race, got 7 minutes to go, and Matt Shaw, for the time being, still managing to hang on to this fourth position.
Good for us to keep an eye on the battle for second place going on between Nick White and Luke Garlick, because they are 1.1 seconds apart. Yes, different classes, but they're getting close for second and third. And we'll also carry on watching this battle that's going on for fourth, fifth and sixth, as James Taylor has faded away a little bit. Under brakes for the first part of Rocket. Closing back in is Harry. He's found a bit more pace at the end of this weekend now. He looks for the undercut, because Matt Shaw opens up the door on the exit of Rocket out. Callum Noble watches on. Manjin looks one way, then the other looks down the outside, looking for that switch back, but again Shaw parks it right on the exit of the corner, hesitates a bit on the throttle. This brings Noble back into play. We know how daring he can be. We're all closing up, a little tap in the tail once again, and once more. That's a concertina effect, because Shaw almost got backed himself up into Manjin. There was a bit of contact between them, then Manjin got through. Look at James Taylor. I wrongly thought he was out of contention, but down the outside he comes towards the hairpin. Can he get it stopped? He can. I thought he was going to go straight on to the runoff area into the grass with how fast he was approaching, but wiggles his way out of the corner in front, so Callum Noble loses a place as a result of that. And meanwhile, while that's going on, I said to keep an eye on that battle between second and third. That gap has really been coming down again. There goes Mackenzie Douglas. Not a dominant race for him so far, but in second place it's White versus Garlick on the last lap. Another new personal best for Luke Garlick, 1:33.434. It was a personal best first sector for him, and he was 0.3 quicker, as you can visibly see. So Nick White, who has been a bit of a giant killer in terms of the AM driver against the pros, he's been pushing hard, but Luke Garlick here trying to at least end the weekend with something of a high. What's been a really tough 2 days for him and Connor, with a very mixed bag of fortunes all the way around.
Yep, so one Zentech Motorsport driver losing a position in the shape of Callum Noble. Another one perhaps about to gain one, question mark? Well, we'll see. Luke Garlick's certainly going to try, isn't he, to gain this position if at all possible. There is Callum Noble, having slipped now behind James Taylor on that previous lap. Here, Luke Garlick continuing to pursue Nick White ahead of him. Camera work there to pick up this second battle as well, and a good example actually. What a great vantage point that is up there on the exit of Peel corner. You can see most of the track, but really the action hotspot up at Rocket is well within your view as well, so it's a good place to go and watch. Bit of a trek to get out there, but well worth the journey once you do get over there. So out onto the back straight that group goes. Here comes Luke Garlick though. Now this I would say is getting down certainly well under a second. It was 3/4 of a second at the beginning of the lap. I'd say it's getting closer now to about 0.6 or so as they come off the final corner. Then across the line, Luke Garlick is, as I said, further behind than he was a lap ago. 8.5 tenths now between Nick White and Luke Garlick. He was closing in, and then I think he outbraked himself slightly in the final corner.
Just the record, that's incorrect on top of the screen. It's not a fast lap of the race for Nick White. That is, in fact, still held by Mackenzie Douglas at this point, 1:20.32.645, just for context. So, just for any confusion at the top of the screen there, TSL doing bit of a strange lap time up, a strange notification up there. As they come up through the banking once again. Under 4 minutes to go now. Still with Matt Shaw holding on to this advantage for fourth, and they've all spread out a little bit here now. It wasn't as close as it was before. James Taylor, though, is up there, of course, in 6th position. Is he going to be able to close in on Harry Mangan? He's had a slightly quieter weekend in the number 56 machine, but Harry Mangan might well be his next target if he can start closing in. Last time by, he was a fraction under a tenth slower, so they're very even in terms of pace at this point in the race. Out through the right-hander at Rocket out, and now it's Callum Noble coming back at Taylor here, exiting Rocket and through towards Peel. And the two white Ginettas here, you can tell apart because James's is the pure white number 56 car, where it's the white, orange, blue and green number 19 car just behind him. Now we go on board for those watching on the stream with Callum Noble again. That's the target he's got in front of him. James Taylor's 56 machine back down the braking zone once more. Also keep an eye on that battle. Mackenzie Douglas has again not set really fast lap race. I think the fastest lap thing is a bit behind, I think, because it's still 132.6 for fastest laps. Just over 2.5 minutes to go. And what about the gap to the leads? Come down by a tenth between second and third. So Garlick was slightly quicker by about tenth and a half or so. No real change there. Come up through Church once again. And the lead gap, I remind you, is 5.5 seconds at this point. So it's Garlick's got the pace, I think, but he's running out of time to make this work.
He is really, isn't he? Because as we've seen, overtaking is not the work of the moment around here. And, as much as he is fractionally quicker than Nick White, it's not like he's got 3/4 of a second a lap over him. That sort of margin would yield a pretty easy overtaking opportunity, but that's not going to be the case here. He has closed right in, though, here through the Rocket Complex. There's a bit more exit curve there, does Garlick, than Nick White ahead of him. Nick a slightly tighter line into Peel, and so just manages to carry an extra bit of speed over the crest of the hill. Luke Garlick then not close enough yet to make his move. Over the hill then down into turn number 9. And Nick White just stretching the margin once again. It's really frustrating this for Luke Garlick. I'm sure he knows he's potentially got the pace to do this, but just not quick enough in the key areas to make a pass. Down the hill they come then towards the final corner. The last lap board will be waiting for them. In fact, it's just been shown to Mike Taylor there, Mackenzie Douglas, who is about to do what Mike Taylor did in the GT Academy, if you see what I was trying to do there, by winning all 4 races this weekend. 5.5 seconds is his margin, and he is serenely continuing on his way. I mean, he has been quite literally untouchable, I would say, and I think the most dominant driver of the weekend. Yes, Mike Taylor won all 4 GT Academy races, but he was hard pushed in a few of those, wasn't he? Had to fight for them. This championship, though, Mackenzie Douglas has well and truly stamped his authority on.
Just to add to Conor Garlick's misery, that was a warning for track limits as well, of course. He's going to be given a penalty. He's been given a warning that if he does it too much more, then I guess this last lap and a bit, then he will get a penalty. So last opportunities then for Luke Garlick to try and find a way around Nick White if he can. He's relatively close. Last time by he brought the gap down, he stabilised about 7/10. I'm also keeping an eye out the window between James Taylor and Callum Noble, because they're nose to tail now running up towards the Rocket Complex. If the cameras can fit that one. He's looking to the outside whilst we watch this battle here. But here's the on-board view. It's exactly what Callum Noble sees. He's looking to go around the outside for the first part. There they go. They're both keeping Harry Mangan in check as well. As they come out through the pit Rocket Complex for the final time, down towards the hairpin for the final time comes second and third. But as they continue on to finish their battle, this man, as you say, I absolutely agree, untouchable in GT Championship, down towards the final corner for the last time this weekend. He is going to emulate Mike Taylor. You cannot stop Mackenzie Douglas one bit at Anglesey, that's for sure.
4 wins from 4 for Mackenzie Douglas in the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. Second place goes the way of Nick White, third in the end for Luke Garlick, with Nick White, of course, claiming the victory in the AM class. Matt Shaw looks as though he'll hang on to 4th. Harry Mangan for 5th. Who's going to get 6th, though? James Taylor versus Callum Noble. I don't think Callum Noble's going to be quite close enough to attack into the last corner. He tries it, closes right onto the rear bodywork of the number 56 car, but can't ultimately find a way through. And so it will be Taylor 6th and Noble in 7th, with the delayed Conor Garlick, who went off and then had to make a pit stop to clear grass out of the radiator grill, coming home in 8th position. Peter Mangan, meanwhile, not that far behind in the end, in 9th. So yeah, what more can we say really about Mackenzie Douglas other than that was a flawless performance, that, Scott. And Nick White as well, let's not let him fly under the radar too much, because he deserves all of the same accolades really, because he's been, if anything, even more dominant actually within the amateur category, and has really, really impressed me as well. Both of them now looking almost in unassailable positions as far as the championship is concerned, even with still 3 more events to go in Snetterton, Donington and Brands Hatch. So it is Mackenzie Douglas who will leave Anglesey the happiest man of them all in the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. Then he wins all 4 races here this weekend. Yeah, nobody could get close. Nick White comes home in second and actually achieves the very same thing in the AM class, with Luke Garlick in third and Matt Shaw in fourth, Harry Mansion fifth, James Taylor sixth, Callum Bowman seventh, Connor Garlick in eighth, and to Mansion to complete the 9 runners. Well, fantastic race weekend. I think the Ginetta G-Festival's first appearance here in Anglesey has definitely been a success. We have had a dry day today, at least unlike yesterday, but the drivers have had a little bit of everything really around what is a challenging circuit at the best of times. Throw in the changeable conditions and it becomes even more difficult when they have excelled themselves, that's for sure. Really good driving standards by and large too. Lots of action-packed racing, and Scott, I've really enjoyed myself.
Yeah, likewise, it's been fantastic. It's been personally my first experience commentating on Ginetta. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Ginetta have been fantastic all weekend as far as I can see. And again, a big thank you, as I said earlier on, to Lawrence Tomlinson, to everyone at Ginetta, to Kelly and all the staff that they have. Morgan, who's been down on pit and Podium as well. On top of that, as thanks to all of our production crew as well, at Alpha Live here as well. Thanks to all of my colleagues and all the marshals and volunteers and officials at BRCC for magnificent work. I guess thanks to the weather gods for giving us some really nice sunshine to end the weekend as well. Thanks to anyone who's been trackside also for joining us as well, and also on the live stream, both on the Ginetta and Alpha Live channels. And just thanks to all the team drivers, everyone that puts us all together. It's been absolutely spectacular, and yeah, this is what Ginetta Racing at Anglesey is like for 2024. I said bring it on for next year, because it's absolutely magnificent. I've enjoyed it very much. It's been some, again, regardless of anyone thinks of some of the grid sizes, it doesn't matter. The quality of the racing's been the key thing. It's been great races in all 12 of them. There's all talking points in each of them, just for good reason. And I think that all the teams hopefully will come away with it with some really good memories of this weekend. The weather, the location, the racing that we've had, the occasion as well. I think it's a big success all round. So big pats on the back to Ginetta, BRTC and everyone involved for a really mega weekend. And big thank you to everyone involved for making it happen.
Indeed so. Well, a long list of thank yous there from Scott Woodwiss. One other person I want to include in that list of thank yous is Richard John Neal, because
yes,
without Richard, I don't think we would have had much of a show here this weekend. He has done
Agreed.
an awful lot of filling and has done some sterling work down in the pit lane and paddock area, and he's got one more job to do, and that is to have a word with our podium finishers for the final race of the weekend, the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship.
Oh, Mackenzie Douglas has had an absolutely fantastic weekend. Mackenzie, who's chatting to the Fox team, congratulations. That's not a bad weekend. How do you top that?
I mean, it's been pretty awesome. You know, massive thanks to the team. I think we're a bit of a dream team at the minute, so just keep it going forward and, yeah, over the moon.
You have to take those. I know that occasionally you get a bump along the way in any motor racing championship. You have to look back to this weekend and think what's doable.
Yeah, I don't know, Donington was the same, just consistently at the top. So, yeah, the end of the season is now in sight, sadly. So, yeah, full focus on that, I think.
Yep. How do you rate Snetterton? Is that up on your favourites?
Yeah, I mean, it was good in juniors, and I haven't been there just yet in this car. So, I mean, more of the same will be brilliant.
Nice one. We'll see you on the podium. Well done. Fine weekend. Mackenzie Douglas, super stuff. Let's grab a quick word with Nick White. Nick chatting to his Raceway Motorsport colleagues. Nick, again, perfect like Mackenzie. What a great weekend.
Unbelievable. To finish second overall in that race was, yeah, perfect. Couldn't have asked more than that. I think the little bit of fighting we were doing at the beginning let Mackenzie get away. I'm not sure I would have had the pace to actually challenge him, but I was keeping him honest for a fair bit of the race.
But that's got to be the aim now, isn't it? Mixing it. You're obviously leading the AM class by a way and getting involved with the pro drivers. You know, Connor was trying.
Well, we will get back to Richard as soon as we can. You didn't expect to hear from us again, did you? So our camera choosing just the worst time to break down in Parc Fermé, but we'll try and get them back and try and get Richard back for the final set of interviews of the weekend. And yes, I'm sure he's still ready and on standby to chat to them when we've got our technical issues resolved. But it gives us a bit more time to reflect on the weekend. Scott, any particular highlights for you? Any race that stood out?
Well, first, before I do that, I'll give two particular thanks I should have given that first up, which you right in mind I didn't. So thank you to you, Andy, for your excellent job as always. You do a stellar job also. And also, I want to give my own thanks to Richard. He's been an absolute rock star down in there, taking pit lane, podiums. He's also been getting all the interviews he's done. Again, thank you very much, Richard, and his camera guy and everyone down there for their hard work, and for yourself, Andy, of course. Consummate professionals, always joy to work with you. Now to answer the original question that you set me, which is, I think, some of the highlights. A couple of the junior races were very good, lots of battles in there. GT Academy also covered themselves in glory a couple of times too, some really exciting stuff there. GT Championship also had its moments, but in terms of the dominance there, Mackenzie Douglas had that all in his own right. I think their highlight was, to me, was the battle for second yesterday between Harry Mangian and Nick White. That was a great battle to kick off their weekend in the wet. In terms of, yeah, Janetta Junior's 3 victories for Ethan Jeff Hall has been magnificent for him. A clean sweep of victories for Mike Taylor. That had plenty of eventful moments at GT Academy. There'll be plenty of talking points for that post this weekend. But in all, I think Ginetta have covered themselves in plenty of glory in terms of the racing. It's been really good for the most part, driving standards. Nothing too serious or questionable, I think, in that sense. It's been really good. Relatively clean stuff all round. And I think all drivers should come away from that. Hopefully, the majority have had a good, clean weekend and enjoyed themselves, enjoyed the circuit. Because the vast majority who've never been here before have all kind of said the same thing, that they find this is a bit of a hidden gem, and they seem to absolutely love the circuit.
Yeah, certainly seems to be the case, doesn't it? And they, I'm sure, will be back again in the future. I certainly hope they will be. But of course, they have plenty of other racing to do this year still. They're heading to Snetterton next, then to Donington Park, and then Brands Hatches Grand Prix circuit will play host to the finale of the Ginetta Championships this year. The juniors will be back with us on a sort of BRSCC only event, if you like, at Silverstone in August.
Correct, yes.
The 19th-ish, I think, isn't it? For the TCR UK BRSCC event. And a great place for Janetta Junior racing the Silverstone National Circuit is. I think we're guaranteed some excitement there. So that should be good fun. If you want more information on all of this, of course, you can head over to the BRSCC website. From there is a link to all of their championships, but including the various Ginetta series as well. And we will look forward to having you along with us, watching either trackside or on the live stream for further events later on in the season. The Ginetta Championships, of course, traditionally these days are support series to the British GT Championship, but we also have them occasionally popping along to the RSCC events, and hopefully more of that in the future. So, the Ginetta GT Championship drivers still hanging around in Park Fermé. I'm sure Richard not letting them go anywhere until we can get our camera back up and running, and as soon as we do, we'll be able to head back down there, hopefully, and resume the interviews that Richard was in the middle of earlier on. So let's try that again, shall we, and head once more back down to Park Fermé and to Richard John Neal.
Welcome back. Apologies, a little bit of a glitch in the mix somewhere along the line, but we're back. The team from Alpha Live have got us back on air, so thanks to that. We're just literally waiting at the moment to conclude our final podium of the weekend. And Morgan Douglas just wanting to see whether our championship coordinator Kelly Edmund wants to come down and do the honours for our final podium of the weekend. We haven't heard back yet from Kelly. I think she's been very busy because Kelly coordinates all 3 championships that we've seen in action over the 2 days. And believe you me, organising 1 championship is enough, but 3 is even more. What's the news, Morgan? Have we got...
I've messaged her and I don't know...
OK, so Kelly's probably away in race control doing bits and pieces. Shall I crack on and we'll kick off with the amateur class podium. So 3rd position in the AM class. Another step on the podium for James Taylor. Well done, James. Let's hear it for James. Oh, he wanted to go to P2 there. That's ambition, racing ambition. James Taylor going to P2. 2nd position, Matt Shaw. Well done, Matt. Matt takes P2, and the man we heard from just before the problems, I think, our winner in 2nd position overall, Nick White. Well done, Nick. Thanks to Morgan for doing the honours there. And even got a little bit of sunshine coming out. What a contrast to yesterday. It's been a fantastic weekend either way. The racing's been great. Nice smiles from everybody on the top there. Well done, guys. Many congratulations and good luck for the onward racing during the rest of the season. We now look forward to doing our pro category and again, a 1, 2, 3. It's been a little bit of a mix, hasn't there, over the course of the 4 races that we've had. We're all ready to go. And third position, Harry Mangion. Well done, Harry. Closing up on him in the closing stages of the race, but taking second position is Luke Garlick. Luke was closing up on Nick White, as we said, and takes P2. So, for the 4th time in the weekend, let's hear it for your overall winner for the Pro Time Motorsport GT Championship, Mackenzie Douglas. I made him wait there. Well done, Mackenzie. Mackenzie, Harry and Connor Garlick completing our final race podium of the weekend on the Ginetta Festival. That's the stuff you don't particularly want on your jacket or the camera lens. Nice little celebration from the guys here in Parc Fermé and Podium on Anglesey. Amongst a bit of sunshine, a shower probably of the order now. Felipe Massa once did that to me when I had a very expensive leather jacket and it totally ruined it. Very difficult to clean out, proper champagne. That was at Donington many years ago. Happy memories from that day. Happy memories from this weekend for me as well. A wet day yesterday, but some great racing. Fantastic company, as ever, from Ginetta, the BRSCC, and our colleagues at Alpha Live. Thank you all for what you've done. And our marshals, medics, TSL, the whole lot. Fantastic. From all of us here at G-Fest 2024 in Anglesey, thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.